Hello and welcome to continuing coverage of the 2023 Triton Super High Roller Series from right here at the JW Marriott House. Grosvenor, the park, I mean, how many times have I said this at this point, Randy?
Lane.
You know, we're here, we're doing the thing, and of course it is day 2 of the $250,000 Luxon Pay Invitational. The marquee event on the calendar has attracted so many luminaries and obviously a very massive prize pool as well, something to be discussed. But since we're here at this moment, we don't have anything to recap in terms of champs from last night, as would be standard and customary. It seems like a good opportunity for us to reflect on where we're at, sort of at the midway point here, yet to advance toward the PLO and short deck, more, carnival side of the spectrum, although I think there's some people that might be pushing back on me in terms of that. But we've got 7 titles that have been awarded. 5 of the titles that have been awarded have gone to first-time recipients. An astonishing 8th win for Jason Koon, the exception in that regard, of course. And the star of the series, Randy, for you, you with me that it's Espen Jorstad?
Oh, clearly. Espen came out to this Triton stop with a mission to prove himself after the World Series of Poker main event win that he did have. And, he does have one title, which obviously was a tough heads up for him, but he did manage to pull through. But more importantly, he also got another final table, a 3rd place finish, where he chopped it up with Nacho and David Yan, and that was a massive 7-figure score for all 3 of those players. It clearly is in his element, and was playing heads up with Phil Ivey in that event, which was a grueling back and forth. It's just really been playing great, and of course, so many more NOLA events for him to shine.
Of course, and lots of points still left to be acquired in terms of player of the series. Points that go toward the overall Ivan Leal Player of the Year award. This is the first stop on our Season 3 calendar, so these are important points to pick up in terms of kind of figuring out who's going to get out of the gate. But as we saw last season, it could be a very last-minute finish or surge that could leave somebody thinking that they've got it, like Stephen Chidwick did, and then being dethroned by Jason Koon, eventual Ivan Leal Player of the Year award. Not to be overshadowed, of course. We've talked a bit about the Brazilians. It seems like each stop, we've got more of them that have kind of gotten wind of what's going on, gotten their bankrolls together, and come out to take a shot. We saw Garignani, 30K, Turbo Bounty, took that one down. Bruno Volkmann, as I reflect back upon, the stars of this series, he's just 100 points behind Espen Jorstad as we take a peek at the Player of the Year rankings in the Triton Poker Plus app right now. There is Jorstad, Randy, 837 points. But Volkmann's look good to you as well, I would imagine.
Yeah, Volkmann is actually one of these players who's been to some of our prior stops. I've known him from watching his online play. Phenomenal aggressive player, expected from the Brazilian players. And, he hasn't gotten a title yet, but he keeps getting deep runs after deep runs, final tables. No surprise that he's in contention for maybe taking the Player of the Series. The Player of the Series does award you an extra 100 points, I believe, if you take it down.
Not to be overlooked, of course, the fact that David Yan is up there as well as the man who took down the massive 200K. He is front and center there to maybe make a run here as we get further and further into this festival. Now, let's take a look at basically what we've got on our hands in terms of the Luxon Pay Invitational. 91 hopefuls are going to come back and take their seats. 24 re-entries during day 1. Randy, were you at all surprised by that? Or it's one of those things where if you do get that first bullet shower, you absolutely have to pony up the extra 250K?
You definitely need to pony up. You should come in here having the mindset of putting the extra bullet. The main reason is this tournament, the 250K, half of the players that entered are VIPs. So if you're a pro, there is definitely value to be had to try. Even if you bust early, just hang in there to about the 8th or 9th level when you get to that 50-50 split with the VIPs. That's where the expected value is. So surely, yes, sometimes you will get coolered out early, but if you don't come in with an extra ball, you kind of miss the opportunity to capture that value.
Some of the reason that the landscape in terms of chip counts has shaken out the way that it has is, of course, as a result of the pros kind of treading very lightly, not looking to get in any big confrontations. That explains why once we take a look at the chip counts, not quite yet, that we'll see who we do up toward the top. But I don't want to overlook the fact that we did have 3 re-entries to start today. You only had 30 minutes to get your bullet back in there. If you were showered late enough in the day, then you could start today with a re-entry. Chris Moorman, Robert Flink, and Andrew Roble going to be those 3 players that did that. So a total of 118 entries. Registration closed means we know that the prize pool is going to be $29.5 million, an astonishing sum. 23 places will be paid. The min cash is going to be $342,000. First is going to be worth $6.86 million. Wonder who's going to be laying claim to that. Obviously, a lot of time between now and then, as this 3-day event will conclude tomorrow. So one more frame of seeded play, which is the partition field, and that's when we're going to get to that redraw. Pairs are going to be split. And Sean Perry, now we can talk about the chip lead. Take a look at the app. He sits at the top of the leaderboard. And Perry, Randy, maybe not the favorite to be there.
No, Sean Perry is one of those guys that he just talks so much, and people talk about him even when he's not at the table that we saw yesterday. And he's one of the most aggressive players I've ever seen play poker. He is willing to attack the VIPs, and he's also willing to attack the pros out there, just willing to put them on test. He's one of those guys that just feels like it's destiny for me to be at the top. Currently is a tough player in contention.
The interesting thing is, as I tracked the chip counts throughout the course of the day, once I bowed out from the desk and passed things along, for a time, the entirety of the top 10 was VIPs. No pro had even broken into it. But as we drew a curtain on the day, a number of pros managed to work their way up there. Christoph Vogelsang in third, behind Big Al Decarolis. And then you've got Jason Kuhn in 6th, Brian Kim in 7th. So obviously, maybe better performances out of the pros, or perhaps more coolers that would see big stacks formulated on that side of the bracket?
The reason why I believe these pros are now at the top of the leaderboard is when we transitioned into that 50-50 split, half VIPs, half pros per table. During the play, when it was all VIPs on one table and all pros on the other, it was predominantly dominated at the top by the VIPs, because they were willing to splash all their chips in there even when they had deep stacks. And if you probably looked at the time, when you saw all of the top 10, all VIPs, probably the players eliminated were VIPs as well. But once we got that combination of the 50-50 split, now the pros are able to capture some value, and you can see Vogelsang is currently the top at that pro leaderboard.
Well, if we're going to talk about the top, then it serves that we should talk about the bottom as well. And that is where we find not only the Coin Rivet Invitational champ, Grafton, who understands this format very well, picked up that title with just 3 big blinds, but also Ramin Hajiev, who is the defending Invitational champ, second shortest in chips as well. Things not going their way.
No, things are not going their way at all. And, of course, Sam Grafton with just 3 blinds. If he busts this, he can't rebuy. Registration is closed, so he's going to have to just try and spin it up. We know it's possible. We've seen it happen. Espen Jorstad, he won a title of 2.2 big blinds or so at the final 4 players. So can Grafton do it? Maybe, but he's got a big uphill battle to climb.
You know, it was quite late in the day where Grafton's demise began to take shape as he lost a massive pot. You can track it here in the Triton Poker Plus app, getting him down to 48,000. Took a king 9 into Ernildo Santos, and when he flopped top pair and made kings and 9s on the river, which of course, given that the board was paired on the turn, found himself raising it up and getting called by Ernildo, and bulk of his chips were lost. Are you surprised? I mean, granted, it's $250,000 that Grafton on a lean stack like that wouldn't maybe look to get very aggressive toward the end of the day so as to give himself the opportunity to polish it off and rebuy, as opposed to come in so short?
Look, the reason he made that value raise, he thought he had the best hand. It's just kind of unfortunate the timing as when he lost the majority of the stack, the play did end. No one wants to put in another $250K if they don't have to. So I suppose 3 big blinds is still a chance.
All right. We do have 2 feature tables on our hands. Table 6 in the field is where the majority of the Malaysian delegation finds itself. You see Richard Young, Michael Soiza, Webster Lim front and center here at our first feature at the top. And our secondary feature will find the likes of Nacho Barbero and David Yan, who, of course, chopped the 200K. So some interesting storylines on our hands as we send it down to the floor. There you see Tournament Director Luca Vivaldi and company presiding over the affair, live here from the JW Marriott Grosvenor House on Park Lane in London. So the 3 late registrants do need to be trickled in appropriately to the field. As play is paused briefly. There is your overall chip leader, Sean Perry, not looking any worse for the wear. I actually ran into him on a walk back after play. I was going up toward our hotel. He was going down toward his. Paused and said, "What's going on with this Eric Wasserson guy?" I guess they had a lot of verbal jousting that was going on at their table, and he wasn't too keen on it.
No, Washington was just having a lot of opinions about Sean Perry. Wouldn't really let it go. It was pretty intense, I won't lie.
Well, the intensity, of course, something not lost on Sam Grafton. Doesn't look like he's altogether stressed out, but obviously the task at hand is tall for Grafton. Good news for him is he's going to have the button there. There's Nick Schulman on the end. Another one of our split tables here. Dan Smith, Ponikovs, Winfred Yu and company. There's Espen Jorstad.
Healthy is right.
Yeah. Superfood bowl of some sort, I would imagine. Ike Haxton, Phil Nagy, Doug Polk joining us for the first time here at a Triton. Never far from a smile. Big Al a part of his equation.
You know Big Al, he's only played 2 other events, cashed them. This is his 3rd event. He cashed $1 million, cashed $100K main, and doing really well in his $250K Invitational.
Doesn't really bother with the prelims, not looking to warm up. He's just like, gentlemen, let's start our engines. I don't need practice. I don't need qualifying. Let's race. Other peaks throughout the room. The ever-exciting Carl Chapegatian seated beside Ernildo Santos, by the way. That could be an incendiary affair.
Yes, it is. Santos is obviously very fun to watch.
And there was a look at the Triton title that awaits the champion. More importantly, of course, is the whopping over $6 million payout. It's almost 7. 6.86. Lun Lun, Nacho, Ben Heath, money.
Just money, not maker.
Yeah. Well, I guess Floyd Mayweather might have something to say about that. David Yan, Steve O'Dwyer. Everybody just settling in. Thankful, perhaps, Randy, to have some VIPs sprinkled into their midst. Are the pros?
Definitely need to play as well as you can in these 2 levels where you're guaranteed 4 VIPs. You never know. During the redraw, you could get a table full of pros once again.
No doubt about that.
Look at Richard Young. He just turns around chilling. Love that guy.
A legend.
Ivy.
Yeah, on the topic of legends and GOATs for that matter. Yuri Zivalevsky, Danny Tang, Seidel, of course. There's Kehan Mokri, another member of the Norwegian delegation. Not his first stop.
Is
with
Richard
us.
Young going to turn around, or is he just going to play
He's
backwards?
playing no look.
No
He's
look.
just going to play no look and announce raises and calls without looking at the board or his hand today. Just, mix things up. Ivy, 14 big blinds, just 114,000 in chips for him. Phil's look good so far this festival.
It's been solid. Almost took down the title here.
Second place in the 40K Mystery Bounty to Jorstad. Followed that up with a 6th place in the 60K. So 2 final tables in 6 attempts. Those his lone 2 cashes. As you get a look at the chip counts at our 2 feature tables and our outer table with the blinds at 4,000, 8,000, and an 8K ante, 20K in orbit. The price of poker. Mokri, Moneymaker, and Yong, the respective mayors. Keep an eye on Rob Young, by the way, that with that 809K stack, Randy. We know that in spite of the fact that we designate him as a VIP, he is among the most competent on earth in that regard.
Yeah, Rob Young has got a really good stack despite losing a set over set against Nagy yesterday for a massive pot. Looking good on our outer table.
Those chip counts brought to you by GG Poker. Young's 101 big blinds, by the way, are going to be good for 13th place as it stands. Keihan Mokri, 10th in chips overall. Chris Moneymaker, 11th. Seems like we'll be ready to go not long from now.
Used to be young. Used to be young.
We show the Paris slot once again. Registrations for re-entry is now closed, and we're gonna confirm the price will shortly. 8,000, 8,000.
What you say?
Stoppers.
Said almost there.
Almost there, almost there. No, 115, almost there. Ask him to go back and
We're not waiting for him? Of course we're not waiting for him. How do you?
116.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's gonna blow up.
Huh?
It's kind of his fault though.
Who is it?
Jungle.
Oh.
He's on the way, but now it's closed.
You can put his second.
Yeah, put a stack in.
Huh?
Blind him out. Let him buy in and then blind him out. That would be the smart thing to do.
If he really wants to play, I guess.
Uh-oh. Phil Ivey, Richard Young, they've got playable hands.
They sure do. As Ivy jams in a king-queen offsuit, discussion about whether or not Jungle Man is going to be able to register, given that he's dragging his feet a little bit. Perhaps his stack will be put in play and blinded off, as Danny Tang suggested. That seems to be a bit of an expensive proposition. Richard Young with the 2 10s, slightly deeper than Ivy. Jams his stack in there.
King ah.
Good luck, gentlemen. Fair fight.
How about you, Khoa?
And they're on their backs for 248,000 in the very first hand of the feature table. Didn't take long for that.
Oh.
Top set on a 10-8-6 board. A bit of a grimace on Phil Ivey's face. Reaching for the mic, but it ain't over yet. Backdoor diamonds, some straightiness, both possible. And never easy, the declaration from Danny Tang, who's seen things before. It is Phil Ivey who wants to see things, though, particularly a diamond. But instead, it is a 9 of spades.
Good luck in the yellow.
And today was a short-lived one.
Good.
For one of the GOATs, Phil Ivey,
Fucking good.
showered by Richard Young. Lovely start to the day for him.
Off to a good start. Like I said.
By the way, he was wearing the Triton bucket hat
Stay longer.
yesterday.
He was.
Richard. Apparently, he's become a big fan of this style. That one there looks a bit pricey and designer.
It looks distressed to me.
Sure. Fair.
You're saying it's brand new or just extremely used?
Oh, we pay extra for them to look that good.
Can we?
I don't know.
Why did we have 5 shows?
Well, right, bro. No, he's the.
No.
Three
Ivy.
pro.
It was like 1, 2, 3, 4, and Eric. Eric's a pro, right?
Yeah, 5.
Yeah.
Why?
I shouldn't.
I
be,
thought it's
but,
4,
But,
4, right?
VIP less already what?
Oh, yeah, true. Fair.
VIP go back strip early.
Richard, by the way, has such an awesome sense of style. Really just comfy out there. And the other thing I love about him is he has, and you know I'm a fan of this, that childlike vibe about him, right? Like, it's almost as though you would have no idea that this is one of the elder statesmen of the Triton Tour, one of the co-founders along with Paul Pua. Just passion and enthusiasm for the game, loves to be out there, even loves to just hang out sometimes and sweat his buddies.
I always see him just come out sweating randomly, you know, at our final tables, at our cash games, and, you know, just taking a look. Walks away, always wants to know what's going on.
But that's how you know he loves it so much. And on the topic of love, Danny Tang espousing an ace-king of clubs. Nice spot for him in the face of an open from Keihan Mokri, just north of the min from the button.
Yeah, it looks like a simple 3-bet and followed through by a fold from Mokri. But might entertain you or enlighten you with some new information.
I'm ready.
Because Henry didn't seem to appreciate the information, but I know you will.
Okay.
Do you ever look at Richard Young's social, like Twitter, Instagram? Do you follow him at all?
I don't
You'll
think I
notice.
follow.
You'll notice in front of his name it says the word DATO, the toe. Do you know what
Okay.
that means?
Now
don't.
It's a Malaysian thing. It's kind of like being knighted by by the king or queen hypothetically,
Here in England.
but for Malaysian. So that's
Wow.
if you always see it. I never knew what it meant. I had to ask my wife about it, and it's like, so he kind of use it for slang though. But so I don't know if it's real for him if he actually has been the toad, but it's kind of like when you're like high class in a situation, you're like, oh, you're too the toe now for us.
Well, if you say toad,
I
it
could be
sounds
saying- I
like
could be
an
enunciating.
amphibious animal, but DATO.
Look at follow him on
Okay.
Twitter and
All right.
Instagram. You'll always see it.
但係你
And also, I noticed on his Twitter, you got the little biography. It says professional Malaysian poker player.
咁樣去開聲我就
Obviously, national pride there and patriotism.
即係你係職業嚟㗎嘛。
not so much anymore.
Webster Lim could copy paste that into his social. As his ace-9 open, picks up Yuri Zivolevsky's ace-5, and good texture for Webster. Jackson 9s, ace kicker, position.
You see, like Kat say,
Dry texture. On these
one
paired boards, you
one
do
of
tend to
block,
see more of a
tick,
quarter
tick,
pot
you are
continuation
blocked,
bet.
you know?
And it's not like he didn't have the attention.
Looking to extract two streets of value usually.
Yeah,
You want something, call me.
yeah, late already. Oh. He really know. I mean, I don't know.
A quick check fold.
That means I also faster come and hear until see anything.
I bet Sarah just is very close to the wall.
It's a job.
It'd be very annoying, to work with someone like this. Very spontaneous.
Follow through takes it down.
Always like say this, say one thing, do another thing. Be very, very set.
It's a job. You gotta do what you gotta do.
Hard. I think you can do it. Like your beard is. No, my mustache becomes like. Have you seen the Mexican ones? I got one of those. Yeah.
The curly one,
No, the skinny one.
skinny one.
Yeah, I get the skinny one. Yeah.
Could be cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, it could be cool.
I
Looks
tried
gangster.
it before.
You tried it before.
Wasn't really a success, I must say.
Mustache chat, the kind of thing that ensues when Yuri is at the table on seldom other occasions. As we see Webster's pocket queens, back-to-back raises.
Type of hand you will see activate in the form of 3-bet. This ace X suited. Webster's going to be pretty happy to see some action.
Perhaps activating more with the ace-deuce through the ace-5 than we would with like an ace-6 through an ace-9, right?
Yes, pretty much.
King-queen suited now for Yuri. Such a pretty hand.
Because of
You often see players just outright fold this, but definitely from time to time some kind of 4-bet. And he's actually going to push it all in, and he believes that Kaya Mockery is just 3-betting way too light. Unfortunately, it's the original Razor that has the hand.
it's not for yourself, then you use for what? Maybe save some lah in case for yeah.
Right?
Invest some money.
I should really have too much money sitting.
What a life. So much cash.
The jam from Yuri. In a bad way here as Webster makes the call. Mokri started this mess.
頂住啊！
And Zivolevsky
頂撚住。
picking a heck of a time to make this play.
有冇傾啊？
I mean, to be fair, he was correct. The 3-better was weak.
Yeah, unfortunately for him, Webster was not, as the 10-6-3 all-red board delivers just one heart.
街轉街轉。
Backdoor straight and flush. There's the backdoor straight. A king would work as well as an ace or a 9 now.
飲啊！
Can the Brazilian double and decimate Webster with the queens? No.
Open 3-bet, go for all in.
5 of hearts. And they'll do a little accounting, but in the end, Webster does have Yuri covered.
One black.
okay. Hey,
Yeah,
so
the
GG,
black
yeah,
side.
yeah. I thought he
GG.
had. I didn't see the blacks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ah, you didn't
GG.
see the black.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah. It's
okay.
like because of the.
You mean you didn't know he had that much?
No, I
Before
thought
you
he had
jam?
like.
No,
we
before
had-
you jam, you didn't think he had that much.
Yeah, I thought he had a little bit less. Yeah. It wouldn't change anything.
Yeah.
I would jam anyway.
Okay, comforted, of course, by the fact that Yuri's suggesting that had he been aware that Webster had another 100K in chips, it wouldn't have changed anything, because certainly that would be a very relevant aspect on certain occasions to whether or not we'd be willing to jam over the top of the opener, because in case of emergency, we got them covered.
Yes, but I do see where he's coming from, that it wouldn't have changed anything, whereas the original opener, I guess he would lose less chips to him. But the main point is, if you are aware of the correct stacks that are out there, then maybe some 3-bet ranges are different. It's hard to say, but you know, he doesn't seem upset about it at all.
It's a Charmander. It's a Charmander. It's a Charmander.
Not lah.
Pretty sure it's a Charmander. It's the animated Charmander. I'm gonna look again.
Oh, my.
He just had queens, correct?
Yeah.
And now he's upgraded past the kings into aces.
A virtual double, given Mokri's money was involved in the pot, as well as the blinds for Webster just moments ago, and fresh off of this almost 800K stack. With the aces, he opens, and look at Mokri with another potentially 3-bettable hand.
He's going for more. Did he not learn his lesson the last hand?
Apparently not.
They are actually close to 100 big blinds deep. So I don't believe Webster will be doing anything but 4-betting this.
Yeah, collision brewing here. Webster Lim, 4.6 million plus in career Triton earnings. 2-time title winner, 13 cashes, has 2 of them right here in London so far. First in the GG Millions Live, where he finished 26th. That was a 25K, and then he finished 8th in the Turbo Bounty 30K.
Webster throws in the time card, trying to make it seem like he's gonna 4-bet light, which he probably would. Perhaps a 2.5x 4-bet, probably a little bit more.
Tao Minh Phu and reply not no.
I think I check lah. But I think not, because after he bust, you
There
have
is
to
the
buy
4-bet to
one out.
135,000, and once more, Mokri forced out.
Anytime.
4-bet coming from
Not
Webster
supposed to be anytime.
on this occasion. So not a great start for Mokri, but can fade, losing those 2. First visit to us came in Vietnam.
There he is.
2 cashes in the 20K Mystery Bounty and the 30K 8 Max, 21st and 9th respectively, totaling $139,000.
Why late?
I heard that it starts 2 hours after it starts today. The registration.
Oh, never mind. It's okay. Then you buy you play. No what? Cannot what? Cannot buy it now. How can?
I didn't know. I thought
You didn't know. You didn't know lah. You must go come early. Then what to do? Cannot do anything. Yeah.
Sounds like jungle.
Yeah, and it sounds like a fair but firm advisory from Richard Yong. Can't just saunter in here at this point and register. Rules
Yeah.
were quite clear. Has to happen at the start of the day.
Can't just bend the rules for the jungle man.
It would appear not.
no reply.
Eric Seidel limping against the surging Webster Lim.
I like this hoodie he's got going on. It looks comfy. Robe-like?
Robe-like, indeed. Maybe a terry cloth
That's the vibe I'm
sort of
getting.
situation. Also, the shortened sleeves
Mm-hmm.
and the elongated pre-flop price. 28,000. Look at Webster leaning.
Place not bad. Okay, right?
3 in a row.
Yeah, lah, same lah. But I went to London here. I did London.
You look nicer when you don't skin fade.
Yeah.
It's better because your skin color is very good for like,
Stubble.
yeah. When you first came, you were like completely nothing at the back.
Yeah, yeah. The guy. This looks better now, right? Once they grow out, right? Yeah, I think so. Looks more even. The guy cut one. It's more even lah, like balance, you know. Yeah. It's walking distance, like 7-minute walk. The barber.
Baby suited connectors here for Danny Tang. Mm-hmm. Yeah, straight in the muck. That's respect for this tough table.
But skin fit feels very comfortable. Of course. Yeah, it's damn nice. Like cooling.
Offsuit paint for Yang. Hello, Ace King. Been a 3-bet happy table so far.
Where will you go this?
Very much so.
Then John.
Now Richard, another 34,000 for
Then should
him to call, and he just
John.
lets it go against Seidel. Well served to do that, by the way. Some people might have hung in there.
Your friend is French, so they're flying everywhere.
Yeah, King Queen doesn't play that well out of position.
Half French.
Suited, he would never fold, but
They all live in
offsuit.
Asia, so
just
like,
muck
not
it.
everybody's flying here. I guess all the friends are flying here.
No one actually stay together. Everyone stays different places.
Staying together, yes. A lot of us staying together. Yeah. Should be a good trip.
Everybody's still settling in here. Early going.
Richard's been active. Ace-5 suited. Everyone's new favorite hand. King-Jack of Hearts now for Danny Tang in the big blind. One of those spots where you just don't really want to 3-bet fold this type of holding given the suitedness, so pretty much default to call off of 30 blinds.
Couple of reasonable holdings colliding. And the Queen 9-3 board giving a gut shot and a flush draw to Danny, who checks it over to Richard. Lack of a spade on board, let alone a pair, not going to dissuade Yang from barreling.
Clearly a very favorable board for Danny Tang. Does often probably check call. Nothing wrong with check raising, of course, with this kind of a draw. Just depends on what you think of the C betting range in the hijack.
Home game.
Looks like he is reaching for a little bit more than 15K. Should get it done rather quickly. Did we just throw in another Malaysian player, Kiat Lee, to this
Looks
table?
that way, doesn't it? As the check raise from Danny ends that affair and welcomes Kiat to the party.
Once again, thank you so much for your support, and let's go to the rest of the tour.
Kiat and Danny, by the way, spent the summer together down in Las Vegas, grinding away at the World Series of Poker. Good times for them.
Come on, guys. It's not 6.8 or something.
The way he just couldn't remove those chips from the rack. Kiat's got trouble.
I'll tell you what, as long as his struggles come in the form of
Like, you know, when we start
getting his
there,
chips
then
out
we
of the
get-
rack, he'll be just fine.
Long way to go.
Gotta enjoy while we're here. Play these off very often.
Yeah. That's right, but this,
Like once again, he
far
just
to
drops
make
all the
money.
chips.
You know, whenever we're in a cash game, somebody does something like that when they're trying to rack up. They're like, oh, he's never actually had that many chips before. That's the needle, of course.
You're just gonna leave him
the,
sloppy.
oh, okay, Han is small, maybe close.
No, I think it's similar.
Oh, 700, 800, yeah. I just stack just look big, that's all. You know, blacks.
Change.
Yeah,
I'm a money changer.
700. Still a lot. Still can double me up, nice.
UTG Open, King 6 suited. Dominated
It's a
the
raise and
diamonds
a
of
call,
Eric
yes.
Seidel, who flats in
Raise call.
position. 1 Jack 10 in the big blind.
Price feels nice for Soiza. And as such, he'll take it.
Home game and me and Eric.
No, Eric's part of the home game.
Yeah, and me then. Yeah. I thought you said private game. Never mind. Yeah. I'm the odd one. I'm the odd one now. You should put a bounty on me.
Well, we have to cover you.
Oh, big L chip leader.
So that turn card going to give 2 pair to the 2 Jack 10s. Unlikely, but he got there.
Nobody wanted to bet the ace high flop. Kiat did have 6s, now has some backdoor Broadway prospects.
Pretty sizable bet here. Around 75% Seidel. 2 pair on a not the greatest board.
Yeah, 2 tones and coordination there. And might he expect that ace is up in the ace-jack, ace-10 range? Would be less likely to be in Soiza's hand right now. I mean, he blocks the jacks and the 10s, though, so ace-x certainly feels like it could be a part of the equation. And there's a card that neither of these two wanted to see, as another 90K slid into the middle.
I would think that both players are just going to hope this just check through rather than turn it into a bluff with 3 pair. Soiza can be ahead occasionally against busted clubs, say like 8-9 of clubs. And the same thing for Seidel. Could be up against that club draw that doesn't like the way it ran out and gives up. Gonna
Jack
be
10.
pretty happy for both of them.
Jack 10.
Unfortunate. Ah, yes. Wonderful
Fortunate.
result. Nice hand.
I agree.
Yeah.
Very nice result.
So this table for me, it's got some kind of home game vibes, right? Like it's
Yeah.
got Soiza,
Everyone's
Webster,
chilling.
Richard Young, Kiat Lee, and Danny Tang, who play with each other like all the time in all of our previous Triton stops. And you just throw in Eric Seidel and Cayenne Mockery. Close this 7-handed table.
$38K.
Oh, you were on the
5K.
table as well?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I believe Steve anyways. Yeah.
No, I just read it and thought I might be wrong, but I was like pretty sure.
That girl, she was, I think it was the first time.
And
doing
one
it.
had
I
like
think
15 big blinds and J&T
Wow,
had
we
like
flip it over.
She couldn't.
One
20.
of our other
She couldn't report the hands very
features where
Black one. Okay, nice.
we find Nacho Barbero finished second to David Yan in the 200K, but actually made more, 3.4 million to roughly 3 million and change. That was the deal they made. A deal that was struck 3-handed.
It was struck 3-handed. They were trying to make a deal 4, did not.
Yeah, it probably had him showing his
Weren't able to
more
conclude to
because
that, and
the hand
yeah,
where I
chopped it up.
check-raised him right
Both
after
at
I
the
showed
same
up at
table.
It had it as like limp pre-flop, and then him betting like a small amount on the flop.
Yeah.
when in
King Jack
reality
off for
he
Lun
bet
Lun, one of our Malaysian
flop or
VIPs.
something.
In the face of the David Yan Open to 17,000, he deliberates.
5 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, I was like 95%, but then I saw it and was like, he did tank, so maybe like.
Yeah, the lady who was doing it, yeah, she gets a lot of stuff wrong.
Does bleed into one of his time banks. Contemplating multiple options. Perhaps 3-bet small, 3-bet all in, flat call on occasion.
Base.
He's just going to put in a re-raise to 50K.
Yeah, taking the aggressive line here is Lun Lun.
I do like the play, although it probably will not be working in this instance. King Jack doesn't play that well
Man,
out of
that's
position.
not nice. I'm
not
fasting
suited,
and you eat that.
but good
Now I'm
blockers.
And to be fair, these ace queens don't necessarily
Yeah.
want to get crazy as well. You can see David
Yeah, I get you. But when people
Not fully comfortable, but not going to find the muck, of course.
The fact that he just calls rather than 4-bet ship means that he's respecting this small blind 3-bet from Loon Loon. Dry texture. No club, either player hand.
Check. 10, 3 deuce. No follow through barrel from Loon Loon.
It feels with ace queen in this spot, when you get checked to, you just try to take the free card. Usually you got clean outs if you are behind. And you got the showdown value.
So the 2 checks, pair the board.
Interesting spot here for Loon Loon. Does he feel that ace jack or ace queen would fold to a bet now? Clearly a pocket pair would never fold given the action, and just going to try to show down this king jack, it seems. Perhaps Loon Loon's main plan was pretty much trying to take it down pre-flop, not looking to continue post-flop too much if he doesn't hit.
Checked through on the flop and the turn as Jan proceeds with caution. Perhaps caution that no longer needs to be exercised, courtesy of an ace of clubs on the river. Not going to be assigning too many flush draws to Loon Loon's hand as played, though we do unblock the clubs.
I believe the intention was for Loon Loon to just check it down, but he might fire on the ace, just thinking, well, I always have the ace kings and ace queens that would play this way, and those 40k chips are not ever going to see his stack in this hand, as David Yan is likely to just call here, knowing he could be up against ace king.
A little bit of a strange time for Loon Loon to come out swinging, it would seem as well, Randy, with just king jack high that had showdown value.
A little backwards. It's almost like, well, if you were going to take a shot at it maybe on the flop, you might have heard from a little pocket pair in position.
Yeah.
But, you know, obviously, it's just one of those things where the more repetitions experience you have, the better decisions you make. I'm sure he'll reflect on whether he should have took that shot on the river.
You have a very British accent. Do you live in the UK?
I was born here.
Oh, he's born in the UK. Oh, okay.
Manchester is Danny
Oh,
Tang's
that's why. Oh, nice.
stomping grounds.
Did you live
Believe it
in
or not,
China
I've
now,
been
or
to
you
his
live in
apartment.
Hong Kong? Yeah.
It just had so many boxes of shoes.
Yeah.
I could see it.
He's a collector.
Sneakerhead
Yeah.
is Danny.
Traveling a lot is very exhausting sometimes. It's very, very exhausting. Yeah. Drains too much energy. People don't realize how much it drains. Yeah. People will sit at, like, when they ask, oh, it's so fun when you travel so much.
It used to be.
Yeah, it's very exhausting.
Used to be.
Yeah, it's very exhausting.
I think I'm used to it.
So then, a three-way affair. Party started by Soiza, who
You
picks
don't
up a
realize
gut
when
shot
you're in a
straight draw.
situation
No
where you
diamonds,
get home
though.
for like a month, or you're just like, oh, this was very relaxing, you know?
Both blinds defended. Richard Young's pocket threes. Actually the best hand right now.
Oh, okay.
My house is empty, you know?
Oh,
Pretty
yeah.
bad for most players,
not like
although
it's a home
Soiza
home.
does have inside straight draw.
I have a lot of my friends.
Not sure if
I
he's
feel
going
like
to
I'm missing out on
continuation
a lot
bet
of
here,
things.
but most
Oh,
certainly
I
would
have a
have
lot
if there
of
was a
friends.
diamond
Yeah,
on
you-
board.
you feel-
My house
Does check
itself,
back.
Yeah, it's empty.
you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's empty. Like, I'll have to go out of the house a lot, you know?
Yeah.
I'm never eating at home when I'm at home.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Understand.
So
Like,
Ralph
don't you
checks.
feel like you're missing out on a lot of things, like when you're?
But I mean, I'm glad I am, kind of. That's why I went to Vegas.
Oh yeah.
Like, I wanted to miss out. When I'm at home, it's not good. I'm always doing a lot of bad things.
Oh, okay. I catch your drift. Yeah.
Even eating or drinking or whatever other shit.
Yeah.
It's better to actually, these stops, I'm sleeping right, waking up right, you know.
So
Oh yeah, that's
As
good.
the conversation
That's good.
continues,
that,
the
that works. I'm the
board
opposite. When I
development
get
does
home,
as well.
I'm
Ace high straight against a king high straight.
Like, do normal things. When I
Seidel
travel, it's like so much easier eating out and
knuckles
like,
his way to
whatever
showdown
you
in a
want,
small one.
just to stay comfortable all the time. You know?
Grinning.
This is not. When I'm in Hong Kong, I can eat a lot of food that I like. Here,
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Sounds like Danny Tang is most comfortable when he's at Pokestops, when he's in his element, where he wants to be. You know, he loves it.
He really does.
I think gold mine duck pretty damn good though.
Not the only one, of course. Doesn't hurt when it
Yeah, the base water
happens in your backyard, right?
very good.
Is Manchester considered your backyard for London? I don't think so.
Relatively close. When you went to Manchester, did you fly in straight, Randy, or did you go from London up to Manchester?
You cut sugar
Wow.
completely.
I wish you guys could see the look on Randy's face. Of course, none of us can answer the question for him. He's the one that went there, and yet he's looking at me like I'm supposed to help.
I don't actually know how far it is. I have no idea. Do you fly there? Do you drive there? I don't know.
That's okay lah. I mean, like I'm saying, like.
But I did make the journey. That's the strange part.
Stranger is the fact that you don't remember how you made that journey. Is Ace 8 and Ace Deuce. Blind v Blind. Advantage Webster.
Cheap potato chips, junk food, chocolate.
Seidel's firing away. This is the type of board that favors the small blind limp versus the big blind check back.
2 meals a day. Basically, if I really feel eating, I just eat.
Not shaking.
Yeah. But generally 1 meal plus lah.
So you didn't like do this diet on purpose, like you just like.
No, it's kind of on purpose, yeah. Because if I don't, because I like eating
Does
food
pair
now,
the
so I
deuce,
keep
taking the
myself
lead.
eat normal food. Save my calories for the junk food.
No,
At
that
this-
Webster stuck around, Randy, with just the ace of clubs working and some of that ace 8 business that is keeping an eye on the small blind, making sure it isn't just out of line.
Yeah. Okay.
I do.
This was a little surprising, this 33K bet. Seidel turning his pair of deuces
It's
into a
like
bluff.
normal to go to like McDonald's and like Burger
Trying to
King
do
and
maximum
go
pressure
to-
against 6X.
Oh, yeah. I haven't been much in Asia.
It works.
I would just
But our
imagine-
junk food probably is not like. It's more Asian junk food.
Yeah,
like,
yeah,
let's
that's
say,
what I- yeah, that's
like
what I-
instant noodles,
junk
you know.
food as well. A lot of American food, McDonald's and everything is still very popular. You know, KFC,
Oh, okay, yeah.
Pizza Hut, whatever. You
I
know.
don't even think we have KFC in Norway.
What?
I don't
KFC
even
is
think we
good. I like
have it.
KFC.
No, I'm not sure.
How
I might
can
be
you
wrong,
not?
but I don't think so. Fried chicken
Turn
is
barrel
not a
from
big thing in
Seidel.
Norway.
Ooh, my favorite.
Yeah.
Had the best hand, and
I mean,
Spetzel or some shit. I don't
No
know.
KFC.
I don't know.
yeah, we're beginning to learn that perhaps Oslo is not going to be
healthy, I would say.
one of the places that we're seeking to journey to, Randy, just on account of the lack of fried chicken options.
Was on my list, never mind.
It's like salmon is very like fish and potatoes are very like.
Do you guys eat that?
What are the other
What's the one they
issues?
have in Iceland? Rotten
I
fish,
think-
herring.
Lutefisk,
terms
probably.
of-
It's called, yeah, it's called
That part of the
lutefisk.
world,
I think
something
that's
that I
the
brought
one
up on
you're
stream
talking about.
before, the
The
prevalence
one
of
that
canned
ferments.
fish. Really something that is not fit for human consumption.
It's
You don't like
probably
it?
salmon, I would say.
Do you?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Norwegian salmon. I guess.
I've eaten it plenty of times, actually.
I don't know, but it's so
How'd you feel about it when you did?
Actually,
so good. It
no, I don't like it. I
you go.
actually always avoided it.
There you go.
It's
The one with the black
fresh,
beans? Oh, maybe you wouldn't know because
But
you
I
never
went
ate it.
before I went to
Black
Iceland.
beans.
Yeah, it's just
how do you say
some
it?
tin can, yellow,
I
long.
wouldn't know. I don't eat salmon.
That sounds horrendous.
Yeah. Tin it.
Different life, huh? Different
Couple
lifetime
deuces.
ago.
A 7, not able to outflop them. Button versus Big Blind this time. Seidel does not follow through after opening to 19K. Club draw on the turn for Mokri.
Just a marginal draw here. Trying to interpret what this snap check back on this King 10-6. Doesn't opt to bet. Hello. Set. No good.
Yeah, it comes in the wrong form. After the turn goes check, check. Mokri hits the 7 high flush. Maybe not strong enough for him to come out swinging. TBD. And if he did, maybe he's able to get a little bit of value out of Seidel's set of deuces.
He should get paid off, actually, with this bet. Especially the mini bet. This set of deuces paying off for sure and is going to see the bad news, but was given a good price. Can't feel too bad.
So a little 8K sprinkle gets looked up as we get our first peek at Derek Haney, the American, first ever Triton Festival, first ever Triton event. And not the first ever time we're going to see two kings jam as the 16K Open with the pocket eights.
Count it, please.
Having a great deal of pressure applied. Count being requested, though, here. And that is music to Lun Lun's ears.
It's not that big of a jam, and he might just be forced to call this off. It is Undergun versus Undergun +1, which is troublesome, but price is too good.
At least that's how Haney felt about it, and bad news indeed, as the snowmen melting.
It's okay, just put over there. Fair for us, just put over there, yeah. See Penguin looking for who?
I'm just getting ready for you. 32.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh, exact
prepay.
Good luck, Penguin. See the Penguin choose who?
I think it's 135. But.
Oh.
Ace, queen, deuce, an eightless board, the type that leaves the two kings comfy.
What is poker daily?
It's like a smaller stakes poker series that Richard and Winfred and Ivan started last year.
Richard and whom?
Winfred.
Oh, Richard and Winfred.
And Ivan.
Ivan.
135,000.
Where is it?
In Asia, they've had events in Malaysia, Philippines,
Vietnam,
Taiwan.
What are they buying?
Clean run out.
The main event is usually like 1K or 1,500.
For the two kings,
I'm not
as
gonna
we
go.
listen in on O'Dwyer.
He's too far to tell it, bro.
Okay, well, I'm not
Providing some
done saying
intel on
anything.
Poker Dream, Winfred U's operation. A number of players have been
it's,
supporting it from the Triton Super High Roller
and 8 is the
Series.
lucky one,
We had a
right?
chance to check out their poker room over at the Hoyana
Yeah.
Golf Resort
Vietnam.
in Vietnam. One of our earlier festivals this year.
Might go and dock my wages over there after this.
A lot of expensive buildings don't have like 14th floor, you know.
That gets you a chuckle?
A little bit.
Oh, okay, that's why.
I'm used to Christian Dior docking your wages, Randy. Self-inflicted, of course. As Richard flips down the brim on the bucket hat and flips up 16,000 into the middle with the pocket threes. Seidel interested from the hijack with the ace-10 suited.
The evil eye. Infamous Danny Tang evil eye. Look at his face. I haven't played a hand yet.
Danny does do this very intense face when he plays from time to time.
Look at Soiza giving him a hard time about it.
Bad time.
This is like a home game.
Yeah.
This is like
16,
a home game. I like it.
Why not? Gamble.
King 5 suit is enough kit to come along.
So another suited ace and another suited king, both in diamonds, join the party. One that brings a queen 8-4 rainbow board.
Surprisingly, no one with a good piece on this board texture.
Yeah, the 4s for Danny are actually in front here.
Still, no one with a strong piece. Sure, a little gutty for Eric Seidel, but it's not going to love it on his queen 9-8 rainbow texture. Does someone want to step foot and take control? It's actually a Danny Tang in the little tank here of just bottom pair. And he's actually reaching for chips. A big bet. There's a reason he's being serious. Well played.
So the 55K on the turn, despite the coordinated nature of that 9 of spades in what was
said about the eagle eye, man.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, exactly.
min raise, 3 flat caller.
Still in character.
affair where you think some of that stuff is maybe
Eagle eye,
in the
my
equation?
Evil eye, I said. Evil eye.
But a nice pickup there for Tang.
Oh, you said evil eye.
Evil eye, stink
evil.
eye, you know. Give you the stare down.
Yeah, that's even worse.
Worse, yeah, not eagle eye. Eagle eye is too nice. Evil eye.
Is Richard Young sleeping? Yeah, eyes are back open.
Mini nap.
Hey, Siam, a bit. Stay on my personal space. There's nobody there. Can you move to the left? 18.
Is he telling Danny Tang off?
I don't know that that's where we're going with it, but, you know, just a little bit of bruh.
Do you ever ask the dealer to square the table? Have you done that before?
Of course. No, Keihan Mokri, by the way, has been fairly active pre-flop. A couple of 3-bets over the top of Webster, which were ill-fated. Now here, Jack-9 suited, cut off open.
Notice that Sois is actually noticing the frequency that his opponent's been raising.
Mhm.
Actually uses a time card of just A7 offsuit off with the small blind. Just going to attack. They are not friendly to Keihan Mokri. Maybe verbally, but not with the chips.
I mean, it's really been a tough go of it for Keihan.
Still has Jack-9 suited in position. Do you think he's maybe had enough?
Quite
Seems that way.
possibly. Gonna dig in. Finally get to see a flop. One that does not render any assistance.
This is a very fortunate board for the A7 offsuit. Clearly, it doesn't play that well post-flop, but it's so dry. Keihan Mokri doesn't even have a backdoor heart to really continue. If Soiza can just fire some chips, would easily take this one down.
Such a bad board texture.
You
for
really,
Mokri.
you really can't flow here, Ali, unless you've got at least one heart on board. Does lay down.
You would have won.
Feels like he wanted to
No
do
fucking
something
shit.
there, didn't
Yes,
it?
it is. You got
Like,
in already?
he'd already made the call pre-flop,
Yeah.
dug in that way, and then looks at a board texture like that
yeah.
and is like, listen, if you don't have the
You will
overpair,
see in 30 minutes.
maybe I can
Can I
activate and
guess?
take it down here. But
Will you tell me if I guess correctly?
Yes.
Okay, ace queen.
He knows he's never going to guess it right.
I'll give you 2 chances, no. Not this king as well.
Pocket tens.
That's enough. 2 is enough.
No, you said 2 chances.
Yeah,
Ace king wasn't
second
really
chance
a-
was the second chance was the
Okay,
ace king. Yeah,
So it was pocket tens.
If you gave Keihan Mokri 10 chances, he still wouldn't get A7
How much did you
offsuit.
bet on the flop?
Very
yeah, that
small.
one would be
So how
difficult to put Soiza on.
30?
Maybe even 20 chances wouldn't get it
And you
right.
folded?
I did, yeah. I'm a weak
I'd
guy.
like to think- No,
Jack 3
20
suited.
chances you're probably not going to guess A7.
You have backdoor straight draw, you can't fold.
Yeah, but I didn't have backdoor flush draw, so I was like,
That's 3.
yeah, yeah, out of hearts. Oh.
But I think you are onto something, Ali, that he kind of wants to get involved. Feels like he's been getting 4-bet and 3-bet way too often in his first frame of play. King Queen now. Small blind versus the Soiza button open. Notice the pocket 9s in the big blind. Not going to like to see the 3-bet in front, though.
No, not at all. It's-
Nope, never mind. He's in there. Gamble, gamble, gamble. Didn't even think about it. Fastest player in the world. Perhaps priced in?
I mean, the fact that he also came with the gamble, gamble, gamble might make Kiat think King Queen is doing okay.
Kind of when you hear the gamble, usually they've got like a really strong holding. But this is just Richard Yong being Richard. So this is actually, it's a 22 big blind behind, so he's probably started to hand up about 23 or 24. It is quite a lot, but he did 3-bet the 65K, which is about 8 blinds.
176, right?
As long as there is enough pocket pairs in there, does make the call. Yong at risk.
2 overs is obviously a nice place for Kiat to be.
As good as it gets, actually.
Yeah, ace king, ace queen would have had him smothered.
Legit hand, huh?
Can't imagine that 2 unders is ever what Richard would be jamming with over the 3-bet.
Oh, 2 aces.
And ace, ace, jack all over this king, queen.
10 also.
As the Broadway cards need to be faded by Richard's 9s. He's done it so far.
And Jack Queen.
I think I have a queen.
No, my 10 Jack Queen.
No, I have 8, 9.
Better go back and sleep.
Safe.
Yep. Managing to fade is Yong.
Yeah.
Wow.
Good hand. Good hand, big blind.
Do I have time to run to the...
I only can play like that.
I don't think so.
Okay.
You said no?
I think so, but it's going to take like 5 minutes.
Easily, go.
Yeah.
It's there.
Oh,
Here.
it's there?
Turn right
Is
into
toilet-
the...
is toilet there? What?
No one knows.
Toilet.
No.
I think so.
So a look at the chip counts as Yong's double leaves him with 47 bigs as it stands. Line steady at 4,000, 8,000, 50-minute levels. Webster Lim, the boss out there for the time being, as 4 Malaysians collide.
So I believe the plan is to play down to a final table, Ali, today? The plan.
That is the plan. It is unclear whether or not we're actually going to manage to get that far. TBD.
TBD.
Adjustments always made on the fly as necessary by our tournament staff here at Triton, in conjunction with sort of the sentiments of the players, of course, Randy.
We also will be having a side event going on today at the PLO, so if any of these unfortunate players do happen to bust, they can take a spin at some 4-card.
Sure.
Looks like Kaya Mockery did make it back in time from the restroom.
Not sure the delay at present. Shouldn't be any sort of real issues out there. Maybe some table rebalancing elsewhere in the room.
It should probably be a table rebalance, and actually does seem that Isaac Haxton has joined our featured table, which would explain the table balancing point of view. As you can see, bottom right, Flowers, Saxton. Playback underway.
Wait till
2
he gets
ducks.
to Norway, I'll do the same
Trading them
joke.
up.
I'm happy to see you or not.
I'm happy to see you too.
I just miss your long hair.
Exactly.
I did.
Exactly.
On you just said no, I was too small for you back then.
Do you really?
Yeah.
I mean, that's
Yeah,
one of
older
the...
you.
I seem unlikely.
30... Wait. 9, 80... What's 88?
35, 35.
Okay.
Do you remember the Hexen long hair?
Way back in Aruba at the
The-
ultimate bet final table where it was blowing all over in the wind. That's when I
38.
remember it most fondly.
I caught it when I was 21.
Cards flying everywhere.
Oh, yeah.
I caught it when I was 22.
Would you grow it back?
So what
Spectacular.
I've been saying is I'm waiting for it to get a little bit more gray, and then I'm going to grow it out and have like Beethoven hair. I'm looking forward to it.
Oh, nice. You can do an Einstein here too.
He is quite the maestro. It would be a befitting look as he brings 35 big blinds to the festivities here.
Is it bad that I do not know what Beethoven looks like?
I don't know that it's bad, Randy.
Best videos I've ever seen.
You know his music, right?
It's a pretty good video.
Yeah, it's such
Oh.
a good video.
Did you say no?
I said, oh.
Yeah, in 5 weeks you just check jam bluff.
Oh, was in the Bellagio Cirque du Soleil show? Because that was not Beethoven.
You showed it.
Oh.
I think we need to reboot Randy. Pocket threes here as Danny shoots it. Ace Jack for Soiza.
+1 versus +2 early positions. 60 big blinds or so.
48.
We have seen the Ace-Jack offsuit activate in the form of a 3-bet in position rather
It's
often.
easy to find. You can just search YouTube for Caribbean
Kicks out the 2
bluff
sixes.
venture.
Such a legendary hand.
Does Danny Tang want to take this one out of position? It's always more preferable to be set mining in position,
It's one of
so
my
he does lay it
favorites, for
down.
sure.
Yeah, 3x from the Ace Jack. Enough
David Gold one.
to shed Danny.
That's hard to beat. That's an all-time.
I can't remember this hand.
I would, the Kings versus Aces.
Well, for those of you that are sitting at home wondering how is it that they can get out to a Triton stop short of having the 25K buy-in that is typically needed for even the smallest of our events, try your luck at GG Poker. It is the one and only home of Triton satellites. No qualifiers on any other sites. What will you do with the opportunity? Parlay $25 up to 25K. Dongwoo Ko
It was like
earlier
the
was a
7th
qualifier.
bet.
Had his shot.
This card is kind of damaged. Maybe we need to change the deck.
Paul Jackson.
Yeah.
Always cheating
One
in
of it.
home games.
Who? Oh yeah. Gotta be careful which home games you play nowadays, you know. Dangerous times. Yes, please.
Webster Lim, Ace-Jack offsuit, deep stacks, BVB. At some point, Kaya Mockery is going to feel like they're just picking on him.
Certainly. It's getting old. There's a distinct lack of respect. Might be the vibe that Mockery's got
You
out
know,
here.
He's that unusual foreigner in the home game. You know, like they just keep attacking him
Celebrating with you.
regardless. Over here, we got David Yan opening the ace-10.
$17K. Chidwick, suited one capper, unintrusive. Pauses. And makes the call. Queen 9-4.
Not the best texture to see bet for the UTG Open, Queen 9-4. Looks like he is still going to reach for some chips, just a little bit. 1/3 should kick out the 5-3 suited. Any idea of?
Bookending that 4 of spades, obviously, but
No, you can't be just taking that out of
ambitious.
position.
Yeah.
Do you know if Chidwick calls London home at all? I know he's from the UK.
Well, Vegas is certainly a home.
Mm-hmm.
I don't believe London is a home.
Manchester?
He and Marine and their daughter spend time
Oh, in Vegas, you're saying.
in France as well.
In France.
Yeah. Big country, I understand. Not necessarily looking to give away the location of the Chidwicks.
Sure,
Randy.
sure.
Is
Okay.
Nacho listening to a Yuri Zivalevsky IG story?
I think he is.
I mean, Yuri obviously earlier did get showered. Would strike me as a touch morbid.
He wants to hear his bust out.
Reveling.
Listening to the obituary.
Right?
He's put a like on there. Nicely done, Nacho.
10,000, anti-10,000.
You have 400, right?
388.
Thanks.
What about Ben Heath? Can we call London home for him? Are you going to give away his location?
I mean, listen, I only go based
18?
on what the bios provide.
Thanks.
Ben doesn't strike me as a city boy. He does strike me as a man who, with the suited one gapper on the button, though, is keen to raise it up to 18,000, as we see.
Well, David Yan is keen to play the 6-4 offsuit out of position.
And a pair of fours. The result for David Yan, moisturizing the lips.
Chapped lips.
Moist board for Heath. Position.
Always nice to pick up a flush draw as the pre-flop progressor. 1 over. Pretty dry
14.
texture, actually. He's going to fire 14. David Yan with the mid-pair. Should feel pretty confident in check calling.
呢個做咩咁樣嘅？你練嗰個 speaker。
There it is. As his call. Adds 28,000 to the middle. Does have some backdoor straight prospects. And no prospects whatsoever any longer, as the 9 of spades leaves Yan drawing dead.
Yeah, the 9 of spades, of course, giving the flush for Ben Heath, looking to extract value from Queen X mainly. I'm curious to see if David Yan will still continue for another turn bet barrel. He could easily still have the best hand, but kind of a bit unsure if you're looking to improve or just kind of fade the 4th spade.
38.
Price is nice, actually, despite drawing dead in this instance. And Ben Heath's kind of 50% pot bet on the turn is actually kind of the exact price to kind of charge the 6-4 offsuit.
Yeah, it's the presence of the 6 of spades specifically that continues to make this potentially attractive to David.
If there was no spade in hand, he would be throwing the 6-4 straight into the muck, but as played, will still continue.
And do so drawing dead, as mentioned, as another 76,000 heads to the middle. Oh, no.
The worst
Trip
card?
4s on the river, and I tend to agree, as I think most would. That 4 of hearts, an awful card for David Yan. And I think whether or not he activates here is going to be directly correlated to the sizing that Heath comes with on the river.
Yes. And Ben Heath, of course, will look to extract value from all of the Queen X's, but the thing is, it's easy for David Yan to actually still have the 4 in the form of Ace of Spade 4, which is dealer versus big blind, which he would always defend. So he can actually size pretty well, and he is gone for all but 1.
Yeah, just look at that.
Snap.
Yeah, 200,000. A healthy chunk of David Yan's stack gobbled up in that exchange with Ben Heath.
This is alright.
Gotta feel good. It was an overbet too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It goes very fast. You might have a very good hand.
Are we allowed to ask the player who lost that? Must have had a big hand. You called so fast, but you
Can I get
lost.
some blue chips from you.
I mean, you're allowed. I don't know that it's a
Respectful.
pleasant
Imagine
thing.
at least you say one chip.
Would you ask that question?
I tend not to ask those questions, though I'm not going to be critical. I think that's fairly innocent. Not intended to needle, is my guess. Meanwhile, we flip it back over to the heavily Malaysian affair
Yeah, fresh deck every
at the
hand.
feature.
Do they know something about one of us? Was this happening before I got here?
Nope.
They saw what you did.
Got a new setup.
They're just too good.
That's the way it looks.
My Triton is where I always lose. Win every other place.
You always lose a Titan? For real?
I've been getting crushed at Tritons.
You got like top 3 or top 4, like this case you did. Not more.
This year, yeah.
Not the amounts, like yeah, amount.
Yeah, yeah.
Third.
Something like that.
Brewers, Stretch Packer total.
Brewer's ahead of me. The guy who won the main event is ahead of me.
Range 21. He was on like 7 million, like 3 months ago. Stupid. I'm not even on
Okay, well, Kaya Mockery's finally pick up a real hand.
In the face of a 21K open from Webster Lim, it'll be his turn, perhaps, to 3-bet.
But this time actually opting to call. I believe the reason actually is that with this deep, 60 blinds, and you get called by the 3-bet, it does get kind of tricky post-flop, as well as if you get 4-bet, which he did already by Webster, could be troublesome. 2 9s, 30 blinds. I could see a Haxton confrontation if he wants to kind of get squeezy. Could lose it all.
100%. I wish it was true.
all the money.
I will not dispute it was real, but seems unlikely.
And imagine that Mockery, had he chosen to 3-bet, depending on sizing, maybe would have lost Webster Lim. Instead, he's flatted and actually created an opportunity to dominate Ike Haxton if Isaac rips it in.
There's a good chance that Isaac will rip it in. If he is going to re-raise, most certainly all of the chips rather than 3-bet small to induce. Yeah, and there's no way Kaya Mockery will be laying down 2 10s. He knows his opponent.
Yeah, cool.
Snap.
Yep.
Not
And
good.
there it is. The most delightful of situations for Mockery to find himself in.
Hands not over.
Conversely, one of the worst for Haxton.
Do you want foresight?
True foresight.
Yes, clearly.
Sure what? Sure one foresight what?
Yeah, lah.
At least got chance what?
At least got chance, right? Yeah.
Chop is fair.
Would you not,
Yeah,
would you
that's
want
very
a
fair.
spade now?
All spade board has
Yes.
Ike
Spade now?
praying for a spade run out. Not going to happen in just 2 outs, 1 time. Or it's end of the road for Ike Haxton. And the 5 of
Yeah,
clubs
good luck
seals
with
it.
See you in the next one.
Oh, leave my Borderland.
Haxton didn't last very long at this feature table.
No, he certainly didn't. And his departure will leave us with 62 runners in the field, Randy.
Anyone in for 1 here?
Me.
Yeah, it's a good like 4 of us. At least you got 1 bullet.
Bullet check from Danny.
Không ngại đâu, ngại đâu, bullet rồi đó.
None left in the chamber for Ike.
Thank you.
Ngủ một sầm ngại đâu, one bullet. 唔使一千噶啦，而家都1萬，全部啊，你全部都1萬啦。
You live in Malaysia, Michael, yeah?
Yeah.
And you live in wait, Malaysia as well? Sort of? Kinda?
He's like the rock star life, you know?
Oh, you're the rock star. Oh, yeah. You're like the you're like the Nickelback of Malaysia, huh? Haven't you heard that song, How You Remind Me? This is a good song.
22,000.
This is the one, yeah.
Not bad. Pretty good.
Is it a raise already?
Oh boy.
Well, remind me that 2 kings are looking good in this spot against ace king.
5 seconds. Raise to 65,000.
Collision of premium hands. Both players deep. 3-bet to 65K, and often we're not this deep when the ace kings are present, and so they will rip right in there. But this, not the time for such an approach, Randy.
I would say there is a chance that Seidel doesn't come in 4-bet because he's raising from UTG, but he's just going to keep it simple, all in, snapped off 30%.
Oh my
For
goodness.
Seidel at risk. Million chip pot. 62 remaining.
You know, I thought they were deeper than they were, obviously, with the blinds going up to 5 and 10K, sub 50 bigs. It does feel as though 4-bet sizing might as well push all forward. I think you would agree, right?
Yeah, I understand where he's coming from. Definitely could have been a spot where he just called the 3-bet tube. Regardless, though, knows that these opponents have been 3-betting relentlessly with air. We do go to the flop here. Hello.
Ace, queen, 10, all hearts. And the ace king now has a stranglehold on things. Danny Tang needs to find a king or the jack, non-heart for a chop, and instead it's the heart.
I'm not sure. I think he has more.
And there
You
are a
have
few
more.
ways to end up dispensed
For sure. You have more.
that are more demoralizing than that type there, Randy. You're just in such great shape. Obviously, Denny, with the ace-king himself, probably would have found a similar play.
Yes.
494.
Silver Lining does have 30K remaining, 3 blinds, but you can feel the disappointment as he just kind of stood up.
Certainly.
Took off the mic.
Mm-hmm.
Now has to put it back on to play perhaps one more hand. But it is the OG Eric Seidel. Vaulting to upwards of 5th or 6th place, 7th maybe. Just 3 blinds. Not GG yet.
Yeah, don't want to be premature about it. It's not official, but obviously it would take something pretty spectacular for Danny to be able to recover.
Not meant to be again.
Actually, no, it's maybe even a bit higher because you blocked the king.
Is this the one? Folds over to Danny Tang, 3 blinds.
He's thinking it over.
5 seconds.
Does he wait for the next couple hands? Looks like he will. Well, good news for him. He would have got looked up by his ace-8 of clubs, which had him dominated.
In all likelihood, of course, Richard Young would be very happy
Raise 30,000.
to be a customer. And he's very happy to be an opener.
Don't know Seidel's cards, but he does have the position on the 3x open.
5 seconds. Thank you.
No interest. As Richard has performed quite well on the day. Saw him with that double,
How long have you been playing
taking him
poker,
off of
Eric?
the 184K
More than
stack
29
up
years?
to 376.
More than 29?
Yeah, Kings, man.
Sure,
Played
more than
poker-
29.
Yeah, you've played poker longer than I have lived?
Yeah.
Yeah, wow. Wow.
Well, we know Kaya Mokri
You're a
is
soldier.
not 29 years old.
Real soldier. Wow.
11.
You like the game?
In the beginning already?
He has not played poker longer
Yeah.
than we have lived, though, Ali.
Yeah.
I think it's close for you.
It's really not.
Not for me.
It really is not that close for me, unfortunately.
Well, you got the good genes.
The youngin. King Queen.
Just thinking that.
2.2.
You got the good cards.
Yeah, 20K.
Deuces found them up.
So,
Always
Jack
a
4
chance.
suited. Chin Wei Lim, also known as Webster, he's in. Diamonds covered.
Top pair against the open ender in 2 overs. Backdoor diamonds.
25,000.
59 in the middle. A quick follow through of 25K from Kiat.
Yeah, both players seeing that backdoor diamonds for extra backup. Jack 4 has to play passively on this type of board texture. Does check call.
Ooh, and that's a trouble card for Webster Lim. Not the type that's going to allow him to get away from this as it stands. Does have the best hand, of course, with the jacks, but
Right.
Kiat in a lovely place.
Normally, actually, a turn barrel from Kiat would be a lot of pressure for the Jack 4. Clearly, with the backdoor diamonds, Webster will have a mandatory check call. Kiat should barrel here. He can target the 10x, 8x, and just apply so much pressure. And I really do like the large sizing that he's going for towards 75% pot. Because there is a lot of hands that's like 1 pair gutter, and they will call like a half and lower bet size pot on a turn. So by sizing up, you can kind of still kick out those hands. As played, Webster's got a mandatory check call. Webster's looking for the diamond, and bet he doesn't know that that would be extremely bad news for him.
Yeah, very much so. Makes the call. And on the
Terrible
river,
card.
The clubs come in. 4-liner as well. Of course, it's not what Kiat had in mind.
The Jack 4 still has showdown value. There is merit for thinking about turning your hand into a bluff. However, Kiat Lee can certainly have the clubs, and you still beat all of the Broadways.
Yeah.
I don't think Kiat Lee will fire a third barrel, as an overpair, 2-pair
Watch a movie.
would have trouble firing when the 4-liner comes out. The clubs come
That
in.
was good. Have you seen it?
For him to bet here is
No,
basically
oh,
thinking
man.
he's
Oh, it's good.
representing the clubs. Wow. He is just relentless. What a read.
25K, 77K, and now 185K.
Oppenheimer.
The progression from
It's
Kiat
about
Lee.
the guy who got a team for
It's
the,
very interesting because the
first
9X
nuclear
is
bomb
very heavy
Japan,
in the
yeah.
big blind check call range.
It-
The fact that he's still betting
it's
on a
like-
range
no,
that's
it's like
perceived to
the
hit the big
late-
blind
No, it's like the late
should
30s
look
and the beginning
strong.
of 40.
And Webster might give this respect and lay this down.
Yeah, it's a really good movie. I would watch it.
I don't think we
I
could
would
blame
watch
him
it.
if he did,
Very, very good.
Randy.
He's thinking about it, though.
No.
Oh, no. It is
Webster
very,
might be
very
thinking,
good.
if you had 9x, do you really bet this big? The clubs came in.
It's very interesting.
Is this a club or nothing situation?
So I mean, he's more a Bobby guy.
But what are the club combos specifically that he would expect would be willing to barrel
yeah, if you wanna
flop
watch some combos.
and then turn as
Don't have
well?
these. Oh,
King, queen of
Barbie
clubs,
yeah.
obvious.
Oh, he's going one more. If he's beating a bluff, it is the Broadway's ace, queen, king, queen, backdoor diamonds. Does have backdoor diamonds himself, so we'll discount that a bit.
Yeah, it's really good. Yeah.
They got a lot of history.
You know why?
Both repping the Malaysian flag. Some of their strongest players from the country. Multiple time cards in there. It's a sick call if he can make it, my friend.
I'm shocked that he's even thinking about it like he is, Randy.
Yeah, seems like a one shot clock investment. Usually you'll see.
What a player to
You know why they bombed like Hiroshima and Nagasaki? It was like because that's what I heard at least. Like because
that's a professional play.
Yeah, into the muck goes Webster Lim's hand as Kiat Lee. 3-barrel bluffing his way to an earned pot
It's pretty crazy.
It was pretty
at the
nasty.
expense
It's pretty nasty. Yeah.
of Webster Lim.
Must be like the worst invention of all time.
Double up time.
Has to be. Most revolutionary, but the worst by far. Yeah. Can't imagine how it was during the Cold War. Like human people, both countries had these weapons. Pretty crazy.
All right, so notice that Danny Tang is playing the 9-5 offsuit from UTG. But the main thing is he's off of 3 blinds, actually limping. By playing this hand under the gun, yes, it's a weak holding. He can still capture all of that ante that's in there, but regardless, he's up against 2 kings in the small blind of Webster Lim. This could go multi-way, though, because Webster's going to raise, and Kaya Mockery in the big blind could easily just flat call in position.
Obviously, we're not at that stage of a final table where a stack like Danny's you'd want to keep around. These guys are all too happy to get rid of him. But Webster not sizing in a way that's going to be getting rid of the Jack-10 of diamonds. And
60.
might he be... Yeah, you know, it's funny. It felt as though maybe Mokri had an idea. We saw just how aggressive he had been, and now all of a sudden Danny Tang is like, what have I done?
He's put in 1/3 of his stack, one of his 3 big blinds, knowing that one of these 2 players has to be strong. He's holding 9-5 offsuit, 13% equity. I have never seen this type of action before. Is he just going to fold 1/3 of his stack and wait for the big blind ante next hand?
TBD.
You know, Kaya Mockery is thinking that Webster is weak to kind of isolate with this sizing. Pre, hence, goes with the Jack-10 suited.
And then here 60, right?
5 seconds.
Wow, lays it down. 1/3 stack in.
I mean, the prospects of maybe getting a triple up and cheese so attractive, but 9-5 off, even if it's unintrusive, so dusty, and the range of hands that Keihan Mokri would be
5 seconds.
approaching in this manner, deemed on the strong side by Danny?
I would think so, yeah. And knowing 9-5 offsuit is not doing so well. Regardless, we do still have two really strong hands here. Remember, they have been going at it. Webster already 4-bet aces earlier, and Kaya Mockery folded. Perhaps a similar scenario where maybe we even see the 4-bet call this time.
I use one only so far. I think.
Perhaps indeed.
5 seconds.
Wow, you also use
I use one only. Yeah.
Raise 155 mils.
Every time Mockery makes a move, he gets played back at.
He sure does, doesn't he?
Think after the final decision was like that.
Yeah.
It won't change. When I put the mind like that, I think the final decision is like that. That means you don't use time back.
Yeah.
5 seconds.
He's had enough. He's in there.
Call.
330 in the middle.
Heads up.
Queen, queen, 3. The queen of diamonds interacts nicely with Mockery.
The queen, in theory, does favor the 4-bet caller rather more than the 4-better itself.
5 seconds.
This texture is so dry, you can actually go very, very small.
80,000.
It's about quarter pot. This is the type of texture you do expect the 4-better to c-bet their whole range. You know, whether they've got the big pair, whether they got the ace-king, is going to lay down the jack-10 suited. Looks annoyed.
A hand that he didn't fold to the 95K more that was required of him pre-flop, but to the 80K c-bet, he acquiesces. And you can see a little bit of a grimace on Kaon's face there.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. 2 number cards.
2 number cards.
2 number
Offsuit.
that-
Offsuit.
Offsuit and hard to make a straight.
So a peek at the chip counts where Mockery is certainly trending in the wrong direction. 800,000 in front of him. Boss stack belonging to Eric Seidel. Webster Lim trying to narrow the gap as the Malaysians run 2-3-5-6. Here at the 7-handed table, Danny Tang lost a third of his stack. Limp folding in that last spot there.
Yeah. Yeah. Good luck, Danny. Good luck, sir.
This situation really sucks. I can't win that part.
Just focus on staying alive.
No, I meant last time.
Oh yeah. Of course it sucks lah, but you know, I don't know. So I don't know what the answer is. To be honest. The answer might be just don't look. You know.
This is good for you.
All right, so Danny Tang in there, 6-4 offsuit, as he is the big blind.
Big blind ante was required of him as well. That is the entirety of the rest of his stack. 6-4. Turns into bottom pair, but he's up against top pair. Mockery's kit.
No need to see the cut.
Hey.
Fortunate to be ahead of this ace-queen from Seidel.
Okay.
Now, 4-liner on board. Perhaps some chopportunity for Danny, who hasn't looked, unaware. Hoping that maybe there's an 8 awaiting him in there. See that side pot remaining flat at 20,000. And there is an 8 on the river that is going to keep Danny Tang alive. Obviously, a card that's going to leave this ace-10.
Nothing good, but it's same.
Disappointed.
No.
There's 20K on the side that might be worth fighting for.
You chop 3.
Might be figuring a jack or nothing will continue.
Nothing different, but most aging, yeah.
Yeah, look at this. Trying to scoop that side pot.
Sure is. Obviously, it's a little bit demoralizing for Danny.
Well, it's actually good, though, in the sense that he's going to win more chips not having to chop it 3 ways, unless Seidel does call.
How are you, bro?
Nice.
Okay.
Chop
Yes,
it,
my man. I might still win.
Just high-fiving.
Absolute garbage hand.
À, cấm là trường đó. Do xíu xíu trường.
I got that.
You were lucky.
Yeah, my man.
So Seidel does not make the call to
No,
chop the side pot. It's the big overbet from Mokri. Boots him. And then he shares the main with Danny, who is delighted.
You only got 10.
Oh, yeah.
Is that why?
Oh, yeah. Hả?係all in，不過分寸 Danny all in。係喎，我諗住你有選擇哦，個 Andy。
My man.
係如果 chop 你仲少咗3000咯，應該。
Yeah, because the anti gets chopped.
Andy get chop。
Yeah.
You lose 3,000. 3,000.
Oh.
I've never seen anyone excited this much with 2 blinds.
Fold it around to Danny's small. New lease on life.
I mean,
I assume we were chopping.
it feels like he's got to play with this. It's a random hand in big blind.
I haven't seen my hand yet.
Oh, you had a jack?
Hey. Hey. Didn't use it.
Not too bad, 40% equity.
唔係，再三冇得 fold 啊嘛。
Obviously, so is a snapper with virtually any 2.
It was any 2. He said he didn't even look.
Hope I have 5-3 off or something.
Michael holding
But
Danny's
nobody
fate in
will
his
raise.
hands.
Get the money. Nobody call.
Remember, 9-5 offsuit was the hand that he
Okay.
limp folded.
759.
Ace first, ace, then 6. How's that? Ace 6, fair, right?
It is what it is.
No, wait.
Same one.
Wait a minute.
Yeah, nothing wrong.
You find 9-7. Find your flush draw also.
Things are
A lot out.
far from
Come on.
unfair as a sopping wet 3 of spades on the turn, giving Danny the flush draw, but the 10 in the end, dashing his hopes of making the money here in the 250K.
Nice playing with you, Dan.
GG, Danny. See you, man.
哇！
What's me to fold?
I mean, I saw you had a straight, honestly, and you were going to fold because there was no side pot. That was what I was thinking in-game. Kind of weird to be bluffing there. I think nobody does. I think I like your fold. I talked to Adrian about it, and he told me it's very hard to call with the straight there. You made a good fold. Just I'm usually never bluffing there.
I disagree. I don't think I made a good call.
No?
No.
Why?
Steve O'Dwyer, small blind, ace-7 suited.
But nobody bluffs there.
Clearly that's not the case.
Rips it
I'm
into
pretty sure the
Derek
bluff
Haynes down to
radio
just
in that
105
pot,
after
like that side pot.
pocket
It's
eights.
not very, the
Ran
frequency
into
is not very
Lun.
high. But it's okay. I think you made a good fold and just turned out to be wrong, but I think 90% of the time is good. I was not 3-betting 9s, 8s, or 10s that hand with maybe 10s, yes. With Chanel on the big one. How much is it?
Exactly.
Hello, queens.
Wai Kin Yong, ace-5 suited, under the gun rip, and right behind him, Barbero, a ladies' man. Just gonna flat it, Randy, but these sorts of flats can still look quite scary to the rest of the field, right?
So in this spot, you pretty much flat your whole range to protect, to trap behind you in case you got aces, but also to protect yourself when you got a weaker holding like 2 9s and not having to commit the whole stack. Anyways, does have 66% against this ace-5 suited.
You have to show, you have 8 blinds.
Wykin's still in good spirits despite the grim situation.
It would appear that way. Here comes king, 6-4. 2 diamonds for Wykin. Spirits lifting in a 197,000 chip pot. Had outs as the 7 makes him open-ended.
Too many outs for the screen.
Exactly. Too many for us to list. And the river puts the 3 of diamonds out there as he gets there in 2 ways. Making the nut flush and downing Barbaro.
Well, the father and son doing good on the 2 featured tables. Richard and Wykin Yong.
That they are.
How many outs did he even have? Can you count it?
Any ace, any 3, any 8, any diamond.
It's like quite. It never comes off like clean.
Which is?
17.
Okay. They need like tape dots or something that you can like put. I don't know if that would work. How it would stick, but.
18 outs, right? 3 aces, 3 3s, 3 8s, 9 diamonds.
I have no idea. I did not count.
Pocket queens once more being distributed, this time to Ben Heath.
Boomerang. Ooh, ace king. Action table.
Trouble. These 2 stacks similar in depth to start this one at north of 50. Bigs, that is.
Did he just flat? It felt that way.
He certainly did.
Saw 4 blues going.
Ace 8 into the bin. Ace 5 suited, though, small blind for Lun Lun. See him perk up.
They actually all have very similar stack, rather deep. It is a type of hand where you could squeeze it. Obviously would not work, and Lun Lun just fell right into it. And the thing is, Stevie's trap seems so genius for him. He's thinking, well, I got the squeeze behind me. We get action. But there could be a 4-bet coming in from Ben Heath. And he's only committed 20K of the 50-some-odd blinds in there. He might be thinking, what did I induce?
Lun Lun has really spoiled things.
Should be rather speedy all in. Didn't even use a time card.
Speedy and meaty as well. And of course, Stevie heavily under-repped as a flat caller. Are there ever worlds in which this jam from Ben Heath is out of line?
No, I wouldn't think so. Not with the speed he did it to. You would think with ace-queen, he would probably just call the 3-bet rather than jam, as it does play very well. Of course, the same hand would be jamming the spot. Jacks plus, likely. I don't think Chidwick thinks this is light. He lays down ace-king, thinking this has to be strength. What an incredible hand.
Very, very few and far between are the occasions on which you'll see ace-king flatting pre-flop and then getting rid of it in the face of the 3 and 4-bet. But exactly that for Stephen Chidwick, who was behind against the 2 queens, had good equity, but
I concur.
that's one of those professional assessments where I don't need to press. And I think it speaks to the confidence that Chidwick has in navigating his way into opportunities, Randy, that are going to be more favorable and less murky.
And that's actually one of the spots where a lot of pros still may continue with ace-king, just realizing his hands on the rep. But it's very important that the ace-king is actually, what, a 7% dog or so against the 2 queens. I don't think he would ever fold 2 queens in that spot if he happened to smooth call because of the favorite against ace-king. But, yeah, that was a very, very cool hand amongst our pros. Ben Heath does not realize what he got to lay down there.
Sure doesn't.
Back to work. UTG. Do you notice this kind of lightning bolt chain or something? Is that part of his hoodie or is that like actually his necklace?
Flash Barbero.
Flash Barbero.
Please 1 second.
At a flash, he can have a lot of chips or none.
Yeah, Queen 7 of hearts. Oh my gosh. Buckle up, Randy. Pair and a flush draw against the nuts in what's a 55K pot for now, but not for much longer.
Easily a lot of chips will be going in by the turn. Ben Heath just smacked it so hard. He is playing from UTG. Type of board that does hit him. So I do kind of expect Nacho to play passively and just check call, given he knows there's a lot of like 2-pair or better from the UTG Open. Raising only represents ace-jack, which his opponent does have. You would never expect like weak 2-pair to check raise this board 60 big blinds deep. A lot of situations where even Nacho can win a huge pot. Looking for the heart.
Dry turn. Nacho with so much hand. Happy to check all the 33,000, putting another 66 in the middle, bringing the pot to 121K, checking once more. Obviously respecting the fact that there are plenty of hands that, for the time being, Barbero falls to.
Ben looking to extract value from the 1-pair jack-type hands. 2 pairs definitely exists. King Queens. Queen 10, King 10s. 121. Is that exact pot? It is. And the exact pot is actually very interesting for Nacho because it does kind of scream it could be 2-player plus or big heart draw. If he's up against 2-pair plus, then he should discount the 7 as an out at a decent frequency. It would be an extremely hard laydown to do so, but he should perceive his outs as reduce. Does check call.
So the pot grows. Another 242 into the middle and another heart on the river. Barbero with the flush.
Dynamite.
363 in there already. Note the SPR. 445 effective. And Barbero not going to fire here, Randy. I think he suspects that Heath has a good chunk of hand based on the progression in terms of bet sizing. Pre-flop position, the opener for the raise, then the barrel through on flop and turn. Of course, the turn was very dry. Now he's hoping that Heath will get greedy on the end.
Yes, and he really can't donk out here. It just looks like a flush exactly. He doesn't want his opponent to just, you know, make a big laydown. Ben Heath knows that when he bets turn that strong, he could easily be up against a 2-pair hand. Does he want to lose that value and check back? Does fear to flush. Flushes could be the Queen X of hearts, Ace X of hearts. Would be an incredible check back, but hard to do so. Does check it back. Ben Heath saves himself.
Very much so, and you can see Barbero very disappointed. Ben Heath irritated, but obviously it could have gone much worse for him on the end there, Randy.
Good check. Proud of you.
Is that allowed?
I'm not sure that's Ben, that's what Ben wants to hear. A little bit condescending, but you know, at the end of the day, Ben can feel good about that street. Put chips in when he was in front, kept him out when he wasn't.
Just disappointing result. Played it well.
His muck had a little mustard on it, too. You know, I don't normally see Heath all that emotional when he's out there operating. And to be fair, it was only on account of the fact that he is so composed at all times that even the slightest kind of thing catches our attention.
Look, we know these players are always playing the highest stakes, but how often are you playing a 250K in your career in a tournament where half of the players are VIPs? This is a very big spot for everyone in their poker career. You know, the emotions are going to get more and more as we progress towards that eventual winner.
Here's 400.
Now then, onwards we march, where Ben Heath's King 9 takes on an Ace 10. Moon, the opener, to 22,000. Heath called the extra 12. 59K out there. Ben now sitting with 462 back.
Just King 9 high for Ben Heath. He's out.
Mucked around to David Jan's Ace 3 suited. Found the bin with it. He was up front.
Well, it's going to create an opportunity for Nacho to attack from the dealer button. 2.5x.
400, right? 570.
Ben Heath wakes up with Ace King suited.
Indeed he does.
A little bit of rebate.
Look at this stack. 93. It's sad when your
It's not
time
like
chip
I've
stack.
spent one all tournament.
Yeah.
Not exactly.
Sad when your time chip stack is out. Size.
Looking for a little bit of revenge, perhaps. Look at Barbero leaning over just to see how much Heath has got left. Ace 4, never the one.
Last two. 1-1.
Well, the rebate is small for Ben Heath.
50K, final answer.
Good luck.
Haney making the stance here. King Jack off, down to 10 blinds.
Jamming 100,000. And Wai Kin with Ace Queen and not a whole lot more. See how he's feeling.
Yeah, he's going to be feeling like all the chips.
Fold.
So then,
Jack.
Young, 180 over the top, pull 80 back as
50-50.
he and Haney, the two shorties, collide.
Man, I can't be on the table with Nagy, right? Mine for me. Yes, I love it. Let's go.
And the ace-queen. Binks top pair has the queen of clubs as well. Haney does connect with the king. Hunting KJ. 6 of diamonds. Light flickering in this 225K pot for the American. Can he hit? No, that's the one type of paint that doesn't help Derek Haney. So
You could have had those.
最尾你個 picture 我諗到一下。
He will depart.
你係贏定係輸？
How many more hands?
Yes.
This is the last one.
One more.
Only 57 runners
That's what he told me.
remain of 118 entries here in the
Oh, okay.
$250,000
I thought this was
Luxon
the
Pay
last one.
Invitational.
I've never seen you with so many time banks. That's why I thought you had paid earlier.
30 minutes break.
Usually you have like 2. Usually you have 0.
It's often 0.
But like you got some recently, so I thought you'd be down to like 3 or something.
No, you're right about it.
You have 13.
Actually, I mean, honestly, I can.
No tough spots yesterday. You just knew what everyone had every
No, oh yeah. I'm gonna tell you. I played on autopilot. I was feeling so bad that I just didn't do anything. I just folded the whole day.
Raise 20,000 for it.
Steve, it was the most boring poker of my life.
Barbaro,
Folded
pocket sixes.
non-stop. And I waited for good hands and won them.
Just a little min raise.
Good strategy, right?
Good strategy, yeah.
Call.
Okay. You want 5?
I was feeling super bad, bro. Like really, really bad.
Hungover?
Oh, Dwyer.
No.
The customer. Neither player hits the board. Barbaro betting lead in position. Action checked over to him.
Does have the 2 overs, which is not a delightful spot. Discontinuation bet check through. Looking to showdown. Broadway
Make
does
it
exist.
3 overs. Advantage O'Dwyer in the flush draw department. Also does have the bad end of a gut shot here.
It's tough to start betting for Dwyer, given that this is the type of board that hits the pre-flop opener a bit more. But maybe he thinks that check back is rather weak, and he does. Trying to kick out these little pocket pairs, ace-X's. While Dwyer trying to represent 2 pairs.
Certainly plenty of occasions on which Nacho's kit here has hit the flop, let alone the turn.
Correct.
But O'Dwyer correctly identifying that this is not one of them. And a little 40K sprinkle will earn him the last pot of the frame. As it looks like the bags are getting distributed here. We're going to have ourselves a redraw. Pairings, of course, will remain split, but the deck will be shuffled. And this band of merry men disbanded. And as you see, Barbaro, chief among them. 76 big blinds when we come back. 5 and 10K level. As we bring you back to the desk, Ali Najad and Randy Liu. Luxon Pay 250K Invitational just getting underway here. Day 2 festivities. We are intending to play down to a final table, but obviously a fair bit of distance between now and then. 55 runners remaining, and up at the top, Randy, we have a VIP in Talal Shakurchi emerging to come up to the top. By the way, at one point, if I'm not mistaken, he was down toward the bottom of the chip counts and spun it back up. Big Al Dicarolis continues to be in second. Christoph Vogelsang in third. And pros and VIPs starting to mingle more and more as the day grows long.
Yeah, they do get to mingle now, but the thing is, after they get to do a full redraw, you might get a full table of just pros again.
Right.
Right? Like, this is very important to get a good redraw. Unfortunately, for some, it will be a tough table. Regardless, it's just taking advantage of the situation that you're dealt.
A quick peek at the chip counts as we're going to pass the torch here shortly. Provides a peek at the likes of Tan Xuan joining the top 5. Makita Badziakuski 1.3 in front of him, and Jason Kuhn always lurking with 1.1 and change. Okay, so then we will bring in Henry Kilbane and Maria Ho, rather. They will be handling desk duties. We will step aside. Don't go anywhere. Continuing action of day 2 of the Luxon Pay Invitational comes your way after this.
GG Poker. Why so many players? This is a crazy thing to do.
GG Poker
Broke the Guinness World Record.
Welcome to the World Series of Poker,
the biggest poker site.
larger than all other GG Poker. Passing traffic reaches all-time high.
Jump, 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 jump! No way!
Are you a PKO player? Do you want to learn how to play the optimal strategy in progressive bounty tournaments? GTO Wizard has you covered. Dive into our high-level theory articles and get the optimal solutions you need. Learn to balance the lure of bounties with ICM pressure. Practice PKO spots at every phase throughout the tournaments. Master the game and take home the gold with GTO Wizard. At GTO Wizard, we have all the resources you need to learn how to crush the competition for free. GTO Wizard, the #1 app for poker players.
Introducing the all-new BetACR.eu, the premier destination for sports enthusiasts. What sets BetACR.eu apart is our exclusive offering of live-action prediction options on the Triton Series. Experience the excitement as you predict the action while watching your favorite players live. But that's not all. By opening your account now, you can take advantage of our incredible offer. Receive a generous 15% free play on your first top-up, up to $250. Become a part of BetACR.eu and elevate your live sports engagement experience.
Jams in a king-queen offsuit. Discussion about whether or not Jungle Man is going to be able to register, given that he's dragging his feet a little bit. Perhaps his stack will be put in play and blinded off, as Danny Tang suggested. That seems to be a bit of an expensive proposition. Richard Yang with the 2 10s. Slightly deeper than Ivy. Jams his stack in there.
King à?
Good luck, gentlemen. Fair fight.
係咪要過啊？
And they're on their backs for $248,000 in the very first hand of the feature table. Didn't take long for that. Top set on a 10-8-6 board. A bit of a grimace on Phil Ivey's face. Reaching for the mic, but it ain't over yet. Backdoor diamonds, some straightiness, both possible. And never easy, the declaration from Danny Tang, who's seen things before. It is Phil Ivey who wants to see things, though, particularly a diamond. But instead, it is a 9 of spades. And today was a short-lived one. For one of the GOATs, Phil Ivey, showered by Richard Yong. Lovely start to the day for him.
I got one of those, yeah. The curly one?
No, the skinny one.
Skinny one.
Yeah, I get the skinny one. Yeah.
Could be cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, it could be cool.
I
Looks
tried
gangster.
it before.
You tried it before.
Wasn't really a success, I must say.
Mustache chat, the kind of thing that ensues when Yuri is at the table. On seldom other occasions, as we see Webster's pocket queens, back-to-back raises.
Type of hand you will see activate in the form of 3-bet, this ace X suited. Webster's going to be pretty happy to see some action.
But perhaps activating more with the ace-deuce through the ace-5 than we would with like an ace-6 through an ace-9, right?
Yes, pretty much.
King-queen suited now for Yuri. Such a pretty hand.
You often see players just outright fold this, but definitely from time to time some kind of 4-bet. And he's actually going to push it all in, and he believes that Kaya Mockery is just 3-betting way too light. Unfortunately, it's the original Razor that has the hand.
It's not for yourself, then you use for what? Maybe save some lah in case, you know, for emergency. Yeah. Invest some money. What a life. So much cash.
The jam from Yuri. In a bad way here as Webster makes the call. Mokri started this mess. And Zivalevsky taking a heck of a time to make this play.
I mean, to be fair, he was correct. The 3-better was weak.
Yeah, unfortunately for him, Webster was not, as the 10-6-3 all-red board delivers just 1 heart. Backdoor straight and flush. There's the backdoor straight. The king would work as well as an ace or a 9 now. Can the Brazilian double and decimate Webster with the queens? No.
Open 3-bet, go for all in.
5 of hearts. And they'll do a little accounting, but in the end, Webster does have Yuri covered.
One black.
Okay.
The black side.
I didn't see the black.
Yeah. Ah, you didn't see the black.
Yeah,
Okay,
it's like because of the
You mean you didn't know he had that much?
And he just drops all the chips.
You know, whenever we're in a cash game, somebody does something like that when they're trying to rack up. They're like, oh, he's never actually had that many chips before. That's the needle, of course.
You're just going to leave him sloppy.
Oh, okay, hand is small, maybe. Close.
No, I think it's him.
Oh, 700, 800, yeah. I just stack just looks big, that's all. You know, blacks. Yeah. Still a lot. Still can double me up. Nice.
UTG Open, King 6 suited. Dominated
It's a raise
diamonds
and
of
a call,
Eric
yes.
Seidel, who flats in
Raise
position. 1 Jack-10 in the big blind.
Price feels nice for Soiza. And as such, he'll take it.
Home game and me and Eric.
No, Eric's part of the home game.
Yeah, and me then.
Yeah.
I thought you said private game. Never mind. Yeah. I'm the odd one. I'm the odd one out. Just put a bounty on me.
Well, we have to cover you.
Oh, big L chip leader.
So that turn card going to give 2 pair to the 2 Jack-10s. Unlikely, but he got there.
Nobody wanted to bet the ace-high flop. Yacht did have sixes, now has some backdoor Broadway prospects.
Pretty sizable bet here. Around 75%. Seidel. 2 pair on a not the greatest board.
Yeah, 2 tones and coordination there. And might he expect that ace is up in the ace-jack, ace-10 range? Would be less likely to be in Soiza's hand right now. I mean, he blocks the jacks and the 10s, though, so ace-x certainly feels like it could be a part of the equation. And there's a card that neither of these two wanted to see, as another 90K slid into the middle.
I would think that both players are just going to hope this just check through rather than turn into a bluff with 3 pair. Soiza can be ahead occasionally against busted clubs, say like 8-9 of clubs. And the same thing for Seidel. Could be up against that club draw that doesn't like the way it ran out and gives up. Gonna
Jack
be
10.
pretty happy for both of them.
Then unfortunate. Ah, yes. Wonderful
Fortunate.
result. Nice hand.
I agree.
Yeah.
Very nice result. One had like 15 big blinds and JNT.
Wow, we flip it over.
She couldn't.
One of our other
She couldn't report the hands very
features where we find Nacho Barbero. Finished second to David Yan in the 200K, but actually made more, 3.4 million to roughly 3 million and change. That was the deal they made. A deal that was struck 3-handed.
It was struck 3-handed. They were trying to make a deal 4, did not.
Yeah, it probably had him showing his
weren't able to
more
conclude to
because
that, and
the hand
yeah,
where I
chopped it up.
check-raised him right
Both
after
at
I
the
showed
same
up at the
table.
It had it as like limp pre-flop, and then him betting like a small amount on the flop.
Yeah.
when in
King Jack
reality
off for
he
Lun
bet
Lun, one of our Malaysian VIPs.
In the face of the David Yan Open to 17,000, he deliberates.
5 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, I was like 95%, but then I saw him and was like, he did tank, so maybe.
Yeah, the lady who was doing it, and she gets a lot of stuff wrong.
Does bleed into one of his time banks. Contemplating multiple options. Perhaps 3-bet small, 3-bet all in, flat call on occasion. He's just going to put in a re-raise to 50K.
Yeah, taking the aggressive line here is Lun Lun.
I do like the play, although it probably will not be working in this instance. King Jack doesn't play that well
Man,
out of
that's
position.
not nice. I'm
not
fasting
suited,
and you eat that.
but good
Now I'm hungry.
blockers.
And to be fair, these ace queens don't necessarily want to get crazy as well. You can see David
Yeah, I get you. But when people
not fully comfortable, but not going to find the muck, of course.
The fact that he just calls rather than 4-bet ship means that he's respecting this small blind 3-bet from Lun Lun. Dry texture. No club, either player hand.
Check.
10, 3 deuce. No follow-through barrel from Lun Lun.
It feels with ace queen in this spot, when you get checked to, you just try to take the free card. Usually you got clean outs if you are behind.
Check.
And you got the showdown value.
So the 2 checks, pair the board.
Interesting spot here for Lun Lun. Does he feel that ace-jack or ace-queen would fold to a bet now? Clearly a pocket pair would never fold given the action, and just going to try to show down this king-jack, it seems. Perhaps Lun Lun's main plan was pretty much trying to take it down pre-flop, not looking to continue post-flop too much if he doesn't hit.
Checked through on the flop and the turn as Jan proceeds with caution. Perhaps caution that no longer needs to be exercised, courtesy of an ace of clubs on the river. Not going to be assigning too many flush draws to Lun Lun's hand as played, though we do unblock the clubs.
I believe the intention was for Lun Lun to just check it down, but he might fire on the ace, just thinking, well, I always have the ace kings and ace queens that would play this way, and those 40k chips are not ever going to see his stack in this hand, as David Yan is likely to just call here, knowing he could be up against ace king.
A little bit of a strange time for Lun Lun to come out swinging, it would seem as well, Randy, with just king jack high that had showdown value.
A little backwards. It's almost like, well,
Fish and potatoes are very like.
You guys eat that?
What are the other
What's
issues?
the one they have in Iceland? Rotten
I
fish,
think
the herring.
Oh, lutefisk,
terms
probably.
of
It's called, yeah, it's called
that part of the world,
I think
something that
that's
I
the
brought
one
up
you're
on
talking
stream
about.
before, the
The
prevalence
one
of
they
canned
ferment.
fish. Really something that is not fit for human consumption.
you don't like it.
Salmon, I would say.
Do you?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Norwegian salmon. I guess.
I've eaten it plenty of times, actually.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know, but it's so
How'd you feel about it when you did?
so good.
Actually,
Yeah, so good.
no, I don't like it.
There
I
you go.
actually always avoided it.
There you go.
It's
The one with the black beans?
No,
Oh, maybe you wouldn't know because you
But I
never
went
ate it.
before I went to
Black
Iceland.
beans.
Yeah,
It's
it's
like,
just
how do you say?
some
And I went to Iceland.
tin can, yellow,
I
long.
wouldn't know. I don't eat salmon.
That sounds horrendous.
Yeah. Tin.
Different life, huh? A different
Couple
lifetime
deuces.
ago.
A 7, not able to outflop them. Button versus big blind this time. Seidel does not follow through after opening to 19K. Club draw on the turn for Mokri.
Just a marginal draw here. Trying to interpret what this snap check back on this king 10-6. Doesn't opt to bet. Hello. Set. No good.
Yeah, it comes in the wrong form. After the turn goes check, check. Mokri hits the 7 high flush. Maybe not strong enough for him to come out swinging. TBD. And if he did, maybe he's able to get a little bit of value out of Seidel's set of deuces.
He should get paid off, actually, with this bet. Especially the mini bet. This set of deuces paying off for sure and is going to see the bad news, but was given a good price. Can't feel too bad.
So a little 8K sprinkle gets looked up as we get our first peek at Derek Haney, the American, first ever Triton Festival, first ever Triton event. And not the first ever time we're going to see two kings jam as the 16K open with the pocket eights.
Count it, please.
Having a great deal of pressure applied. Count being requested, though, here. And that is music to Lun Lun's ears.
It's not that big of a jam, and he might just be forced to call this off. It is Undergun versus Undergun +1, which is troublesome, but the price is too good.
At least that's how Haney felt about it, and bad news indeed, as the snowmen melting.
It's okay, just put over there. Fair for us, just put over there, yeah. See Penguin looking for who?
25. I'm just getting ready for you. 32.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh, exact
prepay.
Good luck, Penguin. See the Penguin choose who?
I think it's 135, but...
Oh.
Ace, queen, deuce, an eightless board, the type that leaves the two kings comfy.
It's like a smaller stakes poker series that Richard and Winfred and Ivan started last year.
Richard and whom?
Winfred.
Oh, Richard and Winfred.
Ivan.
Ivan.
135,000.
Where is it?
In Asia, they've had events in Malaysia, Philippines,
Vietnam,
Taiwan.
What are they buying?
Clean run out.
The main event is usually like 1K or 1,500.
For the two kings,
I'm not
as
gonna
we
go.
listen in on O'Dwyer.
He's too far to travel.
Okay, well, I'm not
Providing
done.
If you gave Kaya Mokri 10 chances, he still wouldn't get a 7
How much did he
offsuit.
bet on the flop?
Yeah, that one would be difficult to put Soiza on.
Maybe even 20 chances wouldn't get it
And you
right.
folded?
I did, yeah. I'm a weak
I'd
guy.
like to think. No.
Jack 3
20
suited.
chances you're probably not going to guess A7.
You have backdoor straight though, you can't fold.
Yeah, but I didn't have backdoor flush draw, so I was like,
That's
yeah, so, yeah, out of hearts. Oh.
But I think you are onto something, Ollie, that he kind of wants to get involved. Feels like he's been getting 4-bet and 3-bet way too often in his first frame of play. King Queen now. Small blind versus De Souza button open. Notice the pocket nines in the big blind. Not going to like to see the 3-bet in front, though.
No, not at all.
Nope, never mind. He's in there. Gamble, gamble, gamble. Didn't even think about it. Fastest player in the world. Perhaps priced in?
I mean, the fact that he also came with the gamble, gamble, gamble might make Kiat think King Queen is doing okay.
Kind of when you hear the gamble, 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 usually they've got like a really strong holding. But this is just Richard Young being Richard. So this is actually, it's a 22 big blind behind, so he's probably started to hand up about 23 or 24. It is quite a lot, but he did 3-bet the 65K, which is about 8 blinds.
176, right?
As long as there is enough pocket pairs in there, it does make the call. Young at risk.
2 overs is obviously a nice place for Kiat to be.
As good as it gets, actually.
Yeah, Ace King, Ace Queen would have had him smothered.
Legit hand, huh?
Can't imagine that 2 unders is ever what Richard would be jamming with over the 3-bet.
Oh, 2 aces.
And Ace, Ace, Jack all over this King Queen.
10 also.
As the Broadway cards need to be faded by Richard's 9s. He's done it so far.
I think I have a queen.
No, my 10 Jack Queen Queen.
No, I have 8, 9.
Better go back and sleep.
Safe.
Yep. Managing to fade is Young.
Yeah.
Wow.
Good hand. Good hand. Good line.
Do I have time to run to the...
Would strike me as a touch morbid.
He wants to hear his bust out.
Reveling.
Listening to the obituary.
Right.
He's put a like on there. Nicely done, Nacho.
10,000, anti-10,000.
You have 400, right?
388.
Thanks. What about Ben Heath? Can we call London home for him? Are you going to give away his location?
I mean, listen, I only go based
18?
on what the bios provide.
Thanks.
Ben doesn't strike me as a city boy. He does strike me as a man who, with the suited 1-gapper on the button, though, is keen to raise it up to 18,000, as we see.
Well, David Yan is keen to play the 6-4 offsuit out of position.
And a pair of 4s. The result for David Yan, moisturizing the lips.
Chapped lips.
Moist board for Heath. Position.
Always nice to pick up a flush draw as the pre-flop progressor. 1 over. Pretty dry
14.
texture, actually. He's going to fire 14. David Yan with the mid-pair. Should feel pretty confident check calling.
呢個做咩咁樣嘅？你練嗰個 speaker。
There it is. As his call. Adds 28,000 to the middle. Does have some backdoor straight prospects. And no prospects whatsoever any longer, as the 9 of spades leaves Yan drawing dead.
Yeah, the 9 of spades, of course, giving the flush for Ben Heath, looking to extract value from Queen X mainly. I'm curious to see if David Yan will still continue for another turn bet barrel. He could easily still have the best hand, but kind of a bit unsure if you're looking to improve or just kind of fade the 4th spade.
38.
Price is nice, actually, despite drawing dead in this instance. And Ben Heath's kind of 50% pot bet on the turn is actually kind of the exact price to kind of charge the 6-4 offsuit.
Yeah, it's the presence of the 6 of spades specifically that continues to make this potentially attractive to David.
If there was no spade in hand, he would be throwing the 6-4 straight into the muck, but as played, will still continue.
And do so drawing dead, as mentioned, as another 76,000 heads to the middle. Oh, no.
The worst
Trip
card?
4s on the river, and I tend to agree, as I think most would. That 4 of hearts, an awful card for David Yan. And I think whether or not he activates here is going to be directly correlated to the sizing that Heath comes with on the river.
Yes.
A very warm welcome back to the JW Marriott Grosvenor House. Maria Ho alongside myself, Henry Kilbane, stepping in for Ali Najad and Randy Liu. It is day 2 of event number 9, the $250,000 buy-in Luxon Invitational. And Maria, the funnest part of the tournament has just happened on that prolonged break. We've got ourselves a little random seat draw now where there's a chance that there is a pro joined with 7 VIPs and the same vice versa. So really adding to the variance of such a high-stakes tournament here.
Right. I feel like there's different stages throughout this tournament, and this is the next part where, as you mentioned, the mixing of the VIPs and the pros, and certainly how well you do on this table draw is a form of run good as well.
It's insane, right? I mean,
Yeah.
you think of all the things you could prepare for. Gym, Wim Hof, ice baths, all of these things, you know, praying to the poker gods to be on the right side of variance. Then you have a seat draw like this where you could just have Death's Row, Jason Kuhn, Chidwick, Ivy, you name it. But then you could also be lucky and be thrown in with the likes of, you know, Dao Min Fu and all of these VIPs that love playing big pots. We've got a very interesting table in our hands. Table 2, as I turn my attention to the Triumph Poker Plus app. We've got Shakurchi, chip leader, on his second bullet. We saw him in the mix yesterday. He's joined by Winter, Schulman, Tsang, Yu, Flink, and Holst, as well as Orpin. So that is the table that I'm most excited about. Got Schulman, who was down to a short stack yesterday, managed to spin it back up. We have the likes of Tsang, who is capable of just playing massive pots. We saw him even hit Dao Min Fu with the, can I rebuy yet? The answer was yes. Made the call with a weak flush and ended up doubling up. Sean Winter, of course, the short stack ninja, but no short stack for him. And on the red feature table, we've got Yong, Gottlieb, Pua, Lee, Kim, and Drago. So plenty of action as the random seat draw has been made as we look to throw it down. We see all the bags back out. Live from the JW Marriott. Bit of a walkthrough. See Jason Kuhn sat alongside Kyan Mokri, Alex Ponakov, Sadrian Mateos, Pedro Garignani. It's like Santos Savannah over there as well. That looks like one of the toughest tables in the room.
I was going to say, if I didn't know better, it looks like they didn't really mix up the VIPs and pros at that table.
No, they've got Greenwood over there as well. Pretty rough seat draw. I'm going to put you on the spot. What looks like the softest table?
Oh, wow. I get thrown this question, huh?
You can throw it back to me afterwards, don't worry.
Let's be honest, this is still a Triton event, and because of that, so many tough players in the mix. I can't say that one necessarily jumps straight out at me, but I also just want to bring the focus a little bit back to the feature and the secondary feature where we have our 2 women that are in the field, of course, Christina Hulse and Sosia Jang. So great to see them still in action. And Daniel Dvoris here, 370K. Has had a pretty decent series, still looking to close one out, of course. All right, your turn.
My turn.
What do you think is the quote-unquote softest table draw in the mix as we look at Bryn Kenny, winningest player on this tour.
Yeah, alongside Makita Mormon. Looks like Phil Nagy. Rob Young also over there. Honestly, I don't want to play Switzerland the same way you did, but looking through, like, there is no soft table.
Wow.
So
So you're saying I make a good politician, do ya?
I mean, look, Switzerland's a fine place to live. We're talking great food, nature. You're into hiking. You love coffee as well. Great coffee out there.
I do love raclette. Raclette? I don't know how you guys say it. You don't know what raclette? Yeah. Cheese. It's cheese.
I'm lactose intolerant, so. But anyways.
Well, you're
Yeah.
missing out, let me tell you, because
Here we are.
that
Christina
fake
House.
cheese is not cutting the cheese.
About
You know what I mean?
Shikachi gonna flat in position. Chip leader. 1.8 million. We're talking about how Shikachi just gets in the mix with hands that a lot of the pros would pass up on. We saw him calling 3-bets with hands like 8-7 offsuit, taking it to the streets in 3-bet pots and just bulldozing his way to the chip lead. Shulman gonna defend 4 ways. 112 in the middle and some potential collisions here, especially on that board. Maria, Queen 9-8. I don't
Wow.
think the dealer could have pinged off a more dangerous flop.
It's hard for everybody to have a piece 4 ways, but somehow this is where we found ourselves. And, you know, we had a little discussion, Henry, right before we went on air about how I have a bit of a crush on Talal Shakurchi, just as a human, just think he's great. And apparently I'm going to have to fight Lara Nisi
Wow, you're just putting her on blast
for him,
like
I
that.
guess.
Yeah,
but,
I mean,
and
and James Dempsey.
Talal, obviously somebody who is just such a fan of the game, just loves it, you know, plays a lot online, is a crusher, has put up incredible results. Here, though, outkicked by Christina Holst, but look at him getting aggressive, which really folds out the other 2 players in the hand who had equity to continue with.
Yeah, denying the near 40% equity that Shulman found himself with 4 ways. Holtz with a sizable lead on this one. Got to make the call. 2-8-2 in the middle, 2-6-8 behind. It's the king of clubs on the turn, giving her top 2. Talal still drawing live, however. In fact, now has more outs than he did on the flop.
Just under 1 SPR here, so you wonder, will Talal slow down because Holst shows a lot of interest in this hand, calling that raise, or, well, it looks like, oh, well,
brutal.
I think she will get a full double here in the presence of the diamonds missing.
Really? Stuck in Canada. Okay.
And also Shakurchi blocking the straight, of course, with the jack in hand.
Welcome to day 2. Maria of the 250k Luxon Invitational. Kicking things off with second
You guys
up
been in
blow.
there long time.
V trips.
During the,
SPR less than 1.
pandemic,
Yeah.
that he got Hong Kong ID, right? He goes Hong Kong.
Yeah.
Oh, in Hong Kong, I tell them come Hong Kong. We've got some.
Yeah.
We've got some games going here.
Interesting spot for
At some
Christina,
food
obviously.
and reunion.
Talal raising flop, checking turn. Oh, she goes for the jugular, Maria.
You can stay in Macau.
And I love that Talal realizes
During
that
pandemic,
because
so it's like pretty well
this all-in bet represents
into
just slightly under pot,
lot of
that
action.
she's not likely to do
The
this
pandemic changed things for people that
with,
we
you know,
consider-
any
As I
type
said,
of
it's
value
like,
that
His eyesight
necessarily Shakurchi should be snap calling here with
Right.
trips
Oh.
in hand.
and
Like, is Christina ever finding the tank jam with Aces. How about pitching trips?
What?
That is how you become the chip leader of a 250K. Not only running good, but knowing when
Unbelievable.
to find massive folds. And I think there are a few more people out there now with crushes on Talal.
As if I needed more reason
Right.
to love Talal Shakurchi. What a fold.
That
Okay.
one's going to sting for Christina as well when you look back and...
All right, y'all. The position of
Okay.
Vice President of the Talal Shakurchi Fan Club is open. Yours truly, of course, being president. You know what, Laura? We can be co-presidents. That's okay. That's fine.
How about that fold? To kick things off on the flip side of that 30-minute break, the random seat draw, down to 55. By the way, you know, Maria, something that we slept on in the pre-game, the break desk, perhaps too keen on scouring the tables for the mixture of VIPs and pros. What's the prize pool? 29.5 million. First going to be walking away with $6,860,000.
As you mentioned, you know, seven-figure payouts.
It's a lot of Bitcoin. Tang, gonna defend the big. As Christina continues to climb. Flopping best on the King 9-4. What would you buy? What would the first thing, I should say, because I know there would be, you love retail therapy. 6.86 million up top. What would the first thing be that you would buy?
I think I would just want to take all of my family and close friends on
Nice.
a very nice vacation.
Oh yeah, I like that.
You know, there's not really one thing that I really want or need.
Just
And
drop off the
so-
grid for a week
Yeah,
with the fam.
it's really about the experience and making memories. And I feel like when I was younger, I might have, you know, splurged a time or two on something materialistic. But definitely, as I get older, I find that those things certainly don't matter in the long run.
Sure. Just like a full break.
No judgment, though, if, you know, someone wants to buy a Bugatti. It's fine.
Seen plenty of those around Mayfair. You've been requested in the production group. I mean, the floor is all yours. The stage has been set.
What?
You're not in the same group as me?
I am.
You know,
Ah.
no Wi-Fi?
I got it now.
You got it? Okay. No pressure.
Well,
Do you want me to tee it up?
apparently, no. Well, I'm just catching up on our chat. I mean, you know, normally I don't look at anything else but what's happening
Yeah,
on
okay.
the table, Henry. But thank you for keeping me apprised.
Right.
Apparently, we've got some people in chat that says if I ask for likes and subs on air, that they will happily oblige. Clara, thank you for teeing me up, actually, for this spot to prove my worth and mettle here to everybody at Triton, apparently. How many people like this after I kindly request it of our viewers is going to be an indication of whether or not I get to be on tomorrow for the final. So, guys, I hope to see you all here tomorrow. If not, you know whose fault it is. But really, we appreciate all of you guys for joining us on YouTube, on Twitch.
Yeah, an extended warm welcome to the entire poker world from the entire Triton family. Not only us here in the booth, production crew, share hands, the floor, the dealers, the VIP concierges, everyone that makes this Triton production possible, and of course the viewers that tune in and keep us company day in, day out. Get involved in the conversation, whether it be in the chat or on socials. Don't forget to tag @Triton on Twitter. Fire both myself and Maria a message whilst we're on air if there's anything you want us to perhaps turn our attention to. or just some words of support as Brian Kim 3-betting small blind v hijack, 194 in the middle, flopping a nut flush draw. 3-bet pot Maria. Small c-bet seems to be the in thing in 2023 modern game.
Especially on a texture that just looks so good for the pre-flop 3-better. Gonna have all of the strong premium holdings. Can be quite nutted in this spot. But you know, Paul, he does not like to fold. Ooh, and that is going to be a great turn card. His resilience here is gonna get paid off potentially if Kim makes the flush, but also you imagine Kim will just continue the aggression, trying to fold out the weaker part of Paul's range, these perhaps middling pairs that will call a 3-bet pre but can't withstand too much heat. But that is the gin card for Paul on the turn. 4's full. And now Brian doesn't know it, but he does not want to see a club on this river. I imagine Paul can just call here and set up a nice SPR for the river. I think if he goes all in here, obviously just going to shut Kim's equity down.
Right.
Can't call off.
Folds out 10s, jacks, queens, those types of hands. Couldn't agree more, Maria. I think call is the play, and Paul seems to agree in position. 6-3-4 in the middle. Brian Kim, the effective stack with 3-7-4 behind, and he gets there.
Ooh, that is very unfortunate.
Brutal river card for Brian Kim. Rivering the nut flush. Really not losing too much. I mean, perhaps kings at a very low frequency get flat called by Paul. Seems unlikely.
Yeah.
Ace 3 suited, we now beat.
Certainly now hoping that Paul has a good King X holding. Going to be the hand that he would most likely get action from, but we see that Paul has much better than that. Just waiting for him to put the rest of the chips in. What a river.
He's going to be one of the tournament chip leaders if Kim announces himself, as one would expect.
5 seconds.
And leaving a little bit behind, and you wonder if he can make the fold when Paul puts him all in.
361,000.
There's no way that he could think.
Play all in.
Oh, yeah, I mean, he can't, but.
Nice hand, Paul.
Well,
I have the best hand all the way.
That is true. You're not wrong.
1.4 million
Big
chip
ball.
pot almost.
Very
Going to boss.
You no gamble, no future.
No gamble.
He's like one of 2 pros.
No, I mean
Pew, pew.
PL.
Me no gamble.
Yeah.
No, me.
Lockdown, under lockdown.
Yeah, sitting there going,
Gamble with the big
don't think about me. I'm not here.
You no gamble.
You like that 4? You like that 4 on the turn?
Blind game nhiều here.
I don't.
like
I
that?
don't know. I know I have the best hand on the turn before on the flop. On the turn, yes. On the flop. On the flop.
Definitely on the turn.
The turn.
So
Wow.
still have king there. Yeah.
No gamble, no future. Well, Paul Pua moving up to 4th in chips, eliminating one of the only pros over at that table. Now,
I can't spot
there
the
are
recreation.
6 VIPs and 1 pro over there.
Everyone's a pro in my eyes.
I do want to go back a little bit, though, Henry, to, you know, when they effectively go all in, leave a little bit behind. You have seen players able to do that for value, obviously, and then once their opponent puts them all in, they have been able to find the fold, maybe not with that strong of a hand, obviously, but able to leave themselves, even in that case, with 1 big blind. I'm not saying that that was the scenario where that could have been possible, but of course it just leaves it open where you never think your opponent is going to be bluffing you when they put you in for the remainder of your chips, right?
Yeah, honestly, I know exactly where you're at. I mean, Brian was in the small blind, had a big blind back, so would have had an orbit to, you know, chip back up. And when you do get jammed on, you have to ask yourself, you know, is Paul jamming Queen Jack of clubs there, for example? You know? How often? But I guess with 1.45 million in the middle, the price that he's getting laid, if there's ever a world, as Winter 4-bet rips on Robert Flink, who beats him to the pot.
All right, good luck.
With the ace-queen-o.
Thanks, man. I'm glad you want me to hit a 10.
Huh?
I appreciate it. I would like a 10 as well. Anyways, good luck, no matter what happens.
King 9-5. $10 and a 10 only needed for Sean Winter. Doesn't find it.
Split.
Robert Flink gets the full double. And now, you know, Sean Winter
What is it?
in his comfort zone, 12 bigs.
Exactly. This is where he really shines.
This is how he makes his millions. By just hitting everyone with the, you know, I'm down to 12 bigs. Practically out the tournament. If anyone wants to lay me odds on Winter making the FT, hit me up. I believe it was the Luxon Pay Invitational. No, sorry, it was the main event in Cyprus where managed to ninja his way with 4 bigs.
You need to go to the restroom.
From the bubble all the way to 7th, I believe. Cashing that main that Jason Kuhn went on to win. For 595,000. It was the same situation in the Luxon Invitational, I stand corrected. 4th place in that for 1.64 million. The man knows how to ladder. Elton Sang. Squeeno. One of the Triton OGs. The man responsible for some of the biggest cash game pots we've ever had the pleasure of streaming. And also partially responsible for the short deck boom that happened back in 2015, 2016 when Triton first kicked off. He was there at the beginning when the likes of Jason Kuhn and Dwan ventured out to Macau, Roble, all of those nosebleed cash games. He was there from the get-go.
Do you feel, Henry, as though short deck had a little bit of its time in the sun, but now maybe has been a little less popular? It seemed like it was on an upward trajectory for a while, and then there were a ton of short deck events, and then now, you know, not quite so many.
I think Triton is the only place in the world where it's, you know, treated equally, I would say. Yeah, I mean, they love it. Both Westerners and Eastern players alike. They come here, mix it up. It's a nice little nightcap to a high-stakes series, the back end of the Triton series, where they get to just gamble a little bit in the short deck streets as both players turn top pair. It's a pot-sized turn barrel from Sang. You played much short deck?
I can't say that I have, maybe once or twice. You know, watched a couple of short deck streams.
We're going to be throwing you in the deep end then.
I know.
Did you know that a set is a favorite against the flop straight with 2 cards to come in short deck, equity-wise?
I do know some of those factoids because the first time I played, I had to make sure that I was clear on what hands also beat what because they're not quite the same as in a full deck.
Yeah, there's some fun little quirky facts like that. Like 10-9 suited is the best hand to have against aces in short deck. Shout out Jason Kuhn, by the way. I know he's reached out to, I want to say, all of the commentators on the Triton team to just give some little insights to make our lives easier. Jason just realizing that a lot of us in the booth have limited short deck experience. I mean, he typed me up a full 10-pager. So I'll share that with you.
Thank you. Sharing is caring.
It is. Here we go. Sean Winter. Just where he wants them.
Could be the start of his run-up, which is to be expected based on what we've seen him do with the short stack. This might be too many chips for him, actually.
Yeah, I think he just needs to raise fold nines here. Just grabbing a fistful of oranges and throwing a bunch of chips into the middle. Let's see if anyone wants to spin the wheel with Winter Shakurchi. Couple of sixes. Got an ISO jam. Fortunately for him, Orpin doesn't wake up with a monster, and now Sean Winter gets to do Sean Winter things. Suits covered.
Which is it, Sean?
Good luck.
Thank you.
Works every time.
Look at all of his short stack tricks. Wishing your opponent luck when it's your tournament life at risk. Oh, no. Might he regret that?
You must be sincere.
Yeah. That's your mistake. You meant it.
We'll take it
I
forward.
have to use the restroom. What's the trick?
Oh.
You cover?
No lucky, Sean.
Okay.
I think maybe
You cover.
just about.
You know, can't resist on the way out. Dropping one for the giggles.
Oh, legend. I wish I could find humor in moments like that. Hitting us with the one-liner. Talal Shakurchi, of course, the tournament chip leader. You know, Sean, just do cover. GG's Sean. Sure we'll be seeing more of him in the main event in the days to come. Talal Shakurchi extends.
Players, please come and take your seats.
Raised to 26,000. Fold. 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 Fold.
Well, the only pro left at the table. Cat Lee opening from under the gun. Got to run into the ace-queen. Double P. Rocking the TPS cap. Shout out to the Triton merch team, by the way. If you do want any of that Triton swag, you can head over to the Triton website. Comes ace, jack, jack. Lee in trouble.
Check.
Luckily, with the presence of trips possible, he might not lose too much.
What a fantastic name. Leonardo Drago. Some people just have all the luck. He's drawing to a chop. He's a jack or an ace.
Yeah, with the turn rolling off, more coordination. You see the check back. Would be happy to show down, but Paul certainly has a candidate for value with the check back on the turn. You imagine that trips are going to continue to seek value, unblocking the good ace-x's, and also trying to find some protection from king x and queen x. But Paul checks it over.
Ace queen, ace and jacks or queen.
And
Yeah, Mr. Value.
yes, Paul knew he could have gotten a little bit more.
Mr. Value bet.
Yeah.
Call pro side next time.
Because we cover the same country, no value bet.
Pro side
You
next
can
time
join
for
my
you?
clan in Clash Royale. I see what you're doing over there.
I think I
You know,
play
setting
better
up
against
your-
the pro.
I'm trying to find
I
out
don't know what the
more.
VIP is doing.
Leonardo Drago. First
This
ever
Xiaomi
Triton
Fu
event.
killed me. I went all in on the turn. Zero equity.
Oh, I was.
It's 8 new spot. I have king queen.
I was wondering if the reporting got the spades
No,
and
I was
clubs
tilting.
mixed up.
He took me.
Oh, that's so funny. I know. Sometimes these hands
Never
happen,
done that, I
and you're
think.
like,
Never.
did the was the reporting just wrong?
It's correct.
Seems
that
like Leonardo,
24.
head of Singapore's investment advisory.
Well, it's okay, boss, because he's out, and now you're like top 3.
Talking of Drago,
Like, Dad,
with
okay.
5s in the small blind against numero uno, and look at this, Marie's reaching for raising chips out of the small. And what do you do in Paul's shoes? With the aces, options to perhaps set the trap.
I would love to see the trap set here, especially against a stack of about 36 bigs. You feel like if you 4-bet, there's going to be a lot of hands that they won't be able to go with there. But here, not the best flop for 5s either. And also, when Paul calls the 3-bet, certainly going to be connecting with this type of texture. Going to be a lot of the middling cards, suited, connected, broadways.
45?
Yeah, 35.
45, 45.
45, excuse me. Better 45,000.
45k bet, 25% from boss wants check too, and Drago gotta keep him honest for at least one street here.
Yeah, hoping that he's up against 2 overs here. Some of the big ace X's, king X's.
Okay, 6 of diamonds on the turn. Open ender for Leonardo now. 2-7-4 in the middle, 3-12 behind. Oh no.
Wow.
Oh.
Yeah,
Okay.
once you get
Great.
the snap, can't love it, but
Nice hand.
more live than
did not
he
expect that.
was on the flop.
This is very good.
If the 6 doesn't come, I'm getting out of that.
Yeah.
Yeah, the 6
No,
just
thank
made
you,
it.
Paul.
Once.
No thinking this.
Yeah.
He finds the 5
Oh.
of clubs. Up to
Wow.
898,000.
Never felt, yeah.
So happy.
That is a dirty river, but Paul played it to perfection. Just got unlucky with the run out.
I have a
Okay,
lot
you
of
just-
Yeah, good. You have a lot of chances. Okay.
You stick to knocking out the pros, Paul.
Just knock him out.
12,000.
I
Yeah.
want to join the board of
Okay,
whatever
mixture.
investment advisory board he's on, because he clearly knows how to win, even when the odds aren't in his favor.
Big nit.
Sign me up. What do you think the minimum investment in an equity fund like that is?
Not out.
You think I'd cut the bill?
I mean,
Not out.
maybe something in the neighborhood of
Ladies and gentlemen, we do
top 3 spots in this 250K. You got that lying around?
Hard to win with aces.
Oh, well.
Yep.
I lost with aces earlier.
Let me go and check the old Bitcoin price.
Only easy to sometimes.
Been drawing dead recently. Can spin it up though on PokerStake.com. As a lot of you have, you can see Michael Soiser there with action available on the Triton Super High Roller Series in London. And PokerStake is, of course, the official staking partner of Triton, the ultimate platform for staking professional poker players around the globe with no fees on any purchases. PokerStake is the go-to platform for anyone looking to support their favorite poker player's journey and celebrate the rewards of big victories. And perhaps big victory here for Winfried Yu. Down to sub 10 bigs. Elton does have to be somewhat concerned about the flank small blind.
Yeah, Elton wondering if he calls here, if he can shut out Flink, but also, you know, hoping to be up against a lot of pairs here, the small middling pairs where he's going to have 2 overs. Really doesn't want to see ace queen or ace jack. All of those would shove, you know, king queen as well. So certainly can have some hands where he's flipping and performing okay against, but then some hands where he is dominated,
240.
but wants to ISO. It is going to be live.
You and Sang have likely played in excess of 1,000 hours of poker together, at least, over the last decade or so. As they lock horns on the King, Queen, 10 board. So far, so good for Winfried, flopping top pair, top kicker. Elton looking for an ace, queen, or a 9 as 3 of clubs leaves him drawing to 9 outs once to eliminate his good friend and fellow countryman, which he finds. These queens today on the river. Elton Sang up to 834,000 now, and they seem to be dropping like flies.
$23 spots pay, and we have 52 remaining at the moment. Certainly things will slow down though when we get towards that soft bubble.
Yeah, a long old ways to go, although some ICM implications in effect, of course. Still 30-ish off the money. Plan is to play down to the final table today. A long old day of poker ahead of us here at the Grosvenor House, or as Ali Najad likes to call it. Is it the Grosvenor House?
He also said House Grosvenor as if this is Game of Thrones.
You know, I'm a fan. I like it.
Shall we cheers to our cortados then, since it's going to be a long night, Henry?
There we go. Cheers to the viewers around the world with us for this one, event number 9. 3-day event. Be crowning a champion tomorrow. And then the 125k main event. So we wind down towards the end of
the No Limit Hold'em part of the series. The 25k PLO running today as well. Then we're bringing you 5 more days of poker. Also, if any of you with friends perhaps in that PLO, can check out all of the action over on the Triton Poker Plus app. 30 runners in that one at the moment. Start of play today. That's the 9 on the turn.
Those time banks
Really
left
makes
there, or
things
they-
interesting.
Oh, yours, okay. Yeah, got you.
So we can see Christina won't be going anywhere now. Potential lead card, or is that giving away too much strength?
I don't think so. I think that leads can also contain some draws, you know, perhaps some of the flush draws, which actually Elton has the front door flush draw, so a little less likely. But again, if Elton had a hand like an ace-x, clearly would still be coming along, and a little sus of that lead. Doesn't just have to contain the value, the trips.
I must say, I'm a big fan of this lead. Building the pot, not allowing Elton to check back as she boats up on the river.
I do think that when Hulse comes with the bet, though, even though saying did river 10s and 9s now, I think because he does block some of the flush draws from the flop, that it takes some of the hands out of Hulse's bluffing range and therefore leaving her with potentially more value. The only question is would she play an ace-x like this? Would she have led the turn with that part of her value range versus just check calling against the pre-flop aggressor? Because then she doesn't quite have enough value combos if you're just going to give her credit for having trips here. But also, she can have so many hands containing a 9 here, calling out of the big blind. Certainly enough offsuit combos of 9x. Going for the polarizing sizing with that two-tone turn.
Elton in the tank with this rivered pair of 10s. Does manage to get away from it. Holst scoops in another one to 617,000, has $812,000 in total live earnings from your neck of the woods, Palo Alto, California. I mean, I say that, I always forget, you know, young, dumb, and blonde, that America is massive and so is the state of California,
you know,
but
the state of California,
it's the size of the UK.
yes.
Right.
So I wouldn't say my neck of the woods, but certainly, you know, she's in Northern California, I'm in Southern California. But
So you're about like a 15-hour drive away from each other.
but actually, Christina and I have some history in the sense of we actually lived in the same apartment, same condo. I actually rented her condo from her 1 year during the World Series. She has a condo in Vegas. So, you know, almost, you got that half right.
Just doxing the woman live on air.
I didn't say where.
It's in Vegas.
Yeah,
That narrows it
there's a
down
lot for-
significantly.
Right. But
I'm just going to say West Coast. From across the pond, both of you are. Do the chance corner. You Euros, as we get called during the series. It's like, well, which part of Europe? You know?
got people in the chat asking how many women are in the field. Well, 2 women started on day 1 and 2 women still remain here on day 2, and Sosia in 3rd in chips overall. And after dragging that pot, Christina is up to 26th place, just slightly under average stack right now.
Yeah, Sosia's cashes at the Triton Series.
How much?
One of them coming at the last Invitational in Cyprus, which she final tabled, came 7th, 820,000. And then also found a cash here in London in 2019, the main event. She knows how to throw down the gauntlet and kick it with the boys, the highest stakes, and waking up with a couple of Djangos. It's also going to help.
145.
She does come with the 3-bet.
Sosia actually also has a brother who plays poker as well. I actually commentated on his final table over at a EPT Monte Carlo.
I've got to cut you off there, Marie, because
Yeah.
Seth has run into it. 4-bet squeezing over the top of the 3-bet, out of the big for 683. This is
688.
50 plus big blinds.
Okay.
And watching some of Gottlieb's plays from an earlier event, this does seem to fit his MO. Sometimes speeding
Made a bad read.
a little too much.
Wow. If Sosia can hold here, she's going to be the first player to cross the 2 million chip mark and will have an overwhelming chip lead. Things are looking good on the Ace-8-7 board.
I had ace-7 of diamonds.
Ace-7 of diamond.
Yep, you too.
Brick
Ace-7,
on the
you asked for a
turn,
count.
leaving Seth
Thank
dead.
you.
We have ourselves a new chip leader, Maria.
Stalling!
The lady whose praises you were just singing.
Ace-7 asked for a count.
I only root for winners.
Yeah, but
They
Very
open,
convenient.
knows it's coming. You know?
Huh?
I was getting ready to shove.
有煙都冇用啦，你頂唔住啦。
Santosh is hanging in there.
嚇？
He's hanging in
煙
there.
啊？
He got chips.
Is he also part of the bet?
Yeah.
你會跟啊？
I just need Santosh to go bust, and I got it. The big boss.
Santos is still in?
Yeah. I think
Santosh
he's
is
on.
always
Is he on his
in.
original bullet?
It's like so hard
I think
to
he's on his first bullet. He's on his first buy-in.
Sounds like there's some major
Santosh
side
is
bets
Super pro.
He's still in. Yeah. Santos.
going on, and it's down to Alfred, Big Al, and Santosh in a little friendly last longer. Any guesses as to how much that wagers for?
Santosh.
Seems like there are a few people involved. Little 100K last longer, perhaps.
So you're saying you
Yeah,
can
he's got
win
chips
this
now.
event without winning in the last one?
650.
That's what it sounds like to
average.
me.
We're going to have to find Big Al on break and just be like, look,
Richard's
Can you just let
attacking
us
the
know?
week 1 big blind.
He's very strong.
Very strong.
how much this last long is for.
Sosia with another hand here against the cutoff open.
Richard, how much you have?
340, not including that.
Boss v Boss v Chip Leader.
Cool, cool.
So he's going to make the call. Three-way affair here. As Boss flops top set. Richard Young with middle pair and a gut shot is going to continue.
How much?
Alison, they might both be the founding fathers of the Triton Tour. But similar to Jason Kuhn and Seth Davies, the
85.
talks that were had yesterday, they go after each other, Maria. It doesn't matter that they're business partners and good friends.
No friends at the poker table.
You said it.
Gonna check raise right away here with top set. Certainly could have, you know, some other hands here, some semi-bluffs coming from the big blind, but Yang blocking the 6x, the type of hands that perhaps have a gutty. And
You are
that's a
running
very
hot.
disciplined fold
I know, you told me
with
you're very
the pair and
strong.
a
I
gut
fold the
shot.
flop. And then you just basically flop.
I did not raise.
I
I don't
know.
give away.
I think for me, when I play against friends,
You might be
I feel
flipping
much
also
better
something.
about it in a
Three-bet you
tournament
fold?
than in a cash
Oh, of
game.
course.
You know, in a cash game, I really don't want to stack my friends, but in a tournament, it just feels
You're
like
scared to raise, Richard.
it's a little less hairy because, you know, there's just a capped amount that they can lose
Yeah, like
in
200
essence. Like 250.
250K.
What's 250K amongst friends, though?
Exactly. And, you know, it feels even sweeter if it's that friend that hasn't lost the Schwazi flip in a while. You know, has been free rolling dinners for the better part of a year.
Well, in our short-lived friendship so far, you've really free-rolled the heck out of a dinner.
No
Granted, we
worries.
all got sick, but,
Okay.
you know, it was a good dinner until then.
It was a good dinner. Do appreciate it. There's Maria Bucks. Hard to come by. Need to win flips. It's Alfred. A little last longer going on. Flopping trips. Poor. Inside straight draw, backdoor spades. Could be fireworks on certain turn cards. Rainbow completing on the turn. Don't think Paul's going to be chasing gut shots when he's this deep against Alfred. And against this bet as well. 3/4 pot. 8 high is going to hit the mark.
Should have bluffed.
Scanning
I don't
through the
show my
Triton
friends
poker.
bluff, especially when they're the big boss. I don't show the big boss bluff.
That's a good life strat from Big Al there.
You're my friend.
Don't show the big boss's bluffs. It's an all VIP affair at the top. Jiang and Talal leading the pack. Vogelsang, Seidel, Jason Kuhn, Makita. In the top 10, however, they're the pros to keep an eye on. Talal and Vogelsang currently second and third. Strongest pairing so far. But not to sleep on Jiang or Jason Kuhn, another strong pairing as both find themselves top 10 in chips.
Smug Henry over here saying he has all of the pairings memorized. Okay, all right.
Well, you know, it's
Who is James Chen's VIP?
James Chen is a VIP.
No. Okay.
He's a VIP
Oh for
at
one?
the nightclub
Oh
in
for one?
Leicester Square.
Who is Stanley Choi's pro?
Maria, we got a massive hand brewing here.
Just oh yes, massive. Let me see. What is this cooler we got?
Massive
We got
hand going
second pair. Got shot to Broadway with 3 hearts out there, but no heart in hand. And
okay.
So who is Stanley Choi's pro? Let's bring back the attention to more important matters, like me quizzing smug Henry over
All right.
here. Waving me off when I'm trying to hand him the papers.
What's our next event that we're streaming? There we go. Let's go.
No. But I didn't wave you off when you
Okay.
tried to hand me the booklet with
All
the
right.
tournaments on
Name
it.
3 of our sponsors.
Oh, this is easy. GTO Wizard, GG, and I've got the and Jacob and Co.
Let's go. Let's go. All right. Okay.
Also, I have to say, like, this is my first Triton, and I feel like
You are absolutely
for
crushing
the most part,
You were crushing
yeah,
it.
I wasn't gonna use crushing. I was gonna be, remain humble.
Well, you can be modest,
and
but
just say I'm doing a fine job.
we'll hype you up.
Save money.
They will let me stay for the remainder, I think, but not if we don't get enough likes on YouTube.
There we go.
I'm just ripping my hand. I thought I could do it.
It's been an absolute pleasure calling the action with you for the last, 9 days or so. As blinds increase, and you heard the gal from the West Coast out to London asking you all to drop us a like. Those of you just joining us, this is day 2 of the 250k Luxon Invitational. Playing down to the final table today, and tomorrow be crowning a champion. That champion's going to be walking away with 6.8 million in change.
Eric.
There's
Oh, hello.
that little middle set there for Leonardo.
3 old men on the table. 1, 2, 3.
Checked over to Drago.
4. I forgot about him. He's older.
I thought you were just being generous.
I think I'm older than
Could certainly be c-betting here with
Huh?
some hands that are
I'm older than you.
in the neighborhood of
First,
2
second, third,
overs.
fourth.
Some
the
straight
small brother.
possibilities, of course. So doesn't need a hand, of course, as strong as middle set here to be
You got
putting
a
the
point
bet
there.
in
That's
position
fair.
when
Put it to
check
the voting
to.
already.
That's why you see Big Al getting a little curious with bottom pair.
Big
Oh my
Al.
gosh, can you imagine the seniors once these
How about
guys
that for a
like get
10 card?
qualified?
Big Al older than me?
Huh?
Queen
Big Al
That
Spades.
older than me.
was James Chen that just peered in
think.
here.
Yeah, maybe 67.
VIP. In Harrods
呢66
and Selfridges.
我66 57年喎。
佢應該
2
大
through
過你
5 in the middle. Gut shot and a flush draw now for Big Al.
整容咗整容啊！
There are some fireworks rivers.
手紋咗。
The sky spade,
後生咗。
perhaps. Doesn't want to see the 9 of spades, of course, not to state the obvious.
But now I think Big Al should know that he is up against a pretty strong range, especially considering that the straight filled in on the turn, but yet Drago still willing to come with another barrel. Complete brick on the end, though, just left with a pair of 5s, but nice blocker to the
So
nuts.
scared you have 10 jack.
And you see
What's he have?
that is
10 jack.
a hand of concern, which does not
look
allow
like
Drago to
you
go
look
for
like you
value
have
on the
10 jack.
river.
Oh, okay.
9, 10 maybe. 9, 10. Who bet the flop? You bet the flop?
At the flop, at the turn, stop.
Big L, you got off lightly there.
Leonardo
You got off
on
lightly.
quite the spin after cracking the
I guess
aces.
you can't call the river if you
Off.
don't have a quid.
Paul Pua,
Maybe he has a quid.
investment advisor. 20 years experience in the financial sector. Now showing up here in London for his first ever Triton event. Why not? 250k Luxon Invitational. Now playing 1.1 million
got a lot of chips on this table.
It is a stacked table.
Yeah.
Zhang, it's certainly one of the more stacked in the field. There are 4 top 10 stacks at this table of 7. And look at this, numero uno once more.
Yeah, it is. It's actually really fun.
Drago on a bit of a heater,
There's only one person.
facing the 3-bet.
We all know who.
I think a 3-bet off of Yang stack size should look a little scary to Drago, but still wants to stick around. Oh. And I think that this is looking like a full double coming Yang's way with that flop.
2 cards to come. 100. So very nonchalantly flicks in the 100k chip, sub half pot. Give himself just 87k back. I tell you what, you have Leonardo with top pair, just gonna put him in.
Oh, nice hand.
King Jack.
Gonna win that again against aces.
Wow, imagine if Drago does crack the aces of both bosses. Looking for a king or a jack. Be a dirty way for Young to bust. To just fade the 5 outer. That's precisely that. Young up to 609k. Bit of a trendsetter with the old bucket hat. You have the likes of Shawman rocking it down, covering the eyes. Not Young. Just reversing the flap.
This way, it not only blocks the rain from falling directly on his head, but it also catches it nicely in the little well that he's created.
Hang on a minute, we've taken our attention to the outer table. We've got a monster all in here. All the chips are in the middle, cut off the small blind.
Elton. That's no good.
As Flink is drawing to an ace or a jack, where he's going to be down to just 9k.
Oh.
Sorry.
I mean, you don't mean it. You're not really sorry. And you're not even Canadian, so what are you saying sorry for?
He's Swedish.
It was either you or him.
Swedes are polite. Jack of diamonds, corner pocket. Elton Sang, showered. Why is it always the river? Why can't it just be a jack high flop? It's like the poker gods enjoy inflicting pain. What you sign up for as Elton gets the news that he was covered by 3/4 of a big. And with that, Flink moves up to 4th in chips.
Who is Flink's? Okay, no, I'm just kidding. I won't ask anymore for now. Oh, Henry's reaching for the list now, y'all. He's had it. He has conceded that maybe he doesn't have all the pairings memorized. But perhaps after the break that we take, he might come back and be ready for the test. Maybe a little cramming on our break.
You wait.
You wait. Sometimes. They do. It's quite silly.
He's going to come back in here, just rip the sheet of paper right in front of me. Be ready for it.
Flink has partnered up with Kyan Mokri. Mokri on the VIP side. Flink on the pro side. That is how things stand at this feature table, which accounts brought to you by Leze. Lau Shakurchi, winner of the Triton Super High Roller Series main event in Vietnam earlier on this year. Beat Michael Soizer heads up.
Oh yes, another one of our sponsors, of course, Leze.
Sorry, I knew you'd catch up eventually. That caffeine's kicking in. Alt the Turk, #1 on Turkey's all-time money list. widely regarded as one of the best
He started like 400.
recreationals in the world. As
I gotta admit, 5 hours of sleep has got me real snarky today.
yeah, you should have
feeling
seen
it?
Randy yesterday when he showed up. Randy just came in firing shots.
He came in hot.
Yeah, he's just going for it. Did drop off very quickly, just like a classic glucose spike and dip. Three-way affair here. Shikirchi closing the action. 7-4 suited, and whenever Shikirchi's involved, you know there's potential for a monster pot.
You did have a panel chocolat or something that you might be victim of shortly.
Nah, that's all right. I'm all over it. Okay, what do you think this is for? I gotta take care of the sugar crashes. I'm not a whale, you know, when it comes to jet lag and sugar crashes in the booth. That life experience we've been talking about as Flink has presented the option to perhaps fire out here, fold out some overcards.
Check.
Gonna take the check option.
Yeah, I think the fact that this pot is multi-way versus heads up had a little something to perhaps do with that check behind. Decided not to deny equity, but actually in a spot where Orban does have a better pair. Orban still content to check as that 10 rolls off, and I believe
Check.
Flink might be as well.
Oh, third over now. Backdoor hearts also getting there. Orban enjoying a little lower back massage, and will be enjoying the fact that he's going to win this pot. Should probably be surprised to see if it checks down, of course. Well, Flink, gonna turn this one into a bluff.
Pretty nice awareness. I think perhaps getting some 10Xs to fold or some 9s as well.
Yeah, fantastic awareness being displayed by the Swede, up to 1.4 million now.
Who is still most definitely not sorry about spiking that jack on the river.
The old sorry, not sorry. Classic. Jiang leading the final 48. They've been busting out a plenty. So refresh the app. Ibinger out. Sean Perry, who came into today as chip leader, out. Doug Polk, Espen Jorstad, Ike Haxton, Squiddy. No back-to-back for Ramin Hajiev. Ivy, Brewer, Yuri Zivalevsky, a couple of the big name bust outs already. Linus Love, Holtz. Just to name a few.
Thanks.
Again, you can head over to the Triton Poker Plus app. Chris Moorman in for 2 bullets, out.
Not sure.
Shulman, though. Maria holding it down for the commentators out there in the mix, 35 bigs.
Yeah, I love that he's representing for us, you know.
Walking the walk.
If we weren't so busy in here, we'd definitely be out there. So
I literally got begged to not play A6.
they were paying you to not play. They were like, Henry, just have an insane ROI here. We can't have the likes of you making this tournament tougher on the rest of us.
Talau and Christina going to lock horns once more, and this time Shikuchi really does have a lock on this one. 91%. 2 cards to come, and more importantly, Christina's got top pair. But given the check raise from Shikuchi, perhaps room for a escape for Christina, not saying on the flop. Of course, top pair, backdoors working for her. And also would have received word by now that Shikuchi had raised flop earlier with that Queen Jack.
I love this fast play by middle set when you're unblocking a good ace-x combinations and perhaps trying to make it look like you have a hand like 7-8 suited, or something where you're just hoping that Holst open the button with the weaker part of her range, where you could get quite a few folds with a check raise on the flop.
Tamarind and Gymkhana.
Okay.
Here, 5-minute walk only, Tamarind.
Chutney Mary's. Have you been there?
Married?
Chutney Mary's?
Chutney, yeah,
It was
yeah,
unbelievable.
that
It was so good. I want to get Indian every day.
Gymkhana.
Gymkhana? Okay.
Yeah, it's good.
Let's go.
I'm going to write that down.
The double S Savannah.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Pulling up to dock at the feature table alongside Shulman, exchanging some stories of good chutney in Mayfair. Perhaps dinner for us later on, Maria.
I'm always
River.
open for a good food rec.
3 of clubs. Christina kept him honest on the turn for a further street, and that 4 in hand really only beating hand like 9-8, 7-8. So much in there already.
Really don't think that Shikuchi can have too many bluffs here, especially after Holst has shown resistance. He could certainly have a lot of the 2-pair combos, the ace-6, ace-5 suiteds calling from the small blind, and of course the sets, the 6s, the 5s. 6-5 suited could also be in there. The 4, not of much consequence. Don't really see Shikuchi with a lot of 7-4s. But again, just so many 2-pair combos, sets.
See if Christina can get away from this. Would be down to sub 20, but would still be alive if she calls. She's out, and all eyes are going to be on Xie Zhang as she slides forward. A tower of white chips, and Shikuchi takes the chip lead of the field, eliminating Christina Holst in the process. Just giving Talau credit. 4 bluffs there, which we know he's certainly capable of. GG's, Christina.
Sad to see her go, but just a situation where, as you mentioned, she just gave Talal credit, which the credit is due. Certainly just in that spot, he ended up having the goods.
Thank you. I had some healthy months and some unhealthy months. I guess they netted out. I guess it netted out in the black.
Is that how it works?
That's one way of saying you feel
The
healthy.
unhealthy months were like
Unless you're really bad.
No, they were just stupid unhealthy months.
Fair enough.
Not even fun. Just Just lazy.
Was it during poker?
So basically,
No,
if
I
I
had 2 months off in the summer and
Spontaneous.
I just had 2 months off in the summer and I just like
Okay.
stayed at home and just like ate 4,000 calories a day.
Jesus Christ, Greenwood.
That's my dream, to be honest.
Love
He's living my dream life there. I mean, what he's saying though, Henry, is that if I, hypothetically speaking, had some late night pizza a couple of nights ago, but then had a salad yesterday, then the calories kind of just canceled itself out. And I can get on board with that. You know, my metabolism really slowed down a lot in the last few years, so I will take any of this insight that he's spouting about how, you know, a couple bad days of eating coupled with a few days of good eating and really just neutral, net neutral.
Do you know whose metabolism hasn't slowed down is Shulman. Rejams to 35.
Obviously not doing it, but
online it's obviously
big.
like
what's that?
online.
Gets
like,
out of there, nice
like,
little
like
pickup
years ago, there's, like spots
for
where,
Nick.
Like, your internet goes out or like something like that, but like. Nick, did you have a side in either of the fights?
What's that?
Did you have a side in either of the fights?
I had Crawford. Which other fight?
Another like one like 3 days before, whatever, like lightweights or like lighter guys.
I didn't
forget
play
the
it on
names.
Inoue, but
yeah,
I watched it and it was
These?
I didn't feel like laying the 400 in hindsight.
But after the fact,
Yeah, he looked pretty good, but yeah, I had Crawford pretty big. I mean, he's incredible. Are you a boxing fan?
no,
Casual?
like casual and like. I was here and I didn't bother
Yeah,
trying
it's
to.
about 4 a.m. Yeah.
I didn't bother trying to find a way to watch it,
Yeah.
but with like, you know, when like the Leafs were in the playoffs during Cyprus, I would record the games and then go to sleep and watch them first thing in the
Yeah.
morning.
It's tough in Europe.
How much?
Yeah, Crawford. Big boss. You into MMA or boxing, Maria?
I can't say that I am. You know what it is? When I was younger, my dad took me to an Oscar de la Hoya fight.
Okay.
And we had really good seats, fortunately, but it was a little too good. I could actually hear the skin flapping as the punches were being landed on the face, and I think that might have soured me a little bit
fantastic
on
experience.
this.
Like, sign me up.
I don't think so. That it just felt too violent for me. And MMA is, you know, when I watch it here and there on TV, it's even worse. It feels
216.
too intense. I have to look away.
216.
I can see it. I'll allow it. Do apologize on behalf of Shulman, though. Big boxing fan. Webster Lim, couple of sixes. 14.5 bigs. He did open under the gun. Discipline fault there from Webster. Greenwood just shy of 20 now. Looking to get back in this.
You live in London.
What's that?
Do you live in London?
Yeah, the past 5 years.
Yeah, that's right.
It's nice here.
Yeah.
What are they saying, Maria?
We got a bunch of locals
A couple
here.
of people in here, I think fans of boxing and MMA as well. Someone said Crawford is a monster. De La Hoya, legend.
Yeah.
Orphan, you can walk here, right? Like 20 minutes. Oh.
Yeah, sometimes the gloves come off at the poker
He's saying
table.
25.
Would love to see Nick Shulman do some commentary on boxing one day.
I think Nick Schulman would love to see himself do some commentary on boxing one day. But I feel like he's headed that route. I mean, everyone knows Schulman, one of the absolute best
Certainly a lot of praise from the poker world, and especially someone such as yourself with years of commentary experience.
You've had to time out the walk, like in the morning, so you know exactly what time to leave and stuff to make day two. So you got it down 25 exact.
My TV table and bring me 3 change.
Yeah.
Savage. Sounds like Orpin's been getting those steps in the morning. Calls London home. Apparently 25 minutes walk from here. Park Lane, London. JW Marriott House. Marriott House? JW Marriott Grosvenor House. There we go.
You're pulling an Ali.
House Marriott Grosvenor. You know, with the Greenwood talk, though, makes it less likely that we'll be sponsored by the likes of Whoop or Huel or AG1 in the future. So less of the 4,000 calories a day sitting on a couch talk, please, Greenwood. We're trying to get paid out here.
I could really use a lifetime supply of AG1 because
it's so good for
gets
traveling.
Expensive. You have the packets versus the canister that you bring.
Super GTO. But they don't ship to Thailand, so it's tough.
Oh,
yeah.
So what did you have to do?
I had to switch over to Huel. Feel like I'm betraying Andrew. The Hubes. But yeah, super GTO when you're traveling and you're jet lagged.
It's funny, when I was younger, I would pack, you know, a couple of dresses for a night out, some heels.
Some Louboutins.
So, exactly. And then now, at my age, I've got a whole hand luggage dedicated to my electrolytes, my supplements, my AG1, my protein bars. I'm like, who am I?
It's the same for a lot of these players. I often hear them talking about the routines they get themselves into whilst traveling. The supplements that they bring. SS Savannah going to slow down as it sees the third spade roll off on the turn. 4-liner on board as well. With a gap. Flink happy to get this one to showdown and see if Santosh now with just king high is perhaps try and shake off some 5x, 6x. Does not.
Jack.
Gonna wave the white flag and discipline check back there from Savannah. Can always be tempting to try and fold out some of those smaller pairs. Flink on quite the spin. Up to 5th in chips now.
Another.
We got a very VIP heavy field. 46 left. Only 3 pros in the top 10. Stalal Shakurchi and Xie Jiang leading the pack. King 10 suited now for Webster as we head towards break.
$120.
Webster started this hand with about 40 big blinds. Certainly deep enough to call with this combo. It's nice
How much do you have roughly?
to be suited here, and
You started 650.
Broadway cards in hand. About as dry of a flop as you can ask for. Favoring the pre-flop 3-better here.
Thank you.
50.
Going about 20% pot here. Gives a little opening to these types of hands that have runner-runner properties. Oh, and even a pair here is good for Lim. He doesn't know it quite yet, of course, against the upper crust of Flink's 3-betting range. Will still not be loving it, but against the check now, it's got to feel really good.
370 in the middle. Value to be had. Webster Lim, part of the Malaysian contingent. Got himself a few titles. And working his way up the ranks of the all-time Malaysian money leaderboard. Took down the GG Millions in Vietnam. 965K.
You have 200 behind?
Didn't join us in Cyprus. He's been one of the young players to keep an eye on as he does turn best here.
All in?
Oof.
Oh, wow.
Fuck.
F-bomb from Flink, and rightly so. Check jamming the turn. Good news is he's drawing live to 6 outs, but doesn't find it. And with that, Webster Lim now playing 1.26 million.
445.
Hmm?
Seems a little stunned.
That jam, perhaps a byproduct, holding the ace of clubs, blocking some nut flush draws that might just flick in the call. And with that double, Lim now moving up to the top 10 chip counts.
Shulman getting involved here with the King Jack O. Webster coming along with a suited King Jack. A little prettier than the offsuits, of course.
Shulman with the classic 4%. Equity free roll. Wanting to knuckle this one over to Lim. +1V cutoff. The check from Shulman, Maria, just inviting some stabs from air.
Yeah, maybe some protection from middling pairs. Some that might fold out to a c-bet from Shulman, but with the check trying to deny equity to what they believe could be some overcards.
He's come for the 1-2. The old check raise flop. Then fresh off that double up. But now facing the check raise, an immediate discomfort for the king jack, as Shulman obviously retains all of the overpairs. Potential way for Shulman to get Lim off of a chop here. 290 in the middle. 437 back. Undercard to the jack. Having the jack of hearts is nice, right? Like, you're blocking jack 10 suited, so only losing to jack 10 of spades. Perhaps some fours, deuces.
You see the check now for a second time, though. And now it does put Lim in an interesting spot. Does he actually have a hand that he wants to value and get protection, or is he going to get hit with the double check raise? You never know. So you see him check back because of a slight concern over the way that this hand has played out so far.
If there was ever anyone that was going to go for the double check raise in a 250k live on TV, it's that man right there. As cool as they come. Let's check through. I like where your head's at, Maria, today. You know, you're bringing the heat in the booth. You want to see blood. Shulman with the size up. Gets snapped off by Lim. I mean, got top pair, I call. Can't shake that man off a chop.
You probably don't like it when your opponent calls and then quickly like turns their hand over, because it feels a little bit like at best you're chopping here when you get a quick call, but
yeah. I like it though from Lim. Like, Lim's obviously decided on the turn that I'm never folding on that river, so why think long, think wrong? I'm making the call, puts in the 2 chips, and gets shown the chop. Unlike me. I know I'm never folding, but I like a bit of a hand funeral. You know, look how much I invested.
Speaking of hand funerals, I read a funny tweet, I believe it was from Matt Stout a couple days ago, where he said that he finally had it and he finally snapped against somebody who had a hand funeral just a little too long, took too long to muck after seeing that they were beat. So long, in fact, that Matt Stout took his cards and snatched it right out of his hand and mucked it.
It's unbearable. It's like you lost the hand. Come on. The art of letting go. On to the next one. It's when they start giving you the speech, you know, as they look at it. Would you have folded turn with your nut flush draw? an open-ender. No, so I had what's called the super wrap with the redraw to the nut flush. I wasn't folding turn.
Or like they hit you with the, you called me with that on the turn?
Yeah, I did. Because I knew you were going to pay it all, baby, on the river. So here we are. Send me the money.
I think the best hand funeral story I've ever heard. You know, this is courtesy of a friend of mine, so I'm sorry for putting you on blast, Vanessa Russo. But it was in a spot where she was bluffing the whole way, but the guy got there on the end. And she saw him turn over his hand. She hemmed and hawed and sighed and made it appear as though she got bad beat on the river. You know, maybe a couple of, you know, not expletives, but let's just say like some unkind words. And then somebody at the table said, oh, you have to show because it's all in. And then the dealer turns over her hand, and what do you know? It's a big nothing burger because she was bluffing the whole time, but yet she still did all of the, you know, trying to make someone feel bad when he was ahead the whole way.
Wow.
But
absolutely baited.
That definitely taught me not to do that in a spot where you never know. You can end up with a little pie on your face.
Yeah, that's rough.
But I do love Vanessa Russo, and
I can tell. I mean,
still a good friend of mine. But
who
listen,
needs enemies, right? You
but
know?
listen, that story was well reported on, and
just digging up skeletons.
Certainly, that's true. You're right. I did not have to go there.
It's all right. Name dropping as well.
But we've all done that. Like I'll be the first to admit.
Here we go. Flip. Greenwood against Shulman.
Kind of had an all in hand.
Snowman against Ace-10. Greenwood looking for a hold. Nick looking for big cards or paint, as it looks like an ace-high board has found its way to the flop. Shulman one card away from eliminating Sam Greenwood. Finds the hold on the Jack-Queen run out, and with that, Shulman just cruising. Really has been that way since he joined us on the feature table yesterday. Was down to 75K at one point. Won a couple of flips. Ace against ace, eights against ace-king to get back into it. Now eliminated Greenwood. Shulman.
What's that?
Who's up to 15th on the leaderboard, I believe. 44 players left. A couple of eliminations from the outer tables. KCG, Wai Kin Yong, Eric Was. So we saw Christina Holst, Elton San get eliminated. That's the next red table. We see Punat Punsri, Pedro Garagnani, Ollie Shemian, Dan Smith, David Yan for us. That Ben Heath, I mean, that is a killer feature table. It's like Murderer's Row. He's king for Lim now. Down to the final 43 players. 20 off the money. Prize to play down to the final table today. I don't know if we're going to get there, though. Is it 6 p.m. local time?
Well, listen, if we do get there, you and I are going to be the ones bringing it home.
55, big blind average. I mean, we got a long day ahead of us. Bringing it home, meaning that we're going to be at each other's throats by 3 a.m. Sounds about right.
While Ollie and Randy are sleeping peacefully in their bed, dreaming of the 12 hours of rest they're going to have before they have to come back here tomorrow.
Nah, don't worry about that. I paid someone to set off the fire alarms around 2 a.m. Seems to be a common theme at the hotel we're staying at. No big deal. Just keep getting woken up at 4 a.m. every night. Shikirchi, tournament chip leader, with the ace-5 heading to the king-jack-10 board. Outflopped by Lim.
Bet 25,000.
Range advantage for Shikirchi and can certainly pressurize top pair quite a bit.
Yeah, we know Shikirchi doesn't mind emptying the clip. It's what makes him so tough to play against, but it's going to be difficult to get Lim to fold now. These turn trips. Snap check back as he gets there. The queen on the river seems to be the theme of the day. On multiple occasions.
And the Talal Shikirchi fan club goes wild.
What are you doing in Webster's shoes here? Please check raise. Check raise massive. Just like, dude, king of spades, 8 of diamonds, Talal checking it back.
Straight. Fold, Chairman King.
Love to see the check back. Just not allowing Lim to put him in the bin. As we head towards that break, we've already been shown what tables await us on the flip side of the break. The Leze, a members-only casino, housed in one of the finest Georgian properties in Mayfair, London. You can experience fine dining at its best in the recently refurbished Leze Restaurant 6 Hamilton Place. Whether your cravings are Chinese, Indian, Middle Eastern, or European cuisine, all are available with chefs specializing in their own area of culinary expertise. It's the perfect space for members and their guests to dine, drink, and relax in luxury. You had the chance to step on the balcony of, let's say, a very historic balcony.
I did. That was very exciting, actually.
5 seconds.
It was
What,
beautiful.
big standing on the balcony?
Well, just knowing all of the history, the people that have frequented that very exclusive club.
What's behind Santosh?
Talal with a playable hand. Doesn't mind frequenting the Sia Flop Club in 3-bet pots.
Probably do wish that the effective stack was a little deeper, though. A little more to win with this type of suited connected hand. Still stays in.
All chips are the same for Shikirchi. The Ace-Jack 6 board, perhaps. Gonna get the hedge fund manager in trouble here, although we've seen him find discipline laydowns already today. Doesn't get emotionally attached. I'm gonna stick around against the small sizing. Plenty of backdoor equity as the 8 of spades presents precisely that. And is the SS Savannah gonna hit the ocean bed? Running into the steamroller. The iceberg, that is Shikirchi. Just leading into Savannah, just putting him in. All your chips in the 250k tournament.
Great spot where you do pressurize a lot of hands and still have equity when you get called, so can't be that bad here.
That is, I don't know, it's like you're ahead, but you're behind, I don't know, man. Savannah against Talal. Million in the middle. Feels like you've got the world to fade, and does precisely that on the 9 of Hearts River. SS Savannah managing to dodge that iceberg, up to $1 million now. And with that last hand before break, Shakurchi dropping down to second in chips as Xie Jiang retakes the chip lead. 2 ladies in the field. We saw Holst bow out to the hands of Shakurchi's flop set of 6s, but Jiang's like, you know, I got you, girl. Gonna wave the flag as we head into break and welcome you back to the break desk. Maria Ho alongside myself, Henry Kilbane. A really fun frame, that. Really fun. I enjoyed it.
I love that, you know, now again, we've got just a complete redraw and a complete mix of the entire remaining field, but still so many fun players, so many people willing to put chips in, unwilling to back down as we approach the part of the tournament that might get a little more serious heading into the money, but I think there's still a lot of poker to be played.
Yeah, 41 players left, 23 places paid. It's all VIPs at the top, at least top 4 in chips. Xie Jiang, Talal Shakurchi, Tan Xuan, and boss Paul Pua. But the pros, slowly but surely, moving up. Patrick Antonius, Vogelsang, Ponakov, Seidel, Garignani, and Chin Wei Lim, all in the top 10. Chip can see Roble also moving up just courtesy of the last hand before break. So Maria and I are going to step aside for a couple of frames. Randy Liu, Arlene Najjar going to come back in and get us down into the money, I would assume, or perhaps the money bubble, and then you and I will be back later on this evening. Event number 9, 250k Luxon Invitational, with over 6 million going to the eventual champion tomorrow. Don't go too far. We'll see you on the flip side of this break.
GG Poker. Why so many players? This is a crazy thing to do.
GG Poker
Broke the Guinness World Record.
Welcome to the World Series of Poker
the biggest poker site.
larger than all other GG Poker. Traffic reaches all-time high.
Jump, 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 jump!
What's the best way to master GTO poker? At GTO Wizard, we have blogs that will teach you the art of learning poker, starting from the big picture and working your way down to the finer details. Then we teach you how to implement these new skills at the table step by step. At GTO Wizard, we have all the resources you need to learn how to crush the competition for free. GTO Wizard, the #1 app for poker players.
Introducing the all-new BetACR.eu, the premier destination for sports enthusiasts. What sets BetACR.eu apart is our exclusive offering of live-action prediction options on the Triton Series. Experience the excitement as you predict the action while watching your favorite players live. But that's not all. By opening your account now, you can take advantage of our incredible offer. Receive a generous 15% free play on your first top-up, up to $250. Become a part of BetACR.eu and elevate your live sports engagement experience.
river.
He's going to be one of the tournament chip leaders if Kim announces himself, as one would expect.
5 seconds.
And leaving a little bit behind, and you wonder if he can make the fold when Paul puts him all in.
361,000.
There's no way that he could think.
Play all in.
Oh, yeah, I mean, he can't, but
Nice hand, Paul.
Well,
I have the best hand all the way.
that is true. You're not wrong.
1.4 million chip pot almost.
Very
Going to boss.
You no gamble, no future.
No gamble.
He's like one of 2 pros.
No, I mean
Pew, pew.
CL.
Me no gamble.
Yeah.
No, me.
Lockdown, under lockdown.
Yeah, sitting there going,
Gamble with the big
don't think about me. I'm not here.
You no gamble.
You like that 4? You like that 4 on the turn?
Offline game here.
I don't. I know I have the best hand on the turn before on the flop. On the turn, yes. On the flop. On the flop.
Definitely on the turn.
The turn.
So
Wow.
she had king there. Yeah.
No gamble, no future. Well, Paul Pua moving up to 4th in chips, eliminating one of the only pros over at that table. Now, there are 6 VIPs and 1 pro over there.
Everyone's a pro in my eyes.
I do want to go back a little bit, though, Henry, to, you know, when they effectively go all in, leave a little bit behind. You have seen players able to do that for value, obviously, and then once their opponent puts them all in, they have been able to find the fold, maybe not with that strong of a hand, obviously, but able to leave themselves, even in that case, with 1 big blind. I'm not saying that that was the scenario where that could have been possible, but of course it just leaves it open where you never think your opponent is going to be bluffing you when they put you in for the remainder of your chips, right?
Yeah, honestly, I know exactly where you're at. I mean, Brian was in the small blind, had a big blind back, so would have had an orbit to, you know, chip back up. And when you do get jammed on, you have to ask yourself, you know, is Paul jamming Queen Jack of clubs there, for example? You know? How often? But I guess with 1.45 million in the middle, the price that he's getting laid, if there's ever a world, as Winter 4-bet rips on Robert Flink, who beats him to the pot.
All right, good luck.
With the ace-queen-o.
Thanks, man. I'm glad you want me to hit a 10.
Huh?
I appreciate it. I would like a 10 as well. Anyways, good luck, no matter what happens.
King 9-5. $10 and a 10 only needed for Sean Winter. Doesn't find it.
Split.
Robert Flink gets the full double. And now, you know, Sean Winter
What is it?
in his comfort zone, 12 bigs.
Exactly. This is where he really shines.
This is how he makes his millions. By just hitting everyone with the, you know, it's easier. Jason just realizing that a lot of us in the booth have limited short deck experience. I mean, he typed me up a full 10-pager. So I'll share that with you.
Thank you. Sharing is caring.
It is. Here we go. Sean Winter. Just where he wants them.
Could be the start of his run-up, which is to be expected based on what we've seen him do with a short stack. This might be too many chips for him, actually.
Yeah, I think he just needs to raise fold 9s here. Just grabbing a fistful of oranges and throwing a bunch of chips into the middle. Let's see if anyone wants to spin the wheel with Winter Shakurchi. Couple of 6s. Got an ISO jam, fortunately for him. Orpin doesn't wake up with a monster, and now Sean Winter gets to do Sean Winter things. Suits covered.
Which is it, Sean?
Good luck.
Thank you.
Works every time.
Look at
It's
all
like
of his
a
short stack
12.
tricks. Wishing your opponent luck when it's your tournament life at risk.
Oh.
Oh no. Might he regret that?
You must be sincere.
Yeah. That's your mistake. You meant it.
You'll take it
I
forward.
have to use the I have to use the restroom. What's the trick?
Oh.
You cover?
Not lucky, Sean.
Okay.
I think maybe.
You cover.
Just about.
You know, can't resist on the way out. Dropping one for the giggles.
Oh, legend.
This
First
our
ever Triton
Moonful tilt
event.
me. I went all in on the turn. 0 equity.
Oh, I was.
It's at news spot. I'm king queen.
I was wondering if the reporting got the spades
No,
and
I was
clubs
tilting.
mixed up.
He tilt me.
Oh, that's so funny. I know. Sometimes these hands
Never
happen,
done that,
and
I
you're
think.
like,
Never.
was the reporting just wrong?
It's correct.
Seems like Leonardo.
24.
Hello and welcome to continuing coverage of the $250,000 Luxon Pay Invitational, the marquee event here at the 2023 Triton Super High Roller Series London. Ali Najad alongside Randy Liu, taking you through the next couple of frames of play. But the previous one that we sat out, Randy, was one in which we saw a significant amount of carnage as we're down to just 41 players.
Yeah, just down to 41 players. You know, eventually we do have to get to that champion. Currently leading the pack is Sosia Zhang, who is one of our experienced VIPs that join us from time to time.
Yeah, absolutely. Talal Shakurchi, another VIP, finds himself in second, 1.87 million in front of him. Tan Xuan, the very exciting cash game pro, in third as you get a peek at the Triton Poker Plus app. There we find Boss Paul Fua, 1.5 million in front of him. We know that the 250K price point, obviously, not really anything that's going to be of too much concern to Boss, but with a stack like that, I feel like perhaps he gets a little focused and a little more intense than typical.
Oh, yeah, 100%. You know, Paul hasn't been able to kind of reach a final table as of this stop or the last stop, I believe. Hunting, of course, the big 250K. One of the most experienced VIPs in the field, but we are combined complete random draw, so he could be at a table full of pros, but I think he's going to be able to hold his own just fine.
Back at our last Cyprus stop, Paul, third place in a 25K turbo. That was his only cash. And then here in London has come up empty. So perhaps an opportunity to claim the largest of all of our prizes, 6.8 million plus, going to be going to our eventual champion. One title under Paul's belt. So then, let us take a look briefly as we're about set to send it back to the two featured tables at the bottom of the charts, where we find David Yan at one point, a chip leader, things unraveling for him with just 12 bigs.
We talk about all the time where David Yan's one of those players that's willing to press his edges, and sometimes, you know, you just go down with the ship.
Yep, absolutely. Steve O'Dwyer down there as well. Perhaps some lucky figurines need to be put to use. Dan Smith, 39th of 41 runners. So then, back to the arena we go, live from the JW Marriott Grosvenor House on Park Lane. Invitational format has maintained a partition throughout the bulk of day one, and then a 50-50 split. At present, partners not allowed to be seated with one another. I say partners, I should say pairings, of course.
Yeah, and definitely it could be a little factor on who you choose to have as a pairing. You know, maybe someone you can't beat. Maybe someone that's your fellow countryman.
Sure.
Nagy in there. Decent stack. 625K.
WPN and ACR boss.
There's Paul Pois, our Triton co-founder.
Mm-hmm. Ponikov's in the foreground as well as we work our way forward.
toward the feature table, and that is where the short stack of Steve O'Dwyer finds itself, while Christoph Vogelsang enjoying a very different situation, 5th in chips overall at the top of the counts at the blue table. Pedro Garignani, fresh off of that 30K Turbo Bounty win, 1.2 million plus momentum at his back. That is where David Yan, shortest stack in the room, finds himself. And then Talal Shakirchi, 2nd in chips overall, cruising with a big gap over Webster Lim at the outer table. Orpin Kisachikoglu on the shorty there. Blinds 10 and 20,000.
Well, he can adjust it here.
Soiza, King 6 suited, going to start things off from the hijack. There's El Jefe, Kerry Katz.
Only one VIP now, and he's
rocking the Poker Go gear.
May I ask, what does El Jefe mean?
It's Spanish for the boss.
Okay. He's Spanish? I don't think so.
No, which is in part what makes it funny, Randy.
Okay, got it. Learning.
Until you approach it in that manner and strip it of all humor.
Michael Soiza picking up the king high flush draw. Is the pre-flop aggressor likely to just take this down with a little bet?
$10-4 deuce, flush draw acquired. Cats defended and check folds. All standard stuff.
What were you saying?
Strategy for the Titan stall.
There's Andrew Roble.
I've had a bunch of them already.
Man who certainly doesn't get out of bed for the small stuff at this point in his career. Rumored to be one of the winningest cash game players of all time.
That is the rumor.
Spent a good deal of time out in Macau where he got to know our Triton bosses. Has 1.3 million in front of him. 66 big blinds. Very different fate, of course, at present for Kerry Katz. Just 17 bigs. But the one thing we do know about Kerry, Randy, is that he is capable of nursing a very short stack back to health. Swinging away from that table, we find the Triton newcomer, Leonardo Drago, 39 bigs, 2nd behind Garignani. Bit of a cluster between Heath and Punsri. Ole Chemion here as well, Dan Smith.
In terms of table draw, there's only one VIP at this table,
I was
so
just
I
going
would
to say,
pretty tough.
Yeah, pro heavy distribution.
Raise 40,000.
Heath, Queen 9 suited. 40K open, the minimum. Now Pedro.
A lot of times players actually 3-bet the king-queen offsuit in this spot. I believe he did call.
Yeah, comes with the flat, does Garignani. 775,000 in career Triton earnings. 5 cashes, 1 title, which of course he picked up just last night. 2 nights ago, rather.
Really just
August
a sweet
2nd.
spot here for Dan Smith. Dominating both hands. So short. Good chance that Pedro will look up this jam that's expected to come shortly. It's not too much.
210.
On that, please.
230.
230,000 in total.
So the Queen 9 that started this mess is out of the way after Dan Smith jams for 230,000, but King Queen for Garignani deemed adequate, and he will see the bad news. Smith in a great way. 3-1 favorite. 530,000 out there. And his hopes on perhaps a better spot after our next redraw. hinging on his ability to hold with ace-queen, which he has done so far. Note that the 9 there would have been top 2. Seven on the turn.
Let's try.
Clean. Nice double up for Dan Smith, up to 530K.
Safe river.
Cooler.
Mr. Owley, this is one of the trinkets, correct, from Shaman O'Dwyer?
Confirmed. Resident witch doctor.
How many has he sold? Like, how many players have one of these trinkets?
Now, I don't believe, given that Steve actually gave me my trinket free of charge, that any of the players are being asked to pay a price. But if you accept the figurine and you don't treat it with respect, then perhaps the price you pay will be far greater than a mere purchase, Randy.
Showers.
Correct.
So if he knows you have bad habits, you just give him trinkets so that they just dust off every tournament thereafter against you. Like, oh, this guy never does his own laundry. He never he doesn't clean his dishes. Can't take out the trash. Jack 7 suited for David Yan on dealer button. He's going to run into the ace 10 of Dan Smith. Small blind versus dealer button. This is a slam dunk all in. Reshove.
Absolutely, especially when you know that the shove from the button of David Yan off of the Lena stack in the room is going to contain a wide variety of holdings. Just looking to pick off all that seemingly dead money, and Smith once again spinning the wheel, but this time he covers. David Yan's fate hangs in the balance. To the flop we go, 410,000 in the middle, and Jack 8-7 is 2 pair for Yan, but the 10 of clubs dangling and seeking a 9. Suddenly, other cards would do the trick as well, including an 8 or an ace. The 10 would have worked as well. Instead, the board pairs in Jan's favor as he makes jacks full and shaves $1.80 and change off of that newly minted stack of Smith. Jan, tremendously resilient player. Never feels like he has any punt on him whatsoever. Keep those special teams on the sidelines. 4.3 million in career earnings for Jan. 1 title, 8 cashes. Has done tremendously well here in London. 4 for 6.
Is your lucky dealer? I think she's going to be my lucky dealer right now. I think I'm going to bust you. I'm going to have kings, you're going to have ace king suited. Remember
That'll
that?
be ridiculous.
Remember that?
I do.
Let's do that again. Let's switch it around this time. What do you think?
Give me no. I remember when you were here.
I raise, you call.
No, I'll just do what you did to Kuhn. I get aces, your queens.
I'll take the other way.
Oh, yeah, we need brother and brother violence here.
You got a lot.
Plenty of other people who can double you. I can't even double you. You want to double off somebody else.
Interesting
All those things.
negotiations.
Yeah.
With 2 5s clearly going in here for the Shaman.
He's not amused. Cats. Ace 9. Not going to be the one. To Roble.
We'll get a little bit of breathing room. Chipping up 25% of his stack.
Maybe she's your lucky dealer.
Oh, I'm probably up enormous money lifetime with her dealing.
Yeah.
No takers.
Like she deals every EPT.
Oh, yeah.
Like every deal, the deals that you see.
Yeah, that's the only place I make money.
Who was that said it's the only place they make money? Is it Davies?
It sounds like Davies. Time to make some money with this ace king.
Lean enough stack that we can open jam. There it is.
Oh yeah, I was just trying to get like a Diet Pepsi. Yeah, yeah. Thanks. Thanks. Nah.
No customers, it seems.
Nothing on the stovetop in either blind.
So, you say O'Dwyer gives out trinkets. Does he choose for you, or do the players get to kind of pick the one they like?
Well, I'm glad you asked, Randy, because on this specific occasion here in London, O'Dwyer, coming off of a trip to Japan, where he visited a specific temple, where on offer were figurines associated with good fortune and good luck. Most players picked good fortune, as this seems to be a more enduring pursuit. I, however, by the time I got to the Shaman's gift shop, did not have a choice, as he was sold out of good fortune, and all that was left was good luck. And my good luck figurine was not in tow today. So I'm a little bit worried about what's to come. And you should be too.
I don't want to do anything after we finish today with you.
King 4 suited. Davies wants to do something, and that's raised to 45,000.
Very defendable hand here for
Lord Vogel?
Vogel, yes. I was going to say Lord Vogel.
I wanted to make sure that you were going to, as neither player hits the ace-8-5 board. Repable for Davies, of course.
Yeah, of course, having the ace-high board is favorable as a pre-flop raiser against the big blind.
Just get a still water, please. Not up there. $30.
Yeah. And can I get a large glass of ice?
Yeah, no,
Large glass of
I
ice.
was like, God damn it. Ah. No Diet Pepsi for me. Yeah.
So before I drop it, Ollie,
Yo,
one more
ace-8-5.
question. Follow-up question for the Shaman.
Mm.
If you had the choice
You felt safe on that
of
ball?
good luck versus good fortune, which one would you have picked?
Clearly good fortune.
Okay. That's all I ask.
Yourself, Randy?
Good luck.
Because you don't want to have the same one I have?
Maybe that is why. I don't actually know why I said that.
You contrarian. Ask any of our high rollers and they'll tell you. GTO, Shaman figurine strat, is good fortune. Or they wouldn't have all picked it. These are the hard-hitting questions. This is a hard-hitting hand. Davies, 2 queens. Back-to-back opens now.
It's not a break, we're just going to break table 7 and going to recommence straight away.
Potential activation here of ace-10 offsuit in the small blind. It is an early position raise off of a 30 big blind stack, which is actually rather awkward. It wouldn't surprise me if he doesn't really want to play this. Sometimes he 3-bets as well. Looks like he will flat. Trying to proceed with caution.
Sure. So, Vogelsang, once again the customer, and this time he's in a world of hurt. Flopping the Broadway gutter, but queen's full for Seth Davies. And with so much hand, not obligated.
By no means obligated to bet here. Especially holding 2 queens, you're blocking some of that stuff that can follow through for continue. If he does bet, he probably will bet pretty small to still entice like the pocket pairs that flat from the small blind to continue.
35. 35. Yeah.
This probably would get Christoph Vogelsang to continue with this little gutty. Price is just too good, drawing to 1%. Did he? I saw him verbalize something. Yeah, check raise.
Interesting choice here from Vogelsang.
So the small blind flat against early position raise is actually pretty like Broadway heavy. That isn't the top tier like ace kings. So it is reasonable for him to have like king jack suited, king 10 suited, king queen, and kind of attack the tiny c bets like the pocket pairs. Obviously Seth Davies loves this, just calls.
9 on the turn. Seth slow playing, totally understandable.
When Vogelsang check raises the flop on this texture from the small blind versus UTG1, he's basically implying his value hands is King X. I wouldn't expect Queen X to be check raising. Jack 10 does get there a little bit, which he certainly could have. He needs to think about what range is bet calling here in this spot. Would a pocket pair lower than the queen bet call? If he thinks the answer is yes, then he can strongly consider multi-barreling. If not, he might just slow down.
So he does slow down after some pause. And for Davies, we don't need to come out barreling over here. We can make our hand look like it could be ripe for a river bluff with a check back, no?
You certainly can. Not a lot of players do it because they kind of want to still build the pot. But when my opponent check raises, he's saying, I'm representing King X. And then he checks a turn.
Right.
It kind of seems like he doesn't have a king. And that is a great check by Seth Davies. I love that restraint from getting greedy.
Not a great card, however, in terms of Davies' prospects of getting action.
Good enough to smash
Yeah, I'm curious to see if Vogel... Oftentimes he probably just gives up, figure that his shot was on the flop. Maybe the Queen X's don't feel like they would ever fold as well. It's understandable that he gives up here. At this point for Davies, it's just how can Christoph Vogelsang ever have anything, but you just gotta bet. You're in position and see what happens. Do you just go big and try to represent a busted diamond draw? Or do you go really cutesy, perhaps occasionally inducing a bluff?
He did, but he's back. He's back strong. His back got a nice win, so now he's back.
Oh, really? Yeah, nice win.
Not Rivera, the back.
Christoph's check leaves Davies
How much you want?
doing his best to maybe look this thing like some desperate busted diamonds, although I'm not certain what combos
Rick did to
would be activating.
Yeah, I agree.
So Henrik,
I feel like you're supposed to go tiny, like 50K.
180.
But it looked like he's just going to go half pot and hope for the best. It didn't matter what sizing he picked. This ace-10 was going into the muck.
Yeah. Vogelsang took one shot at it, deep enough stack with which to do so, and that will leave Davies hauling this one in. The man who's still in search of his first Triton title, 5.2 million in earnings, 14 cashes.
He wasn't going to play your tournament. He had to invite.
Can I get a large glass of ice?
Failed to cash in his first 3 festivals, spanning Jeju 2019, London 2019, Cyprus 2022, and then broke the seal in Madrid. Here he is now, sitting 3rd in chips at this feature table, just shy of 40 bigs. With the blinds at 10 and 20,000.
The Robinator, is that a thing?
It is now. 5 deuce suited. Into the bin. Thought for a second that's the hand that Andrew opened with, although it's not exactly a peach. King 9 off. Showing some aggression. Now Vogel into the hood he goes, signifying that he will be participating in this pot with this King 10 suited, which has the Robinator pipped.
That's right, Lode Vogel is going to flat call here in position.
Yeah, 1 hour.
1 hour.
They changed it.
I will say this undergun +2 open King 9 offsuit is rather aggressive.
Confirmed. And the flat from Vogel invites Kerry Katz to flop a pair of 7s on a queen high board where said hand is best. 3-way affair. A knuckle from Kerry.
Just king high. It is a rather dry texture, although queen X certainly in the dealer button's flattening range. Looks like he is going to try and scoop this pot as he grabs some chips. It might not kick out Vogelsang having position. Backdoor spades, backdoor Broadway draw, small price. Curious to see if he continues, as he can certainly react on turns to Andrew Robles' potential like weakness, pick up equity. Now Kerry was certainly going to continue for against one opponent. Against two, it's tough because oftentimes he's up against a queen and then he needs to improve to win the pot. Looks like he will try and hit that 8 or 7, but probably not feeling too good about it despite being best.
To the turn we go. As Robles 45K bet called and not 1 but 2 seats. And the ace of diamonds is that card that maybe he is going to be able to represent. Mulls it over after the second check from Kerry.
Clearly, the ace does have a range advantage for the early position raiser, who was certainly continuation bet on a queen 7 deuce rainbow. The flat call in position is very heavy in these kind of pocket pairs and queen. But the thing is, his hand just has no equity, really, in case he's up against an ace. So you can't really just fire at 100% frequency, otherwise you're a bit too easy to play against. I wonder what Vogelsang does here with the little gutty. Maybe he thinks Kerry Katz would have played a queen faster, given how short he is. But even a queen X would have a lot of trouble with the ace coming up. And look at this king 10 suited, just really applying pressure on these two opponents.
Yeah, Roble not swinging the bat. And the ace in particular leaves Kerry a bit disgusted as he folds. So a nice 115 into 300
Rabbit hunt. River.
out of the
Give him the river.
gut shot straight draw.
El Jefe wanted a rabbit hunt. Was denied.
Christoph can hit his gut shot.
I don't care. Thank you very much.
That's kind of the home game move there. The rabbit.
there the table? And
Yeah, I'm gonna go get it. Hopefully it's still there. Should be.
Nachito, ace-10 suited, up front pop.
Couple nines here for Michael Soiza. Playing off of, what, a 27 big blind stack. Just going to flat call here in position. A little bit too deep to just 3-bet jam.
Hand.
So looks like we will take a flop here. Oh, let's see if Seth Davies wants to come along first. Ace deuce. A lot of times these hand actually just outright muck playing 3 ways against the early position open. Does. So it's Nachito versus Soizito.
King 8-7, nines. Still good, 1 overcard to worry about.
Nacho is up front. Unless you want to represent the ace kings, the king queens, king jacks. Given the more narrow range, it's tough for your opponent to continue. Although 2 nines most likely will with just 1 over. Prospects of backdoor straight draw as well.
Soiza comes along. Turn card, delivering the nut flush draw to Barbero. Obviously, he does need to be mindful of some of that King X sort of kit that Soiza would be flat calling pre-flop with.
Yeah, I agree, but the thing is also King X is a little bit more narrow in the sense that the big ace kings, the king queens, they 3-bet at a pretty high frequency. Hence why Nacho is going to continue firing against the pocket pairs like 9s, 6s, 5s, the 8-9 suited. It's actually quite a small bet here, 45K into 200. That's 25% pot on a turn. Not something you see too often as the second barrel. Extremely tough for Soiza to continue, although the price is rather good.
I mean, if he doesn't give Nacho credit for the King X, then obviously this 45K, something that will keep him engaged. And a Dry River card could very well keep him engaged as well. And if Nacho wants to continue to tell the tale, as much as there's a desire with this ace high that we feel is no good and unimproved on the river to maybe size up, wouldn't we need to stay a bit more consistent with the narrative?
Yeah,
keep it milky?
I would think that he would need to stay consistent and barrel off. When you do a tiny 25% pot bet on the turn, you actually let a lot of his hands to continue, and hence why he's selling the story that he's got that king. He knows that with a small turn bet, these pocket pairs, these 1-pair holdings, not a king, will still continue. So with the triple barrel Soiza, pocket 9s.
But this 225,000, Randy, not at all a part of what I thought might have been the manner in which this picture would need to be painted. It seems a bit forceful from time to time. You know, there's decent hands that will like to check one of these 3 streets, play some pot control, maybe even be a bit trappy and fail. But the 3-barrel, we just know that that contains bluffs from time to time.
I think the key point of this hand is actually the turn. Why did Nacho bet out of position only 45K? into 200. That's what Soizer's trying to figure out. If he had King X, would he still opt to go for the sizing with the flush draw present, with the straight draw being present as well? If he feels that King X would size up a bit, he might be able to find a call here of 2-9s. He might feel this is like top set or nothing.
Polarity.
There is that little problem holding 2-9s in the sense that you can't pick off the 10-9 up front. But then again, you would think an open-ended straight draw would bet bigger than 25% out of position on the turn. So maybe he can actually throw that out the window a bit.
Deep into the tank is Soiza on this one, Randy, and he finds the call. Nacho caught with his hand in the cookie jar. As Soiza
The sizing on the thumb. I went to do 88,000.
makes a statement, and you heard Nacho immediately say it was a misclick in terms of sizing on the turn, Randy, which is exactly what you zeroed in on.
Yeah, well, that definitely would change things if he did bet 80K, but maybe he doesn't follow through for river bet. It's hard to say.
What the fuck was that?
But Soiza just world-class call there. That is extremely difficult 3 barrels. Especially against the, what, under the gun open? Like, that's a crazy call, my friend.
Indeed. So we got a taste of the world-class nature of Michael Soiza there, and now a look at the world-class offerings from the official timekeeper of the Triton Super High Roller Series. Jacob and Kozenev, the Godfather piece, scooped up by Phil Nagy. Astronomia Casino with the working roulette wheel, scooped up by Kanapong Tanaratakul, KT as we call him. And unclear whether or not anyone has wet their beak to the tune of that W16 working motor inside the Bugatti piece. Not just watches, but works of art. That which comes your way courtesy of Jacob & Co.
I wanted to bet, no waste of time, but that's what I bet so fast.
Sounded like the shot clock got the best of Nacho that last hand. When he says misclick on turn. Regardless, it is part of the game. Ace-8 now for Chidwick.
Min raise open.
It's always awkward getting these offsuit broadways in the small blind against early position. Does lay it down.
Teeny pickup, but an important one. Lets you sit back for a little bit. Now then, King 9 off this time for Chidwick.
AQ here for Seth Davies. Button. Roble, Queen 8 off. It is big blind versus button. type of hand you do defend with the good price. Is dominated, in a bit trouble.
No, just 5K over the min when raising from the button for Davies. Just added dissuasions perhaps for the blinds, although he's happy to get a customer, in particular when their kit contains a queen. On the King 6-5 board, neither player connecting. Buck 20 in the middle.
Pretty dry texture. Ace Queen does barrel at a pretty high frequency. Bet most gut shot turns that you do pick up often, but does check back. Does pick up that gutty that I did speak of. However, it was checked through on the flop. Not much of a hand here for Roble.
Broadway gut shot, as you mentioned. No pair for Seth. Waiting on Roble.
Oh, he's activating here. Look at this.
65K. Credible sizing.
Yeah, very credible here. Davies with just high card, but the nut, no pair as you mentioned. Beats all of the draws, which are many out there. All spades, all 8-7s, 8-9s, queen 10s, you name it. Does make the correct call. Nicely played so far.
Ace on the river gives Davies top pair, and perhaps will give Roble some pause, as certainly some ace-x combos could have been flatting the turn. Obviously plenty of hands that are going to beat queen high.
Yeah, there's a lot of ace-x in the check back of the king 6-5. It's just so hard to multi-barrel. Oftentimes you're just throwing those chips away. As played, Davies must like to see his opponent checking. Seems like a nice spot to go for a value bet against King X. You can still represent a lot of busted draws to spades mainly.
$125.
So half the pot, hoping for some crying calls.
Roble's hand hasn't hit the muck yet here.
Well, of course, it's crossing his mind is, can he make a big check raise? It is possible. He might think his opponent would try to represent the ace as a bluff, but also for thin value, one pair hands. Noticing the 50% sizing on the river, maybe he thinks his opponent would go bigger if it was a nicer holding than just one pair.
Took a time bank, but in the end, predictable destinations for the queen 8 perhaps. As Roble just keeping an eye on Davies there. Taking a peek at Davies' performance thus far here in London, Randy. We have a 9th place finish in the 200K for 400,000 and change. His only cash in 6 swings of the bat.
It's a good one to cash, though.
Oh, yeah.
Do the big ones.
No
Spend the
doubt.
bad luck on the little ones. Shaman techniques. Looks like he does have another opportunity to get involved here with a couple sevens. Ace-4 suited. You know what this class of hands likes to do. Apply pressure. 20 blinds is almost the ideal stack size. 2-3 bet jam.
Yep. All in declared by Nachito. 405,000 in total. And that is a lot of pressure being applied to the sevens. As Davies asks for a count, is it awkward, Randy?
It feels cuspy to me. I think eights would mandatory call. I don't believe he thinks Nacho is jamming like all of the pairs lower than the sevens. Like 2s and 3s might just hit the muck. Looks like he will pay it off and in great shape.
Well, we say pay it off, but really it's call it down because he is in front and Barbero covered and in need of help. 860K pot. 43 big blinds. Looking for a home.
It's good. It's good.
10-8 tray. Squeaky clean for the sevens.
There it is.
And the set on the turn showers Nacho Barbero.
Ooh. Bad beat jackpot.
As quads, for good measure, on the end will polish off the remains of the man who had 4 straight cashes coming into this one, Randy, including that whopping 3.4 million, the biggest of the payouts in the 200K 8 max, after making a deal three-handed despite finishing second to David Yan. And Davies surging.
I was ready to read him a eulogy, but clearly he's done well at this festival. No need.
Yeah, I wouldn't worry about him hopping in a poker casket just yet, with quite a few more events still to go. Pot Limit Omaha event taking place.
That's correct.
Right now. Unclear whether or not Nachito's going to find his way into those pastures.
Not too. Does he have Pot Limit Omaha experience? You probably would know.
He plays PLO in the mixed game for sure.
Okay, he's in it.
Seems like it would be a prudent destination.
That one was very much not a bluff. I fought beforehand. Me too. The check raise spot, the king thing.
Suited Robbie for Roble.
Those who have no idea what Randy's talking about, just a quick Google. Robbie Jade Lou, Hustler Casino Live.
Not
Leave the rest to
related.
YouTube.
I'm not related, by the way.
Oh.
Same, I know.
I didn't even think about it.
she's become, that last name has become more popular for her than me now for poker. I'm a nobody now.
Dubious.
King 10 suited calling. Look at the 2 8s in the big blind.
Perhaps some juice available for a fresh squeeze?
From time to time, you do just see Chidwick just rip in. Yeah, it looks like he did just that.
Effectively ripping.
I mean, last year they were ranked last
year. Chidwick is jamming about 33, 34 blinds in the spot. Sorry to cut you off.
No, it's fine.
Almost have more people at our games than any other North Carolina team.
Look at Roble, all business.
Yeah.
Working the cup of coffee. Trademark baseball cap.
Yeah,
Meanwhile, business time for Jason Koons. Pocket sixes and up front raise. David Yan, the shorty, 230K in total. With ace queen. And Jason always ready to make the call at that price. Says good luck, and 510,000. Needs to go David Yan's way if he hopes to continue on in the Luxon Pay Invitational. Always nice to polish off the remains of the food just in case the ace queen doesn't hold.
He's not even
but
looking
David,
at the board.
Yeah, I mean, we have some time here, maybe. Turn doesn't help him. If you thought that man shuffles his chips aggressively, don't ask him to finish his food. Wowzers. 6 outs once on the river. Actually, more than that, as the counterfeits were available too in the 10 and the 7. And despite the wealth of outs, David Yan unable to connect. Jason Kuhn holding on and bringing us down to 37 runners.
He was allowed to take his plate with him, right? He didn't need to finish the food before the flop was dealt. Like, there was a timeline.
I believe we can take the food to go. We're not going to offer any boxes, doggy bags, if you will, but just grab the plate, walk elsewhere, maybe to an empty table, finish it off in peace.
Feels like his mistake was not sweating that flop.
I think it was actually a pro move because he was still hungry right up until he got showered. That is an appetite-ruining thing to have go down. 250K, poof, possibly even 500. Now then, Leonardo Drago.
Ben Heath's got pocket 8s. Against the VIP. Got him slightly covered. No, these hands, they like to go all in. We just saw Chidwick do it. Very similar spot. Button open, does jam, and Drago, he can't lay this down.
Yeah, I have 715.
Yeah, and noticing immediately that the stacks are effectively level between the two of them. So, call, says Drago. And lovely are the thoughts swirling around in his head once Ben Heath rolls up to 8s. And obviously the look of concern on Ben's face is rightfully worn as they play a whopping 1.4 million chip pot. Randy, 70 bigs. And a set of 10s that is vulnerable on this coordinated jack-high texture.
Pretty good.
A little chuckle from everyone. Over.
Yeah. Board pairing jack ices things as Ben Heath draws dead. 30K will be left. 1.5 bigs. Vapors.
Yeah, I think I have like 30 more.
Yeah, that was a 1-2 punch.
Indeed.
685?
75, 85. 95.
Destined to win a big pot there. I had queen 7 of hearts.
Oof.
So you would have won a big pot from me too. Destiny.
Wow. That would have been...
Ouch.
I mean... Were you check raising that hand from the flop?
Maybe we give the nub a little privacy.
Yeah.
I know I wasn't folding.
Behind the curtains.
Yeah.
Why do you feel like just pot the flop or something?
Aren't we undressed enough at this point?
Like, he doesn't even have enough chips to shuffle properly.
Right, it's cuspy. I think we're right at the threshold there.
I feel like you need 2 more chips for optimal amount.
Pots.
Does he have 6 chips?
I think so.
Then you're
30K.
It's not as satisfying when you go the 3-3 stack.
Let's take a look.
The beginner
take a
practice
look.
stack.
Yeah, starter kit.
Chevion, amazing series thus far. 1 title, a big one.
Yes, indeed.
Beat Dao Min Fu heads up.
By the way, that's hazardous waters we swim in when we're heads up against Dao Min Fu. Strap in. Ole, 1.35 million, courtesy of the 50K 8-max title. Did not cash in the 3 events prior or the 3 events since that he's played.
You have a black chip under your white stack. Thank you.
Thought he was speaking of Ben Heath for a second. Looks like he's going to lay that one down. know what's interesting for Punat Ponsri is that he actually has played as the VIP for the previous 2 invitationals, but this time he's a poker pro.
Really?
Yeah.
Entered the transfer portal.
Felt like he just had too good of the results. You know, he was one of our main event champions.
Now, for those that are scratching their temple and wondering how it is that we settle upon the designations of pro and VIP, Randy, why don't you give people a sense of the process here at Triton?
Well, I believe there's a 3-person panel that kind of decides that, and there's that Rob Young, Paul Pois,
and Jason Kuhn.
And Jason Kuhn, I believe.
Mhm.
And they kind of, discuss it and see whether someone qualifies. One player will apply as a VIP, doesn't necessarily mean they'll get through, and the panel will make that decision. And they decided this guy's too good. Move him down.
I'm glad he's singing the song.
Move him over.
You didn't
Not
see it.
down.
Yeah. Oh, I didn't say anything.
Well, we know this guy's good. And pocket sixes, he decides, are good enough to put his 295K forward.
Hopefully Ben Heath does not take one with this 30K. Queen sixes dominated. Oh, he is going to go for it, unfortunately for him. Just looking for the queen, but we do have multiple players act behind. That might give action.
Yeah, the timing also unfortunate for Ben Heath to be sharing a 6, which is paired in Dan Smith's hand.
He's not going to show him the other card? Oh, he has to.
Dealer Daniela hauling it in. Ace 4 deuce.
Oh, it was Jack 8.
Queen needed. Out there on the turn, and Ben Heath winding up to flick these 6 chips across the felt, and the time is now to do just that. 8s against 10s, Queen 6 against 2 6s, and just like that, we have lost one of the hometown heroes, Ben Heath, as he will not be adding to his career Triton earnings of $4.25 million, nor notching his 14th cash. Does have 2 cashes already here at this festival in the 25K 7 max. He finished 12th and did the same thing, finishing 12th in the 40K mystery bounty. But it's time to hunt the PLO event or a night off for Ben Heath.
Yeah, GG Ben Heath. And you may wonder why he went with that Queen 6 suit is because there was an all-in that kind of gets you that overlay to collect the big blind, the small blind, the big blind ante. Without forcing, multiple players into the pot.
And really what you're hoping for is to have at least 2 clean cards in a situation like that.
Exactly.
Unfortunate for Ben Heath.
Someone's got to bust, my friend.
Yeah. A lot of people are going to have to bust. There's only one person who won't.
The champion?
Strange amount of apprehension tethered to that response, Randy, as though you were unsure ever. Queen's here for Dan Smith. Upswing eminent.
Quite good given how short he is, 375K. But not too short where he has to open jam. Just screaming for some action behind him. Pedro looks a little interested. Ace-9 offsuit.
Always disheartening when even the min raise can't pick up any interest out of the blinds.
Yes.
Keep the cards down, please. You lifted the cards up like 8 inches when you folded.
I told you, yes. 2 days ago as well. Just fold them like this. Don't pick them up because then they see the card.
A little bit of peer guidance being offered to Garignani there in terms of...
Stop fucking around, man.
There we go.
Just play online, man.
Inadvertently exposing his cards during a fold. Jason, slightly less delicate, but being cheeky, of course. Jam here from Punat Punstri's ace-9 suited. Now Dan. 10-9 suited, the kind of hand we like to play a pot with, but there will be no further decisions if he chooses to play this one, and not certain. Dan, please keep your hand down when folding.
It was a little high, wasn't it?
I would hate for Punat to have seen your hand as it was mocked and the pot was delivered to him. Please.
Oh, Ollie. Here we go. King, queen, king, queen.
This one rates to be uneventful, although flush draws are in play. You can see 91% of the time it'll be a chop, but that means 9% of the time it won't, and a little 5% edge to the suited spade edition for Lord Vogel. And we're going to carve it up.
Come on, really?
I mean, the spade on the flop, back door, come on. Maybe I rode the broom, did I? No.
Okay. Now you can say it.
Okay, it's
We're gonna
official.
Carve it up.
Yeah. You know, like Thanksgiving. Turkey on the table.
I know what Thanksgiving is. Sorry, I interrupted you. Go on. Turkey on the table.
I wasn't alleging that you didn't, Randy.
Cranberry on sauce?
Cranberry on sauce? No. Cranberry sauce on turkey.
Pie on pumpkin.
Right, do we need to reboot you again, Randy? I feel like we did an OS update. Now suddenly we're finding some glitches. Ali Nishad, Randy Liu, pleased to have all of you with us here for coverage of this $250,000 Luxon Pay Invitational from jolly old London, England. If you're watching us on YouTube, click like, click subscribe. Go on. It takes a few seconds, and in turn, we pledge to give you the best of streaming poker entertainment anywhere.
Mm-hmm. Thank you for saying that.
You know,
wouldn't have done a better job.
Weird time for me to have been kind of in that portion of the promo as business uncle, Kerry, on the screen with the Poker Go gear on. Might have something to say about that claim. He's got something to say about his pocket eights, raising to 50,000.
We got a hijack open off a shallow stack. Soiza, very similar-ish stack, a little bit more. Ace 10. Definitely qualifies as a hand he could reshove with. Indeed he does, and I don't really see how Kerry Katz can get away. I don't know if get away is the right word, but you know what I'm saying.
Just avoid the discomfort. It feels like this one's not quite as cuspy.
It's just that you have too much of a hand to let this one down. You know, if you fold, you're down to 370. Eat an orbit or two, down to 10 blinds.
I love what happened, by the way, there. It was almost inadvertently genius. You said let this one down as opposed to let this one go or lay this one down. But I think you are letting down pocket eights if you put them into the muck instead of dig in this spot. But Kerry's really going to think it over, Randy. Wants to navigate with surgical precision. Yeah, see, you can feel that he hates it. A spot that he's been involuntarily put in. Soiza not going to be giving anything away. Katz is such a warrior. Randy has tremendous results in Super High Roller Series, and he's got a tremendous spot potentially here with 10% edge. Thin, but there.
What do you think my opening range is?
And we'll play for 890. Is Kerry a bit surprised?
Well, good luck.
To see Soiza pressuring him.
Yeah, seems a little bit displeased by
yeah.
the ace-10 rejam, but here we go.
And the displeasure will give way to a set of 8s. And now all of a sudden he's like, hey, you know, I applaud that. Good 3-bet.
Yeah, well
nice
done.
timing.
Nicely played.
And 8's full means it is easy. So Cats can exhale.
The shine. Oh, so beautiful. Mesmerizing.
Randy, you've become very poetic lately.
I get them a both. Can't do one at a time.
I don't blame you.
You know what would be great?
No, but I would love to hear it from you. Go ahead.
Is if we had Triton forks. Right?
I'm not supposed to laugh.
No, but I mean, it looks like an incredibly elegant design for a fork.
It is.
When we're getting food service distributed through the room, perhaps a lovely Triton fork. And then you can have like a winner, like a champion fork. So when you're eating tableside, people know, you know.
You get the bigger one.
We got the Jacob and Cole watch
regular fork
for the main, you know, like a spork for a 25K.
Spork.
50K, you get a full-on fork.
No one uses a spork anymore. It's not cafeteria in 6th grade or whatever.
You must be eating at more respectable establishments than me, Randy. I still see the spork from time to time. Generally plastic.
You have lifetime immunity. Yeah, not complain.
Raise 50,000.
Do they have sports at McDonald's here? I know you visited earlier today.
Randy putting me on deep blast as producer James brings the remains
the
of
grease is just coming out of the bag.
what was a really self-loathing sort of decision at roughly 5 o'clock local time here today during the break.
What did you order?
I housed a 20-piece Randy barbecue sauce, large fries. Thanks.
No sweet and sour?
That felt like maybe your department. I suppose I should have asked for hummus dip, but that was unavailable. 10-8 dominated here for Lord Vogel as he flops himself a gut shot straight draw. Inferior edition against Davies, who's ace high is best and has the Broadway gutter.
Davies actually has the nut flush draw backdoor as well, which makes you activate way more often, knowing that you can apply so much pressure in case another spade comes off. Gut shot obviously important too. Went over to the king. But Davies has been a bit passive with betting kind of these Broadway holdings. Certainly fine, so he must be having more of a balanced check back game to not c-bet at a high frequency. For now, though, does give Vogelsang a little rope to perhaps fight with this 10-8.
So after the flop got checked around, a dusty 5 rolls off. Davies content to play a small one. More dust on the river. No, Lord Vogel went to the drawstrings this time around.
Does he not normally have drawstrings?
He does, but he pulled them. And we are approaching sort of Kenny from South Park status in terms of
he killed
face
Vogel?
Real estate.
Well, Kenny is going to fight. 65K. Incredibly hard look up here of just ace-10 high. And the size is in a way that Vogel could easily have more than just king X or value. Some strong jacks with the flop check through, turn check through. Very credible, nicely done.
So, Christoph correctly recognizing that Davies wasn't going to have enough to call the end, and 10 high. Didn't rate to have any showdown value. Picking off a pot like that, and you add enough of those together throughout the course of a session, Randy, as opposed to actually lose them, and the swing is quite big. And perhaps moments like that are the ones that have been compiled en route to Christoph Vogelsang, having the chip lead here at the feature table, $1.5 million in front of him, and fairly even distributions down the line. Kerry Katz doubling up into Chidwick's territory with those pocket eights against Soiza, who's now left with just 5 bigs. And that is the shortest stack in the room. Only sub-10 big blind stack, in fact.
Football season's upon us.
Now, this baseball cap, is it the Triton one where he removed the embroidery, or?
No, Robo likes to go with the indescript, just blank cap situation.
Okay.
And by the way, I'm guessing it's super expensive. As a not super expensive open, 55,000 at the 10 and 25K level. And yet Vogelsang resisting the temptation with the King 10.
Yeah, he'd rather play that in position than out.
Trying to get my head around the figurine resting atop the time banks for Shaman O'Dwyer.
I wanted to ask you earlier. I couldn't get a good eye on it as well. Would love for our production crew to zoom in on that for us, rather than the action. You know, just the priorities.
Yeah. Well, unfortunately for you, the audience might not feel the same way.
O'Dwyer making the defense here, out flopping the Ace King, but Ace King's got a lot of potential barrels here. 2 overs, gut shot, backdoor spades. It's a lot of kit. Maybe we go small for Robo and then jam lots of turns, especially his spades, applying max pressure on 6X and Jack X. It's a sizable bet. I mean, relative to O'Dwyer's 200K remaining. Might just ship this one in.
Yeah, you read the spot right, Randy.
For Robo, he's just too committed with what's behind, so he does make the call here. Could
Deep
occasionally
enough.
be the best hand.
Yeah, deep enough to be able to do so and still leave himself a fairly healthy stack. 30 some odd bigs if it all goes wrong, which for the time being it has. Good luck charm working out so far for O'Dwyer. No 10, no ace, no king, no problem.
So he can't be beaten because he is the king of the trinkets.
Well, I think he can. Randy,
When he's all in. So the way to beat him is to get him to call on the river and have to muck. You know, you just can't get all in with him.
right, well, that would suggest that at no point is he ever going to bust. If he's ever all in and he can't lose. Oh.
So Dwyer wins the tournament. Why are we still doing production?
Because maybe the theory isn't right, Randy.
Okay.
So we step away from Shaman O'Dwyer and his double up to look in on Jason Kuhn and company. There's Santosh Suvarna. I believe a new arrival.
Sitting healthy, 1.1 million stack, 43 big blinds it is.
50K when that guy kept making those dog sounds on day 2. There was a guy barking at people when he won pots.
No.
There was this guy. It was crazy. You just be in this dead silent room, and then a guy out of nowhere just like woo 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 woo, start barking super loud. But it scared the shit out of me every time he did it.
When he was betting, or
When he won a pot.
Oh, when he won a pot.
It was like a guy on his rail would just be like.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry. You didn't have my time back for the story. All right, I'll do that. It's outrageous.
There are some colorful characters that work their way to a World Series of Poker rail, that's for sure.
I'm expecting you to bark
405.
after someone wins this pot. Will you deliver for me? Please?
All in.
For Ole? Oh, wait. There's a count. Punat Punch's got ace king.
You just let me know when I'm supposed to bark, Randy.
Come back to calling to action for me, please.
Yeah, woofing it up on the button is Shemion. But Punsri growling, showing his teeth. And now, flatting, looking maybe to try to tempt Dan Smith into a misstep, but not going to happen, and the misstep is Shemion's. Obviously an understandable rip from the button with the ace-8. Procedurally, nothing wrong, but running into ace-king, not the script. And the bell tolls for the German. It's the pride of Thailand. Plays for 960 and holds on a jack-high rainbow board. Or Ole needs bubbles. Not there on the turn. 3 outs, 1 time. Not there on the river either. GG's, fist bumps, and a gathering of belongings for Ole Shemion, whose chips are gathered by Punat Punsri. Punat up to 1.1 million.
We were flipping, huh? You had 10s?
Jack Shemion.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. The latest casualty. As we are now down to just 33 runners here in the 250K Luxon Pay Invitational.
And thank you. Did Jungle miss registration today on the re-entry? I think he just showed up late and missed it.
Who did?
Jungle.
Bro. I mean, this guy.
Confirmed, by the way. Dan Cates, Jungle Man. Comes all the way out to London. Tries to show up max late reg on day 2, but you got to do that at the start of the day, Jungle. So I'm wondering about aimlessly after realizing that there would be no exceptions made. Now, Punsri sitting prettier than he was moments ago, courtesy of Ole Shemion's ace-8. Here he is with an ace-9 suited, and in turn, he will be the one opening and getting jammed on by Dan Smith this time. Button and small blind. Drago. This one should be easy.
Nope, sorry.
I know he's behind here, but it feels like a spot you just got to pay off. Dealer button versus small blind. Looks like Punat Punsri is grabbing calling chips to put Dan Smith at risk. 27% chance.
Oh, Cobra.
So then, Smith, who has staved off elimination on multiple occasions, in wonderful shape here to double yet again, but now
I don't think so, Dan.
Hazardous.
I don't think so.
And look at Dan going full reverse superstition here. And yeah, the nut flush draw on the flop comes in on the turn. The ace king of hearts showered.
GG, bro.
Okay.
Boy, blink and you might miss it. Randy, yet another player headed for the lockers.
Wow.
And that was savage.
I mean, he took off his microphone a little too early.
You know what he was doing there. You know, get up on your feet, grab the
Timing was a
microphone.
little off.
It felt hasty.
Showered.
So, get a look now at Punat Punsri. What a surge. Up to 1.5 million plus. Now, sitting as the chip leader here at the feature table, but with just 5 players there and 31 in total remaining in the field. It is going to be a table break situation, and given some of the nuance in terms of pros not being able to sit with their VIP partners, these table breaks take a little bit longer than usual, so we bring you back to the desk. Ali and Randy with you. Now we have an over 2 million chip stack. Didn't have a chance to talk about it during that frame, yet to see him operating out there. 2.26 to be exact, in front of China's Tan Xuan. This is a guy who could be very, very threatening, but every time you see him at the top of a leaderboard, Randy, you wonder how long will he sit up there because his chips stay in motion.
We always get very excited when we see Tan Xuan at the top of the chip counts, but then we kind of blink, look away for a second, and all of a sudden he's at the bottom.
Right.
But then again, he comes back to the top and the bottom, has bailed out, hasn't been able to get a nice deep run in an Olam event in a while, but if you're going to do it, I would say the 250K Invitational is the one to get it done.
No question about it. 7 million plus in career earnings for Tan Xuan. 1 title, 10 cashes, 0 so far in 4 attempts at this London stop. But on the topic of London, as we see boss Paul Fua, 1.7 million in front of him, up from the 1.5 that we started the frame in, trending in the right direction. On the topic of London, as I mentioned, Bryn Kenny, the man who won the Triton Helping Hand last time the series, paid a visit here. Second, rather, won the lion's share of the money, which is why I always think that he won it. Aaron Zhang, of course, the actual champ, who isn't here, by the way, at this stop. No word on whether or not Aaron's going to be paying us a visit at all?
Noticeably absent. Not sure what his situation is, but his counterpart, Bryn Kenny, doing well, and Bryn Kenny did do it here in London.
Yeah, another name that's popping up there is Kiat Lee, in 4th place, part of the Malaysian delegation you see on the right side of your screen. How about Patrick Antonius? The man quietly going about his business. 5th place right now, 1.6 million. So let us send you to a break. In just a few minutes, we'll come back. We'll talk some more about what we've got on our hands with some new tables as continuing coverage of this 250K Luxon Pay Invitational comes your way in moments.
GG Poker. Why so many players? This is a crazy thing to do.
GG Poker
Broke the Guinness World Record.
Welcome to the World Series of Poker
the biggest poker site.
Larger than all other GG Poker. Traffic reaches all-time high. Chup, 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 chup. No
Take your game to the next level with GTO Wizard. Practice against GTO on all your devices. Study any situation from pre-flop to river, we've got it all. Upload your hand histories to uncover your biggest leaks. We have hundreds of hours of coaching from top pros, cutting-edge theory articles, and custom study plans to help guide your poker journey. GTO Wizard, the #1 app for poker players.
Introducing the all-new BetACR.eu, the premier destination for sports enthusiasts. What sets BetACR.eu apart is our exclusive offering of live-action prediction options on the Triton Series. Experience the excitement as you predict the action while watching your favorite players live. But that's not all. By opening your account now, you can take advantage of our incredible offer. Receive a generous 15% free play on your first top-up, up to $250. Become a part of BetACR.eu and elevate your live sports engagement experience.
And welcome back to continuing coverage of the Triton Super High Roller Series from right here at the JW Grosvenor House on Park Lane in London. Of course, the $250,000 Luxon Pay Invitational, that which we are bringing you here today. Day 2 coverage. We intend to play down to a final table. We are getting toward the evening. Currently, 31 runners left. And as the short stacks consolidate, Randy, TBD whether or not we're going to get there. If you had to make a bet?
I would say... I want to say we will, but I feel like it's going to be like 13 or 14 or so.
I mean,
look,
look,
don't know. What do you think?
Obviously, we can. All it requires is just playing
saying,
as late as
that's
necessary.
That's what I was thinking. I was like, let's just play them down to 6 a.m. or 5 a.m. or so. It's possible.
But, you know, here at the Triton Super High Roller Series, players and their opinions, especially those that are going to be left in that situation, will probably be polled, asked where exactly they want to end up, down to a final table, come back tomorrow at that stage, or let's go home, let's get a good night's rest. Still TBD, things a little bit up in the air. We talked a bit about the big stacks that are in the event earlier on. Right now, let's focus down toward the bottom of the leaderboard. If you would like, Michael Soiza, just 12 big blinds. He was down to 5, so obviously has had a spin up. The bulk of the damage done, of course, by Kerry Katz with the pocket 8s, and Kerry was a bit surprised to see Michael shoving with the ace-10 over the top of him. Didn't work out for Soiza on that occasion. Were you surprised to see sort of that criticism?
Yeah, it was. He seemed quite annoyed that his opponent showed up with ace-10. I was like, what do you think I'm opening with this stack in this position? But everything seems standard to me. Definitely you want to kind of take note when someone mentions that kind of thing and maybe adjust your ranges accordingly for future hands for Soiza.
Yeah, 4-time Triton title winner Mikita Badziakuski, second most decorated of all time behind Jason Kuhn, finds himself on 17 big blinds, 420,000. And then playable depth on up the line in terms of the bottom of the leaderboard, 22 big blinds, so on and so forth as you get a look at the Triton Poker Plus app. Just briefly, if you'd like. Yes? No? All right. No matter. Okay. Download it. Take a look. It's what we use here in the booth. No big deal. 2 feature tables still with us. And, of course, we've got a little bit of a deck shuffle there after the table break. Some new faces going to be filling in the blanks. And without further ado, let's get down to it. Lord Vogel, 60 bigs at the 10 1/4 level, which is steady. Davies behind him. There is Soiza's 12 blinds. You see Kerry Katz. 33 bigs after the double through Soiza. Chidwick and O'Dwyer down there as well. Panakov's new arrival, the Latvian, over $1 million in chips in front of him.
Curious to see what getup he's in today.
I think this is the last year of the contract.
Not one of his flashier ones.
Good for USC. USC and UCLA. They said got 2 games and aren't ridiculously far away.
Yeah.
Yeah, Pac-12's been relegated to the WAC conference now.
Yeah, I mean, Utah is going to leave.
I'm going to have a big hand to go after Psycho Bunny's blinds. I can tell you that right now.
You got a big hand here, Kerry Katz.
Yeah.
All right. Psycho Bunny. Going after it.
Why Psycho Bunny?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
And that's how he plays.
Kind of true.
I didn't lie.
That's a big hand.
That was the perfect speech for him to say, yeah, fuck that.
He believes you.
I believe, yeah.
Yeah, put me to the test. It would have worked.
You're not a liar.
We've called Alex Panakov's many things.
Kind of disappointing.
Randy, courtesy of his somewhat psychedelic wardrobe from time to time. One of the things we've never called him is Psycho Bunny.
Yeah,
I know what it is.
was
It's a
3
clothing
times
brand.
with Pocket Eights today, so it's just a lucky number, but no connection with Pocket Eights.
Shout out, by the way, Andrew Ye.
Yeah.
Is that a European tag?
Not sure if you're familiar with the name. Bracelet winner. Plays in my game back in Vegas. Literally never see him not wearing a Psycho Bunny shirt, hoodie, something. But I don't think I ever remember seeing Panakov's in that
That's
kit.
a good tournament.
I haven't. It's usually that really shiny gold one or black one that he likes to rock with the skier type goggles.
Yeah, yeah.
Psycho Bunny. Okay. Don't really like the name that much. Can you get us a new one?
We'll leave it to Kerry. Upstairs we go. Nothing psychotic about Jack 6 off of a stack of Seth Davies size. Making this move.
A King X offsuit for Andrew Roble in the big blind. Not shy of defending, I assume, but this one a little bit too low of a little dangler. He's out.
Let's go. You're having a fun table.
Cats, boys, on the upside.
I'm amazed they actually gave you a glass this time with the coffee cup. The iced coffee.
Of course, nothing can happen covertly on Randy Lou's watch here at the desk.
Am I not supposed to mention these things?
My DIY. You know, I'm not a coffee drinker, but sleep has been a little bit cumbersome over the last few days. So I'm turning to the caffeine to keep the energy levels high with another frame on our hands here.
You should go covert like him. I won't see you doing these odd things.
King Queen offsuit. I would love to know whether or not there's a drawstring tell on Vogel. Note that he didn't pull the drawstrings this time. King Queen. Let's see if in the future drawstrings get pulled and it's something dusty or stronger. Just a hunch.
Didn't realize you got live reads. You might have single-handedly destroyed Vogel Singh's EV in this tournament.
I'm going to feel very guilty if I just brought everyone's attention to that.
He's got like a river jam for value. The guy folds the second nuts because he saw that he pulled the drawstring.
Ali, can I talk to you just briefly during the stream? You mentioned, please don't. That's not his voice. I don't.
It wasn't close, by
the way. It was a feeble effort. Kerry Katz, by the way, a customer with pocket nines. You surprised to see the flat out of the hijack, which may be tempting this button ace-3 suited to do something. As we see it do exactly.
Personally, no, I'm not surprised about the 2 nines and ace-3 suited. Definitely in a hand that can attack when you do see that flat. It's just the reason I say I'm not surprised is Carry Cats is actually rather deep. That it gets awkward when you 3-bet and get extra action. For now, though, it is the aggressive Psycho Bunny, 215K, Ace-3 of clubs. For King-Queen here, actually, is one of the spots where you rarely see it ever take it to a flop.
Just change some, yeah.
You kind of just 4-bet or fold.
Thank you.
It doesn't play that well given how dominated it usually is and no suitedness. We're playing 40 big blinds effective for Ponikov's stack. Hey, look at this. Drawstring not pulled. 4-bet. This is playing the player right now.
Vogel with that 900K bullying his way through this one.
Raise my call.
The funny thing is, what you mentioned would have been the best scenario situation for Carry Cats had he 3-bet the 2 9s.
Well, I suspect that the Ace-3 suited maybe goes away.
100% that's in the muck, yeah.
And I think the King-Queen either flats and proceeds.
Or maybe mucks,
TBD or
because
maybe
Carry
mucks.
Cats, yeah.
It depends on the sizing. Of
Fun.
course. As we take a moment to remind you that those spots that you might be a little bit unsure of, well, there are answers to your question. Questions, for that matter. They can be found at GTO Wizard, the #1 app for poker players where you can analyze played hands, practice by playing versus GTO, and solve any spot in the game. Start crushing at GTOWizard.com today, and in fact, we'll give you access for free for 24 hours. GTOWizard.com/Triton is where you can make that happen and get 10% discount on your first purchase. That's GTO Wizard, the #1 app for poker players. Ace Queen.
So we're down to the final 25% of the field.
You don't think you could have Ace-3 suited there? Big Bird.
Yeah, like a maybe like online cheap event maybe. Online 5K, sure. 50K.
I don't know if you overheard that exchange between O'Dwyer and Katz,
Huh? You had what?
but I believe Shaman O'Dwyer
I said
asked Katz if he didn't think that Vogelsang had Ace-2 suited in that spot. Katz said, who? And O'Dwyer said, Big Bird.
I heard him say Big
Bird. 25 minutes anyways.
I prefer Lord Vogel.
I mean, does he look like a Big Bird? Huh? We're talking about the yellow guy in Sesame Street.
How many other Big Birds do you know, Randy?
The show. All right, I think.
Okay.
I know, but it was
I was
my
just
way of convincing you to
asking.
do it.
Well, the Big
Way to
Bird
make me
here.
feel terrible.
Big Bird here is Davies, whose wings stretched pre. Chidwick, smaller bird, Ace-5, but a gut shot on the 7-6 tray board.
You strike me as Oscar the Grinch, by the way.
Well, I believe what you're looking for, Randy, is Oscar the Grouch.
Okay, never mind. Let's go back to the hand.
Somehow you threw Dr. Seuss into Sesame Street.
Type of board, Ace Queen probably tries to take one off. 7-6-3 does favor the big blind a little bit. And Davies has been checking back Ace Queen, Ace 10s on flops. Keeping it consistent. Does let the Ace-5 get there, but I don't believe it was going to ever fold to a flop C-bet.
Yeah, too much equity, I think, as it stood. And that range advantage that would allow Chidwick some leeway. 135K in the middle, 7 high straight.
Now, of course, he's got a big piece here. The thing is, if he didn't, he often would be firing this turn, so he does need to bet it when he does have it. And a small bet to kind of get some crying calls out of these ace highs that often will check back to 7-6-3. Chidwick also aware that overpair 7x, likely bet the flop, so you can't really, you don't want to lose your customer when you got a stranglehold with this
Not at all.
straight. Sizing perfect so far.
Here we are at the river where the backdoor hearts have shown up. It's Chidwick retaining the ace-queen courtesy of that 35K. Ace of hearts very relevant.
Yes, it's very relevant if Steven Chidwick opts to bet. I believe if Chidwick checks, Davies will just show this one down. But if Chidwick fires in some kind of milky bet, from time to time you see the ace of hearts just rip it in with the nut flush blocker.
Bet 150,000.
150 is sizable, 75% pot.
And kind of weird in terms of bet progression, right, Randy?
Yes.
You saw Nacho, the misclick on the turn downsized, then came big on the river, got called. This is not necessarily the texture we would expect something like that to happen on. But for Davies,
it's interesting to me, Ollie. I want to say that I wouldn't expect the flush to play this way. I would expect the flush to bet larger on the turn, the flush draw on the turn with the four-liner. 35K. I'm not sure if Davies going to read into how the sizing doesn't really make sense for flushes to bet this way. So perhaps F. Davies activates thinking that it's less likely his opponent can just snap him off with two hearts.
I mean, think about how much pressure ace-5 is under if Davies does actually raise here, and you know that's what he's thinking about doing.
100%.
This is not a call-down spot.
I agree. Couldn't pull the trigger. Wanted to.
We know he has it in him, but it is difficult when the guy that you're pulling the trigger against is that man right there, Steven Chidwick. Randy, one of the best to ever play the game, one of the most successful Triton players of all time. 26 cashes, 16.5 million in earnings. Just one title, but obviously he's well below EV in that spot. Already with the third place here in London, just about every time he cashes, it feels like he's at an FT. Our last stop in Cyprus, he had 4 FTs out of 5 caches. But not able to get to the summit. A couple of second places in Vietnam. Lost one of those to Orpin Kisachoglu, his buddy.
5 seconds. Raise to 55,000. Fold. Fold. Fold.
All right, I'll take it. Nothing wrong with easy.
There will be a dinner break now?
Raise and take it for Roble.
How long is the dinner break?
1 hour.
Okay. I assume that's what you're referring to.
Fold.
Pass.
Fold.
So back-to-back pots that Roble will be entering here. Did upgrade a bit with 2 10s. Gonna throw that king-queen over to Stephen Chidwick.
Stevie didn't get put to the test by Davies. Might he have designs on testing Roble's opening range here?
Sounds like you're onto something.
Yeah. There's the 3-bet. 80K entry tax for Roble to proceed.
We're playing off of a 32 big blind stack to start things off. This is a situation where 2 10s actually 4-bet jams at a very high frequency, given how tough it is to kind of play it post-flop out of position. Of course, nothing wrong with calling, folding out of the question. There we go. Denied at 43% equity. Well done, Andrew Roble.
Yeah, he took a little bit of time before settling on the 4-bet, recognizing that there's going to be some frequency where Chidwick has suspicions about what Roble is opening with, and he showed up with 2 10s. Enough to play back, he decides.
Give a little. Anytime he needs a alley to pitch.
Make it harder on him.
Put obstacles in there.
You said you weren't going to 3-bet me unless you got good hands.
I had a good hand. 50.
Raise to 50,000.
King Queen was a good hand last
Not
night.
good enough.
Ace 9 suited for Seth.
Not great. Good.
It's a good hand. It's respectable. Respectable hand.
Fold. 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 Fold.
Bunch of dust for the blinds here.
Double down.
In raise
Tournaments are
doesn't
funny.
pique
I'm
the
just
blind's
thinking,
interest.
Like, this is as big as I've ever played in a cash game, like, because it's really about equivalent to even money. But no one's sick enough to sit down in a cash game like this. Like,
Drago picking up big slick on the dealer button. Santos? What's he got? Queen Jack offsuit? Oh, notice the ace king of Jason Koon.
Yeah. First things first, though. Suvarna, might he get himself caught? Likes to play pots. Got that cash gamey feel about him.
Just a lovely situation for Jason Koon. Sees the late position open, flat call. Looking to
All
scoop
in.
up what's in the middle. Does jam.
300.
Drago should be
295.
trying to push out Santos.
Yeah.
Oftentimes we'll reshove.
$600.
900.
Your leg?
No, no, you
had
raised the 600. I think he asked.
I raised it to 600.
Oh, okay.
That was a little funny.
Yeah,
He was like,
Oh, yeah.
no, Santos, I got 900. No.
Thought he was asking for a count.
What?
as
No
Santosh
flesh, no flesh.
keeps the losses
want
to a
your hand?
relative minimum.
I thought he's asking my stack.
Yeah, you just snap clicked it back. All right.
Santosh wins.
Maybe not,
Jeez.
maybe a
Drago.
queen jack.
Sweat-free situation here.
Please.
Gonna chop this one up with
Somewhat
Jason.
high.
Oh, he's waiting for it.
This is beautiful.
I know I'm not supposed to talk about what you're doing, but what are you doing, Ollie?
Well, Randy,
Is that table
while
still on the
attempting
feature
to
or
sweeten
no?
my coffee,
Is it
I had a
not on the feature?
sweetening incident, and there's now granules all over the desk.
Granules. Nice choice of words.
Be appropriate. See Sensei Bryn Kenny.
Maybe you prefer simple syrup.
Didn't know it was an option, Randy. And I would have gotten you a coffee, by the way, but today you finally dug in and said, I don't want them.
Well, I was being I thought you would learn from the first time when I didn't drink any of it that I
no
didn't
idea.
want the second time. Once again, you brought it. I dumped it. And I thought we should save it a bit.
Not going to get dumped is this ace-king, but chips will get dumped toward the middle by BK.
Ooh.
65,000. Jason, small blind, Jack 10.
You can see JK attacking here. It is Jack 10 suited. A hand that often just 3-bet jams. It performs well. Does flat call, which is good for him in the sense that, of course, Bryn Kenny was going to snap off. Pedro Garignani, 10-hit offsuit.
70.
He's asking a count of
270
Jason
behind.
Koon's stack because it's a rather narrow flatting range from a small blind versus UTG and rather defined.
Check.
Good news for Jason Koon for not jamming, as he would have been out of there. Ace deuce.
But the flat does build the pot to 180,000 as Kenny. Action check to him. Sprinkle something out there.
Would you have won that hand? Ace king, ace king.
Hasn't relinquished yet.
Queen jack. Didn't
No,
come,
nothing,
right? Nothing
nothing.
came.
Jason Koon is floating here from the small blind. I believe he's trying to make it look like he's slow played a big hand, given the small blind flat off of that stack size, and would expect turn check throughs and just blast away.
Also a function of the fact that he knows Bryn Kenny can be a pretty aggressive player. Not necessarily holding ace-x. This board texture is actually quite dry on the flop. And maybe Jason thinks a check back on the turn from Kenny would give him a chance to get after it. Maybe he binks a jack or 10 against a smaller pair, but as it stands, he knuckles. Kenny barrels and takes it. Looking at Bryn Kenny's Triton resume, Randy.
Hit me.
$30.6 million. 9 cashes, 2 titles. Second, when he joined us in London in 2019, in that £1 million Triton helping hand for charity. Both titles coming in Montenegro prior to that in 500K and 1 million Hong Kong dollar No Limit 6 Max and main events, respectively. And nothing but final tables on his resume, except for in Vietnam, where he had 13th and 17th place finishes. Here he is against a Garignani Open.
Well, Garignani
limp,
limp,
rather.
BVB.
And produces a flush draw on the Queen-Jack deuce board.
Let's see if Pedro wants to fire away with this king-high flush draw. Perhaps lay some rope to Bryn Kenny and continue in that manner. Looks like he is grabbing some chips.
35.
35.
Back to hearts, a little 3-5, also noticing the deuce that could produce some opportunity, and Bryn Kenny he's in there.
Yes, sir.
On the streets.
Will he get the equity? No, and in fact he's now drawing dead, but he has paired the 3.
Yeah, actually, he believes it's a great card for him. Having
Yeah.
showdown value now. As played, Garignani. Expect him to kind of continue to fire. Extract value from the queen and Jack X. Very hard check to make.
90,000.
Hats off to Bryn Kenny, despite improving, still laying it down.
Showing the discipline that needs to be coupled to the sort of aggression that he's capable of in order to temper and round out any solid pro. Recklessness is hazardous to one's health, especially against a sort of competent opposition that Bryn is going to find himself seated next to with high frequency at any Triton.
Oh, 1.7.
$60.
60,000.
Garignani, button open, 60K.
Why you
Lost the hand.
Everyone wants to go.
Just lever.
Oh, not me yet.
Nice.
No takers in the blinds.
You get to play smaller big blind. 10,000. Yeah, you save 5,000.
We don't know yet.
In theory.
I think it's important to note here that Drago opening pocket deuces under the gun, whereas some of the pros have actually laid this one down. King Queen for not plunging the small. Making the flat.
50.
Oh, he actually thought it was folded to him.
I have to call, right?
You don't have to call, but you have to leave this in the pot. So you either lose this bet, 25,000,
Okay.
or you call the full amount.
It's right. Start the clock.
Sorry?
Start the clock.
Walk us through that one more time, Randy.
So Drago opened under gun.
Right.
Punchy thought was folded to him, so he tried to limp BVB.
So he has
Can
the
still
option.
act. Okay.
But that chip remains
But
in
that
the pot.
that chip has to remain in the pot. He has the option to fold, but he has to forfeit 25K rather
Got
than
it.
10K.
Got it. No harm, no foul, as the king-queen is happy to proceed. Tan Xuan joins the party as well with Jack-9. Ace-10-9 is the flop. So the Broadway gut shot for Punsri, the product of the flat for Xuan. Bottom pair. And Drago is looking up at 3 overcards, but not hesitating as he barrels with these deuces.
Yeah, just trying to represent the ace-X from under the gun. Punsri does have the backdoor hearts to go along with his Broadway gutty. Actually lays it down. Just didn't like the funny business of what happened pre-flop. You do see players come along from time to time. Tan Xuan now has bottom pair. A c-bet into 2 players on his ace-10-9 is perceived to be rather strong. Tan thinking about a laydown, which would be incorrect. He does.
Wow.
Drago.
Leonardo with a unexpected c-bet into 2 flat callers on the flop, picking up the last pot prior to the dinner break. As the players collect their things and head outside of the arena, we will give you a look at the chip counts, and then we'll bring you inside our arena momentarily. There is Tan, 90 big blinds deep. Jason Kuhn, 10 big blinds, shortest stack in the room. Pardon me. We welcome you back to the desk. Ali Najad alongside Randy Liu. And action coming to a close. Players are going to be taking a dinner break of about 1 hour. We are going to shorten that dinner break to 30 minutes as we are on a delay, so we have the luxury of clipping that delay a little bit. Xuan, we saw him out there at the table. I suspected that there was going to be a lot of excitement. He came in with 2.2 and change, finished the frame with exactly that amount.
Yeah, no, it wasn't getting involved. You know, it is a game where sometimes the cards aren't dealt your way, but he was just folding a bit, got involved. Nothing too special there, but currently at the top of the chip count.
Yeah, Michael Soiza still down at the bottom, spun the 5 big blinds up to 12, back at 8 big blinds roughly as it stands at the 10.25 level. So then we will step aside about a half hour's time before we return here with continuing coverage of the $250,000 Luxon Pay Invitational. Keep it close.
GG Poker. Why so many players? This is a crazy thing to do.
GG Poker
Broke the Guinness World Record.
Welcome to the World Series of Poker,
the biggest poker site.
now larger than all of GG Poker's past traffic reaches all-time high.
Chup, 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 chup. No way!
What's the best way to master GTO poker? At GTO Wizard, we have blogs that will teach you the art of learning poker, starting from the big picture and working your way down to the finer details. Then, we teach you how to implement these new skills at the table step by step. At GTO Wizard, we have all the resources you need to learn how to crush the competition for free. GTO Wizard, the #1 app for poker players.
Introducing the all-new BetACR.eu, the premier destination for sports enthusiasts. What sets BetACR.eu apart is our exclusive offering of live-action prediction options on the Triton Series. Experience the excitement as you predict the action while watching your favorite players live. But that's not all. By opening your account now, you can take advantage of our incredible offer. Receive a generous 15% free play on your first top-up, up to $250. Become a part of BetACR.eu and elevate your live sports engagement experience.
hand that he would most likely get action from, but we see that Paul has much better than that. Just waiting for him to put the rest of the chips in. What a river.
He's going to be one of the tournament chip leaders if Kim announces himself, as one would expect.
5 seconds.
And leaving a little bit behind, and you wonder if he can make the fold when Paul puts him all in.
361,000.
There's no way that he could think.
Play roll in.
Oh, yeah, I mean, he can't, but
Nice hand, Paul.
Well,
I have the best hand all the way.
that is true. You're not wrong.
1.4 million
Big
chip
ball.
pot almost.
Very
Going to boss.
You no gamble, no future.
No gamble.
He's like one of 2 pros.
No, I mean
Pew, pew.
CL.
Me no gamble.
Yeah.
No, me.
Lockdown, under lockdown.
Yeah, sitting there going,
Gamble with the big
don't think about me. I'm not here.
You no gamble.
You like that 4? You like that 4 on the turn?
Blind game nhiều thế.
I don't. I know. I know. I have the best hand on the turn before on the flop. On the turn, yes. On the flop. On the flop.
Definitely on the turn.
The turn.
So
Wow.
still have king there. Yeah.
No gamble, no future. Well, Paul Pua moving up to 4th in chips, eliminating one of the only pros over at that table. Now, there are 6 VIPs and 1 pro over there.
Everyone's a pro in my eyes.
I do want to go back a little bit, though, Henry, to, you know, when they effectively go all in, leave a little bit behind. You have seen players able to do that for value, obviously, and then once their opponent puts them all in, they have been able to find the fold, maybe not with that strong of a hand, obviously, but able to leave themselves, even in that case, with 1 big blind. I'm not saying that that was the scenario where that could have been possible, but of course it just leaves it open where you never think your opponent is going to be bluffing you when they put you in for the remainder of your chips, right?
Yeah, honestly, I know exactly where you're at. I mean, Brian was in the small blind, had a big blind back, so it would have had an orbit to, you know, chip back up. And when you do get jammed on, you have to ask yourself, you know, is Paul jamming Queen Jack of clubs there, for example? You know? How often? But I guess with 1.45 million in the middle, the price that he's getting laid, if there's ever a world, as Winter 4-bet rips on Robert Flink, who beats him to the pot.
All right, good luck.
With the ace-queen-o.
Thanks, man. I'm glad you want me to hit a 10. Huh? I appreciate it. I would like a 10 as well. Anyways, good luck, no matter what happens.
King 9-5. $10 and a 10 only needed for Sean Winter. Doesn't find it.
Split.
Robert Flink
Split it up.
gets the full double. And now, you know, Sean Winter
What is it?
in his comfort zone, 12 bigs.
Exactly. This is where he really shines.
This is how he makes his millions. By just hitting everyone with the, you know, it's easier. Jason just realizing that a lot of us in the booth have limited short deck experience. I mean, he typed me up a full 10-pager. So I'll share that with you.
Thank you. Sharing is caring.
It is. Here we go. Sean Winter. Just where he wants them.
Could be the start of his run-up, which is to be expected based on what we've seen him do with a short stack. This might be too many chips for him, actually.
Yeah, I think he just needs to raise fold 9s here. Just grabbing a fistful of oranges and throwing a bunch of chips into the middle. Let's see if anyone wants to spin the wheel with Winter Shakurchi. Couple of sixes. Got an ISO jam. Fortunately for him, Orpin doesn't wake up with a monster, and now Sean Winter gets to do Sean Winter things. Suits covered.
Which is it, Sean?
Good luck.
Thank you.
Works every time.
Look at all of his short stack tricks. Wishing your opponent luck when it's your tournament life at risk. Oh no. Might he regret that?
You must be sincere.
Yeah.
That's your mistake. You meant it.
We'll take a
I
four.
have to use the restroom. What's the trick?
Well,
You cover?
No lucky short.
Okay.
I think maybe
cover.
just about.
You know, can't resist on the way out. Dropping one for the giggles.
Oh, legend. First ever Triton
took
event.
me. I went all in on the turn. Zero equity.
Oh, I was.
It's at new spot. I have king queen.
I was wondering if the reporting got the spades and
I was
clubs
tilting.
mixed up.
He took me.
Oh, that's so funny. I know sometimes these hands
Never
happen
done that,
and
I
you're
think.
like,
Never.
was the reporting just wrong?
It's correct.
Seems like Leonardo,
24.
head of Singapore's investment advisory.
Well, it's okay, boss, because he's out and now you're like top three.
Talking of Drago,
Like, Drago,
with
okay.
fives in the small blind against numero uno, and look at this, Marie's reaching for raising chips out of the small. And what do you do in Paul's shoes? With the aces, options to perhaps set the trap.
I would love to see the trap set here, especially against a stack of about 36 bigs. You feel like if you 4-bet, there's going to be a lot of hands that they won't be able to go with there. But here, not the best flop for fives either. And also, when Paul calls the 3-bet, certainly going to be connecting with this type of texture. Going to be a lot of the middling cards, suited, connected, broadways.
45.
Yeah, 35.
45. 45.
45, excuse me. Better 45,000.
45k bet, 25% from Boss wants check too, and Drago gotta keep him honest for at least one street here.
Yeah, hoping that he's up against 2 overs here. Some of the big ace X's, king X's.
Okay, 6 of diamonds on the turn. Open ender. For Leonardo now, 2-7-4 in the middle, 3-12 behind. Oh no.
Wow.
Oh.
Yeah,
Okay.
once you get
Straight.
the snap, can't love it, but
Nice hand.
more live than
did not
he
expect that.
was on the flop.
This is very good.
If the 6 doesn't come, I'm getting out of that.
Yeah.
Yeah,
10
the 6
No,
just
thank
made
you,
it.
Paul.
once.
No thinking this.
Yeah.
He finds the 5
Oh.
of clubs. Up to
Wow.
898,000.
Never felt, yeah.
So happy.
That is a dirty river, but Paul played it to perfection. Just got unlucky with the run out.
I have a
Okay,
lot
you
of
just-
Yeah, good. You have a lot of chances. Okay.
You stick to knocking out the pros, Paul.
Just knock him out.
12,000.
I
Yeah.
want to join the board of
Okay,
whatever
mixture.
investment advisory board he's on, because he clearly knows how to win, even when the odds aren't in his favor.
Big net.
Sign me up. What do you think the minimum investment in an equity fund like that is?
I doubt.
You think I'd cut the bill?
I mean,
I doubt.
maybe something in the neighborhood of
Paul.
top 3 spots in this 250K. You got that lying around?
Hard to win with aces.
Oh, well.
Yep.
I lost the aces earlier.
Let me go and check the old Bitcoin price.
Only easy to sometimes.
Been drawing dead recently. Can spin it up though on PokerStake.com. As a lot of you have, you can see Michael Soiser there with action available on the Triton Super High Roller Series in London. And PokerStake is, of course, the official staking partner of Triton, the ultimate platform for staking professional poker players around the globe with no fees on any purchases. PokerStake is the go-to platform for anyone looking to support their favorite poker player's journey and celebrate the rewards of big victories. And perhaps big victory here for Winfred Yu, down to sub 10 bigs. Elton does have to be somewhat concerned about the flank small blind.
Yeah, Elton wondering if he calls here, if he could shut out Flink, but also, you know, hoping to be up against a lot of pairs here, the small middling pairs where he's going to have 2 overs. Really doesn't want to see ace queen or ace jack. All of those would shove, you know, king queen as well. So certainly can have some hands where he's flipping and performing okay against, but then some hands where he is dominated
240.
but wants to ISO. It is going to be live.
You and Sang have likely played in excess of 1,000 hours of poker together, at least, over the last decade or so. So they lock horns on the King, Queen, 10 board. So far, so good for Winfred, flopping top pair, top kicker. Elton looking for an ace, queen, or a 9 as 3 of clubs leaves him drawing to 9 outs once to eliminate his good friend and fellow countryman, which he finds. These queens today on the river. Elton Sang up to 834,000 now, and they seem to be dropping like flies. It is a stacked table.
Yeah.
Zhang, it's certainly one of the more stacked in the field. There are 4 top 10 stacks at this table of 7. And look at this, numero uno once more.
Yeah, it is. It's actually really fun.
Drago on a bit of a heater.
There's only one person.
Facing the 3-bet.
We all know who.
I think a 3-bet off of Yang stack size should look a little scary to Drago, but still wants to stick around.
Uh-oh.
And I think that this is looking like a full double coming Yang's way with that flop.
2 cards to come. 100. So very nonchalantly flicks in the 100k chip, sub half pot. Give himself just 87k back. I tell you what, you have Leonardo with top pair, just gonna put him in.
Oh,
Nice
hand.
King Jack.
Gonna win that again against aces.
Wow, imagine if Drago does crack the aces of both bosses. Looking for a king or a jack. Be a dirty way for Young to bust. To just fade the 5 outer. That's precisely that. Young up to 609k. Bit of a trendsetter with the old bucket hat. You have the likes of Shawman rocking it down, covering the eyes. Not Young. Just reversing the flap.
This way, it not only blocks the rain from falling directly on his head, but it also catches it nicely in the little well that he's created.
Hang on a minute, we've taken our attention to the outer table. We've got a monster all in here. All the chips are in the middle. Cut off the small blind.
Elton. That's no good.
As Flink is drawing to an ace or a jack, where he's going to be down to just 9k.
Oh.
Sorry.
I mean, you don't mean it. You're not really sorry. And you're not even Canadian, so what are you saying sorry for?
He's Swedish.
It was either you or him.
Swedes are polite. Jack of Diamond leader out. Doug Polk, Espen Jorstad, Ike Haxton, Squiddy. No back-to-back for Ramin Hajiev. Ivy, Brewer, Yuri Zivalevsky, a couple of the big name bust outs already. Linus Love, Holtz. Just to name a few.
Thanks.
Again, you can head over to the Triton Poker Plus app. Chris Moorman in for 2 bullets, out.
Sure.
Shulman, though. Maria holding it down for the commentators out there in the mix, 35 bigs.
Yeah, I love that he's representing for us, you know.
Walking the walk.
If we weren't so busy in here, we'd definitely be out there. So
I literally got begged to not play A6.
they were paying you to not play. They were like, Henry, just have an insane ROI here. We can't have the likes of you making this tournament tougher on the rest of us.
It's allowing Christina going to lock horns once more, and this time Shakurchi really does have a lock on this one. 91%. 2 cards to come, and more importantly, Christina's got top pair. But given the check raise from Shakurchi, perhaps room for a escape for Christina, not saying on the flop. Of course, top pair, backdoors working for her. And also would have received word by now that Shakurchi had raised flop earlier with that queen jack.
I love this fast play by middle set when you're unblocking a good ace-x combinations and perhaps trying to make it look like you have a hand like 7-8 suited, or something where you're just hoping that he'll open the button with the weaker part of her range, where you could get quite a few folds with a check raise on the flop.
Tamarind and Gymkhana.
Okay.
Here, 5-minute walk only, Tamarind.
Chutney Mary's. Have you been there?
Married?
Chutney Mary's?
Chutney, yeah,
It was
yeah,
unbelievable.
that
Oh, it was so good. I want to get Indian every day.
Gymkhana.
Gymkhana? Okay.
Yeah, it's good.
Let's go.
I'm going to write that down.
Benares.
The double S Savannah.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Pulling up to dock at the feature table alongside Shulman, exchanging some stories of good chutney in Mayfair. Perhaps dinner for us later on, Maria.
I'm always open for a good food rec.
3 of clubs. Christina kept him honest on the turn for a further street, and that 4 in hand really only beating hand like 9-8, 7-8. so much in there already.
Really don't think that Shakurchi can have too many bluffs here, especially after Holst has shown resistance. He could certainly have a lot of the two-pair combos, the ace-6, ace-5 suiteds calling from the small blind, and of course the sets, the 6s, the 5s. 6-5 suited could also be in there. The 4, not of much consequence. Don't really see Shakurchi with a lot of 7-4s. But again, just so many two-pair combos, sets.
See if Christina can get away from this. Would be down to sub 20, but would still be alive if she calls. She's out, and all eyes are going to be on Xie Zhang as she slides forward. A tower of white chips, and Shakurchi takes the chip lead of the field, eliminating still Al Shakurchi and Xie Zhang leading the pack. Suited now for Webster as we head towards break.
$120.
Webster started this hand with about 40 big blinds. Certainly deep enough to call with this combo. It's nice.
How much do you have roughly?
To be suited here, and
You started 650.
Broadway cards in hand. About as dry of a flop as you can ask for. Favoring the pre-flop 3-better here.
Thank you.
And welcome back to continuing coverage of the $250,000 Luxon Pay Invitational, part of the 2023 Triton Super High Roller Series in London. Yours truly, Ali Nejad, pleased to be alongside Randy Liu and alongside 31 remaining runners here with over $6.8 million up top, Randy. And we've got a little graphic that we want to show you that kind of encompasses just how rich a prize pool we're talking about in this invitational. There's the first place prize, and look at how many 7-figure payouts there are down the line to 7th, then the drop off to $860K. The min cash, 23rd, going to be worth $342,000, Randy. And obviously, when you're in for $250K, that $342 might not sound like a lot for 2 and maybe even 3 days' work, but it's the difference between being in the red and being at least a little bit in the black. So we could see things start to tighten up as usual as we close in on the money bubble.
Yeah, this is our biggest money bubble. You know, surely, yeah, you put in 250, but that 250 is gone. It's invested, and now it's 0 to the 340K or so. That is a big prize, even for these players who are able to afford it. They're going to want to squeeze in. It's going to get snug. We are approaching it, right? We're 31 remaining in top 23 pay.
Yeah, absolutely. And at the top, we have Tan Xuan. We talked about him before the break. 2.4 million exactly, going to be good for 96 big blinds. 10 and 25,000 is the action right now. We've got a couple of new featured tables that we're going to be bringing you. And here they are as I'm working my way through the app. Sosia Zhang and Chris Moneymaker, along with Limitless, Victor Malinowski and Eric Seidel going to be there at the blue table, and down at the red table, the likes of Talal Shakurchi, Nick Schulman, Webster Lim, Bads, Petrangelo. Action-packed, chock full of talent as we send you right down to the arena. Blinds going up, actually. 15 and 30,000 now. Paul Hua, James Chen, Tan Xuan, leaders at their respective tables. We will start things off at Boss's table. Look at the mountain of chips in front of him. Second in chips overall as it stands.
How much is it?
Slipping over to the semi-feature table, though, for the time being, where chip count requested by Petrangelo, as Webster Lim with ace-10 suited is jammed. Petrangelo with the 2 jacks. Likes what he sees. One can't blame him.
Yeah, he's definitely going to be getting this one in
much you have, James?
against the reshove. He's asking James how much he's got, just because that changes the 3-bet jamming range of Webster Lim, and also because Petrangelo 1.1 is covered by the original opener.
All in?
Short deck.
One ace down. Mucked by James Chen. This is over.
2 pair.
Brutal.
As Webster gets no sweat whatsoever. Jack,
What did you have for
deuce
dinner?
board, savagery.
Spicy Turkish.
And it didn't take long for us to get down
I
to
mean,
30
definitely
players.
lots of protein.
Lamb
Webster
chops.
Lim eliminated here. That is a long and lonely walk
100.
out of the arena.
That's a lot. You can put it if you want.
Those chips get me too, by the way.
Here you go.
Yeah, I didn't have the same as he had on the break. I didn't eat anything on the break. That's my mistake. I'll order some food now.
Okay, big slick up front. Orpin. K.
60.
Kisachikolu says 60 to go.
King Queen offsuit for James Chen in position. It is a 19 big blind start for Orpin, which does change things a bit. James looking to try to take this one post flop where he can maybe find some spots to outmaneuver the ace king.
Flat call from the Taiwanese representative. Chen hasn't been to a Triton since Jeju 2018. This is first event here in London, 4th overall. Also played Macau in 2017, where he finished 9th in a main event. Unclear what the absence is related to, as he does outflop this ace-king, which has turned into 2 overs and a Broadway gutter, and decides to check. Over to Chen.
And look at that check back with King Queen. Does pair to 10. Well, if you do check this flop of ace-king, there's no reason to really bet now, as those smaller pocket pairs lower than a 10 wouldn't be looking to fold. Perhaps he just
Could I have a
checks
sparkling
in,
water with a glass of
maybe
ice?
pay one off.
Just fill water, please.
Does get checked twice to James, and surely doesn't enjoy the 10, but kind of needs to still charge these ace X's that do exist. The random pocket pairs that'll pay off at least one bet.
So after Orpin checked the flop, Chen checking back now with the second check in front of him. Barreling 60K. Orpin will make the call and fail to improve.
Normally when you see the turn pairing, you'd be worried in James Chen's shoes of the 10x, but given that your opponent also checked out of position twice, you would pretty much throw that 10x out the window a lot of times for Orpin, also with no raise on the turn. So I believe he can safely value bet this king-queen. Trying to get looked up by, say, a pocket jacks that played slow, some pocket pair 9s, 8s. It is reasonable. Fired out 160.
Into 315, and you can see Orpin just trying to question whether or not there's any busted clubs involved in this. Some busted straight draws, not sure the combos.
So if you're trying to pick those hands off, what he's holding is not optimal, right?
Yeah.
The king of clubs blocking the king jack, blocking some clubs, does lay it down, but kind of gave it that little one street stick.
Very poor card for Orpin to be holding. So Chen doesn't get paid off, but does pick up a small pot. Very improbable for him to be the winner in that one. But adding to his 1.7 million now.
Small blind versus big blind, king 4 suited for Talal. Monster stack 1.5 million. Well, do you want to play for all of it, Orpin?
No, thank you, he says, as Talal rips in, king 4 suited. Shakurchi, one of the most experienced VIPs in terms of cash game procedures. Tremendous mixed game player out in Vegas every summer. Likes to play as big as they'll let him. 10 and 20,000, in fact, on occasion with Patrick Antonius.
10 and 20,000 mixed game?
It's happened. 5K, 10K, 3K, 6K. Yeah.
It's kind of big.
Beyond.
But he also is a prolific tournament player. Many, many titles across all of the tours out there.
Petrangelo, Queen 10 offsuit.
Did you get to capture Nick Stroman wearing the Gucci bucket hat the other day?
I did.
Yeah, that was cool.
Saw him walking out. Had the shades as well.
Different look today. Comfy.
Always flavorful.
Thank you. Thanks. That was over there in the white hoodie.
Thank you.
60?
Cranberry juice.
Robert Flink, the Swede, his ace-10. Makes it 60 to go. Looked all the way around to Nick Small. That's not going to do it. 10-3 into the bin. And now James Chen.
965.
Craning his head over for a peek.
Yeah, looking for the chip count on how to maneuver this queen jack. Queen jack definitely a hand you want to take a flop with. It is UTG open, so going to proceed with caution.
Queen, Jack, deuce. Chen flops top 2.
Did he redraw his
Flink
24?
with just Broadway gutter.
40?
So a quarter pot bet here, and James clearly thinking about putting a check raise with top 2 given how small this bet is. He's out of position, can't rely on a turn bet. Decent stack to play for, too. It would have been nice for Flink to have a diamond in hand, to have a little bit added equity with that gut shot. He might still come along, knowing that there are clean outs. Also, some of these clean outs, like the king, give your opponent a straight as well when they're holding 10-9 with this check raise, and you can win a monstrous pot.
So, peeling one off
You don't
is
have,
Flink.
like, even a single one anymore? No?
After Chen.
I have these.
Chose to fast play with top 2.
Did you spend all of them on this hand, or you have left one?
Spent 6 at least on that hand.
Extra
All of them?
70K.
Yeah, and that was his last one on that. Yeah.
Extremely good turn card for James Chen.
Yeah, I
with
mean,
the
like,
presence
what's
of
the
the
point
second
folding?
flush
Fine,
draw,
back
he can
committed.
represent more bluffs too.
You just were making your poros better
But look
and
at
better.
the check raise check on a board like this.
I mean,
That's
I don't.
deception.
After 3 minutes.
I was going to say, I don't know whether or not Robert Flink
The third one, but
is going to be interested. I think
was
he's just
scary.
Just Hollywooding after it.
I was preparing
counting down
myself
his
emotionally.
chips. Thought maybe he was going to cut out a quick bet
The last 3.
for a second there. That would have been ill-served.
Doesn't
Nice
take the
check
bait.
Yeah, of course.
River 4.
That's a new shot.
Yeah, I was just going to say. Anti-gravity.
Did he wave at us? I don't think so.
He can't see us.
We can see him.
Man not to be missed.
Even if he could, I don't think he would wave to us, would he?
He would wave to me, Randy.
No. You guys are brothers.
Much as I love you, there are other people that I am in relationships with. Nick is one of them.
Okay, so check raise to 110. Sneaky check on the turn. Maybe James thinks that he has to value bet this, as he might think the draws might bet when they get checked to. It looks like he will fire a massive bet. Slight overbet. Just his hand is just so weak with ace-10. Definitely wondering why his opponent isn't firing the turn if he had value. He's going to be laying that one down.
Things would have gotten extra awkward if Flink had reached for chips on the turn. I don't think he would have been able to call the second check raise. But James Chen showing some gears there. So, dealer push time. We'll step over to Seidel and company. Sosya Zhang, also pictured there. A lot of times, Randy, we've been focusing on the likes of Santosh in terms of player development and improvement stop to stop, but I think just due to the fact that she doesn't draw a lot of attention to herself, maybe we've overlooked the evolution of Sosya Zhang. She continues to cobble results in deeper runs, doesn't shy away from the big part of the program in terms of Triton festivals. Here she is, currently 22 bigs in front of her. 1.3 million in career Triton earnings. Last time she played the Luxempe Invitational, you'll remember she did final table 7th for 820 grand.
I do remember, and I feel like she got brutalized in one of those hands. Would have been able to make an even deeper run, but you're right. She has definitely improved a lot. She's always talking hands with other great players out there, and you know, she invited Jason Kuhn, I believe, this time and the last time.
Mm-hmm.
So I would hope that, you know, they're kind of bouncing some ideas, some spots here and there.
Yeah, he's a good guy to bounce them off of, as we see King, Queen 5. Limitless, Victor Malinowski. Always a dangerous opponent defending.
Yeah, I'm happy
7.
to see him back at a Triton stop.
Yeah, defending a nice suited connector. Kiat, Broadway gutter, barrels through for 50 after opening to 70 and takes that one. Well, here is Sosya, not going to be able to play the King 7 under the gun. Diaper for boss.
Nappy.
Patrick with the toothpick.
Is he doing that thing again?
65.
Suggests that maybe he's had the double lamb already. Not sure whether or not that's on the menu here, if I'm honest, but he's always after it. As Kiat Lee getting after it at a bad time. Okay, Han Mokri. Button.
190.
Ace King. 3 bets it. Earlier today, when we were covering Mokri out there, Randy, he couldn't get any respect. As each and every time that he opened a pot, he got 3-bet. I think he 3-bet one time and got 4-bet.
He got 4-bet multiple times actually against Webster, but Webster's gone now, so he's picking on his buddy Kiat Lee. Kiat Lee doesn't know what's up yet.
Okay, Han's nemesis out of the way. Maybe he can take a pot or two.
Snowman.
Min raise open. Fails to get any customers. As we sort through this remaining smattering of VIPs and pros, of which only 29 remain right now. Randy, you could really pick out some dynamite final tables based on the ingredients available to assemble.
Whatever ingredients you want to make your salad with, it's going to be fire. You know, like Tan Xuan, Paul Paul, Brinkeni, Pietrangelo up top. This is going to be nice. Personally, I would love to see a mixture of VIPs and pros. Of
course.
Just to kind of keep that dynamic going on. Who will rise to the top? We'll see shortly. But for now, let's see who's going to squeeze into the money. Top
Looks like-
23 pay.
It looks like a very reasonable balance, by the way, of VIPs and pros still remaining in the field right now.
Would you like me to count it for you?
If time permitting, Randy,
That's what we do.
don't forget that
Or we pretend we're like.
Punat Punsri was in the transfer portal.
you know.
Now on the pro side.
Well, there's 29, so we can just throw him out.
Never.
Since it's an odd number.
Don't do that to Punat.
Okay, I won't.
Throwing out a limp is Sosia. Queen 5 against Queen 7. Both players with Queen high on this ace high paired flop.
All right, so we do pick up a flush draw for Eric Seidel. Lots of chop opportunities, 68% to be precise.
Broadway gutters in both camps.
Let's see if he can find some value against King X.
Third straight check. Having hit the 7. Decides there's not really anything he expects Sosia to be able to call with that has him beat. Maybe King X in particular could have gotten curious. Randy and bluff caught, but
I counted. Would you like to know?
I'm good. All right, no, tell us.
Are you serious? I counted it twice to make sure.
Okay, I'm now. I just want to hazard a guess.
Yes, go for it.
I'm going to say that the difference in terms of the number of VIPs and players, pros rather, is under 4.
There are. Drum roll.
Was that a Phil Hellmuth? Go on.
Okay, don't interrupt me. It's
Sorry.
not as good. 10 VIPs and 19 pros.
Oh. So the pros, almost 2-to-1 over the VIPs. The balance not quite as heavy as I thought.
I was a bit surprised, actually.
Yeah. VIPs do certainly enjoy an opportunity to spin up much bigger stacks before being thrown into the Coliseum with the pros during the merger period.
Well, this is one of our strongest VIPs in the game. Paul Poix, Queen 3 offsuit versus the Queen 2, same hand.
For a second, I felt like I was going to need to correct you and advise that Eric Seidel is not a VIP since he was on the screen. But
are you serious?
Then I don't know, just for a second. Board pairs on the turn, a couple of queen highs uneventfully colliding here. Blind v blind.
An opportunity to steal does not take it.
I have better kicker.
Battle of the Queens and the Blinds.
Give me 5,000, right?
Call. 40.
So we see a confrontation here. Pietrangelo, King 7 offsuit against Orpin on the other featured table. Petrangelo, mid-pair. Backdoors for Orpin. Notice the 225k remaining. It's a short stack, hence the loose defend.
That stack being surveyed by Petrangelo here as he jams.
No funny business.
No. Nothing savage, if you will. Wasn't there a cologne once upon a time called Sauvage?
Yeah, you're right. I think it's Johnny Depp was like the
Yeah.
whatever.
I have more.
Yeah.
But didn't it have a U in it? Like
Sauvage?
SAVAUGE?
Yeah, I think you're right. You're gonna look it up.
Of
No?
course I am.
Okay.
Aha. Now, of course, the reason that you knew this was because, indeed, there was a men's fragrance by the name Sauvage, SAUVAGE, a juicy and spicy freshness exuding sensual and enveloping facets of vanilla absolute.
60.
It comes from the house of Dior. That's why you knew.
The description, though, that you use.
That's the one I read on Google.
Sensual. What do you say, citrus as well?
Yes, juicy freshness. As Robert Flink sinks his teeth into a juicy pair of 9s.
I'm bothered. All right, here we go.
No, you're not as bothered as Mikita Badziakuski. You can see it on his face there. Hates being in this spot. Dead shortest stack in the field. 6 bigs, even shorter than Orpin.
Shulman, he's got a hand that might actually drive action in there if he wants to take it. It is a +1 open. Queen Jack suited is a viable hand, 2-3-bet jam, but perhaps against the earlier position, you might just call. Let's just call. We must tread water as much as we can with 23 paying out of the remaining 29.
9-8 tray, top set for Flink. Fortunately for Shulman, nothing to speak of.
I mean, he does have the 2 overs in the gutty. I don't think he would ever fold to a flop check, flop C-bet.
Yeah, that's fair. Overlooked the gutty briefly. Just the
draw to a straight, 2 overs. It's really just a mandatory continue here. Of course, it's crossing his mind if he can ever check jam this. Does he have fold equity? Probably does. But maybe err on the side of caution given where we're at in the tournament. So he's got 10 blinds remaining. That is so bad for Nick Shulman.
binks the pair of queens. Still has the gutty and still checking. After Flink threw a 3rd pot C-bet out there on the flop, which got called. And now a 265 in the middle. The 3-liner on board, not lost on Flink. Do we still keep it milky in that 3rd to half pot size?
I mean, he doesn't want to lose a customer against someone who's drawing so slim.
Little does he know that, though.
Yeah, of course, he doesn't want to see a jack or a 10 specifically. Clubs wouldn't be nice either. Maybe he goes like half pot, realizing there are those draws that exist.
120,000.
How disgusting is this for Nick Shulman? Hits one of the best cards for him and still facing action.
And 120 sub half pot. He's only got 305K back, representing about 10 bigs.
You can't fault him if he does continue here. He only has 10 blinds back. What's in the middle is important. Even bets beats like Queen 10 That would probably play this way too, which is troublesome as you never want to.
Oh, no.
Yeah, he's in trouble, looking for that 10.
Yeah. So, Shulman choosing to go with the Queen Jack, drawing live. Needs a 10 to stay alive.
Good luck, guys. See you, Nick.
Not there.
Floor.
Any more words for your friend?
Just deep sympathies.
We're getting one more player, right?
As he fought so hard to get himself this close
Are we waiting for them
to the
to
money
pick
where 23 pay. And he becomes the 29th casualty here en route to a money bubble at 23. Will not be cashing here in this
I'm big blind now, right?
250K.
Someone will come in. Huh? Someone will come in as a big blind.
He fights hard out there, Randy. Not an attribute that's exclusive to him, but I know how bad he wants it each and every time he ponies up, especially for the big stuff, of course. As you see, Orpin and Makita just looking to loom, hang around long enough, hopefully, to get down and into the money. But those who are paying attention to the Triton Poker Plus app there, in between hands, obviously recognize that there's those super short stacks out there, and they're not going to be looking to tussle. Keeping it clean at this phase could be the difference between losing 250K and min cashing for at least 342. That's not what's on Shakurchi's mind, though, with two aces here.
Yeah, he wants to see these short stacks just desperately get it in. Fortunate for him, or for Orpin, is doesn't wake up with anything to play with. Just 5 to that big payout. James Chen, 7-4 offsuit.
Yeah, 6-4, 7-4. Bad stuff.
Oh, he's going to tangle with the two aces.
Defending the big blind, and this is kind of breaking from what I suspected would be the case, which is that sort of snug procedure as we work our way toward the money bubble.
Look at that casual check. Looks weak.
Third heart Broadway card comes off, and James just too weak.
This check. What is going on? Can he induce from James Chen? 7 high.
It does feel like a naked ace a bit, does it not?
It
With
does.
no heart?
Yeah, like an ace-X that once you get to showdown or a little pocket pair, and James Chen is taking the bait against the overbet.
The time bank chips.
And how deflating it is
Otherwise you'd be
when you
using
get snapped. As Talal, super slow play. Given that board texture, somewhat understandable to check once and then feel compelled to do it one more time without a heart in hand, even though you have the gutty and the overpair.
That's what you're thinking about it. That would have been a bad
Bet
one.
wouldn't have been anything we
Unless you had a
deem
10.
tragic on the turn
I think
either.
it's more about
but
bubble than thinking about it.
Oh, okay.
But this was better for you,
Not
right?
really. Yeah,
Talal
I'm too blind.
earned himself the overbet.
Too far away to steal.
He actually played it perfectly against the hand he was up against, and the opponent who's ever so aggressive, as you just saw.
5 minutes to bring the player.
You gotta give credit to the guy willing to battle even with this
7-4.
dangerous situation
Money
right
bubble,
around the corner.
yeah, sure. Talal with the covering stack. Now, if I'm not mistaken, Randy, was it you with whom I had a conversation at the draw party in reference to James Chen? Kind of a guy that you were familiar with a bit
He's
through the
actually
years?
one of the few poker players I consider like a real friend. Used to play him for a little bit.
Okay.
Down in Macau when I'd play some 10K tournaments, he would play them. He's currently the all-time money on Taiwan. Kind of one of those unknown players, I would say.
Are they gonna wait for
But
Depending on where in the world you're
extremely
from, though, right? I mean,
Even in Taiwan, he's not. I mean, some people don't know him that well.
So they bring cutoff to
So he was
cutoff.
kind of saying he kind of wanted to play a little bit more down over there to kind of get some a little bit more recognition.
Yeah.
Although, depending on what your objectives are, recognition could very much work against you. Anonymity, if you're a killer,
Play the big blind.
is a good thing. Unfortunately for the regulars on the Triton Super High Roller Series Tour, the anonymity is long behind them.
But may I add one more comment? You also, my friend.
Oh, I appreciate that. I actually was going to say, let's talk about your fake friends, since he's one of the real ones who are the fake friends.
It was a choice. It's a bad choice of words.
Okay.
Just covering my bases, knowing I have to do commentary review for it next week.
I don't hold any grudges, Randy.
Couple aces. Wow, he's been patient. What timing?
Not holding a grudge, but holding the deck as Bats
You've been waiting.
gets what he's been waiting for.
complaining about the big
Very
blind.
patient.
Yeah.
Fine, BB.
Good things comes to those who wait.
2 clubs.
Straight.
That's the one you want to
Make him
lose.
sweat.
That's a small one.
Oh.
4 in the window and 2 clubs.
Okay.
Is this real?
This is about as much equity as Shakurchi, barring a hand that jumps in front, could have hoped to have on the flop and on the turn. Bads' aces get showered, and there is some comfort, of course, in knowing that there literally was nothing that he could have done as he patiently waited for the spot, and it got no better than the one that he took. But that's another guy who has been having to sit back after being level at 4 titles apiece with Jason Koon and watch Jason pull away 5th, 6th, 7th, and now 8th title, while he has yet to notch that elusive 5th. And it's not going to happen here in this Luxembourg Invitational.
Are you done talking? Because I would like to vomit now.
Single big?
Yeah.
That was
Single
gross.
big, right? Yeah.
Well, I'll ask for a couple of clubs. But that certainly was a nasty way to meet one's maker. Meet betacr.eu. Exclusive live action prediction options on Triton events with 15% free play up to $250. Your exclusive hub for Triton-related action. Join now and start engaging with the sporting world today.
Four to go. James Chen not shy of giving action as he's opened the cutoff 6-5 suited into Petrangelo, who's got a very healthy stack, 1.8 million, 10-8 off.
Nikki P. Price is right.
Showcase flop coming.
Queen 10 tray. Middle pair for Nick. Checks with flow.
Seems like James wants to apply pressure given the money bubble situation right around the corner. Sees the backdoor potential as well. Middle pair. Needs to just continue here, hoping for some shutdowns, looking to improve.
Ace on the turn after Chen seeking equity, interacting with the 3 of diamonds, and also maybe just an end to the affair in the form of that 70K c-bet. Might this be a card that will leave Chen feeling as though one could be compelled to barrel? We get our answer as he checks back. That deuce of diamonds would have served him a lot nicer on the turn than it does here on the river. Presume that Pietrangelo would be fairly content to just check and decide.
For sure. He will want to just show this down without having to put an additional chip. So does check. Does James want to consider a bet check bet line? He could actually represent the ace-x still. You know, like the weaker aces, ace-5, ace-6, ace-7. Does give up.
10. You win.
Nicky P is one of those tough customers. Just because he has third pair there doesn't necessarily mean he was just going to check fold that river, depending on sizing and mini reads.
How many cash? 21 or 23?
You don't know yet?
No, I mean, I keep forgetting.
Why did I check raise this guy?
Yeah, 23.
I don't even know how many
It
cash.
seems like something important to know, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Not just for you, but to know how the other players are going to be playing.
Student of the
Sure.
game, still learning.
Adjustments always
No more check
being
raising
made.
you unless I have a set or something good.
Nicky P issuing an advisory that no check raises will be coming in short of a set, or, quote, something good.
Maybe one of the few times we've seen one of these red time chips being thrown in, so 10-second extension. Orpin gonna lay down. 10 seconds stack for everyone, unopened pots. But now that's been open, time reset. James Chen has lost a couple pots, but still hasn't released his foot from the gas pedal.
King 10-7, top and bottom pair for Talal, the defender. Chen's got the ace of diamonds working.
The ace of diamonds does make you activate a decent amount, but does check back and hello.
Yeah, picks up the nut flush draw on the turn with 165 in the middle. Courtesy of the check back. Now, of course, Talal wants to charge a price for any of these flush draws that might be lurking. And that price is just 75,000.
I don't mind this price, actually, as you can kind of get the 10x to continue that don't even have a diamond. Clearly, they're drawing so slim. If you bet too big, those hands might lay it down with the presence of the flush draw. James going to call here. Looking for that fourth diamond on board. Does not get there. Still rather strong two-pair King 7. Looking to extract value. Oh, counting down his stack in case he wants to make a big play. He's thinking, Ollie.
Is it possible to get coconut water?
205 into 315.
Roughly, yes. Oh, exactly.
And the check raise. Or rather, the bet, forgive me.
Yeah, it was check, check, flop,
How much
bet,
you have,
turn,
James?
bet, river.
You have like similar, right?
I'm a bit surprised to see him get away from the nut flush draw. Maybe he feels like the implied odds aren't there in the event the diamond rolls off.
Okay.
It's also
let me-
face up.
May I interrupt?
Please.
You're a little bit lost.
Yeah.
Actually, what happened? Went check, check on the flop, and then
Yeah.
he bet the turn to law, and then he called with the nut flush draw. Bricked out, bet, Fold. Still
we
lost?
got to the river. I'm very
Ollie,
lost. Forgive me.
Ollie,
Every
it's
now and
okay.
again it happens, Randy, looking up at the screen.
It's
A lot
okay.
going on in here.
That's why we're a team.
Yeah.
I carry you, you carry me.
Yeah.
What about these 2-8s?
Well, they're about to get dragged by a couple of jacks as Orpin's big blind, small stack most certainly will be looking.
Now,
for
of
his-
course,
he could just defend, right?
I was going to say that. Normally, this is an easy all-in, but there is another path to potential victory or maybe even saving your life. Call, look for a decent flop, then just open jam. If it comes ace, king, queen, then just check fold at a high frequency.
Oh,
But-
so precious is having a stack, and yet Orpin, 3 bets to 175,000, has just 5K back. Flink looking around. Says call, and he did it in a way that suggested he wasn't thrilled with the situation, but 2 jacks should be
No, he's
all too happy.
He was never going to fold that.
No, I understand that, but why not ask for the other 5?
He might still. There's maybe some merit of keeping him around. I'm not too sure. Regardless, I'm curious to what would have happened had Orpin just called and this flop comes out. He might have been able to save himself, but he was going to commit it.
Actually, a bet of just 5K. Orpin is left in need of an 8. And instead, the jack on the turn
Good luck.
will polish off the 2 8s and the remains of Kisichakoglu's stack. Boy, the bust outs at this stage of this 250K are among the most painful at any festival. Randy.
I feel the pain
Mhm.
with each bust out. You know that usually players are still in good spirits as they exit some of these tournaments, so this one is just...
No, it's a
one you just-
heartbreaker.
yeah, it's a heartbreaker. You go home to your hotel room and just think about, did you play every hand correctly? Was there any mistakes? March on. Is that what we say?
Norway, triple A, baby.
No, sorry. Onwards we march.
Yeah, sure.
I
That
got
works
that.
as well.
Yeah.
Norway is
And
safe
that
place,
march
safe haven.
is now only 26 players deep, 3 away from the money. Fast action time banks are in there. Soft hand for hand right about now. Randy, we wait until we get 2 away.
So the fast action system, I think, is supposed to counter the, or supposed to be like the new
In
adjustment
place.
of the soft hand for hand.
Number up, now a lot.
I thought you said Jason.
Oh, no, sorry, misread. Let's do this.
This service to Jason Kuhn's potential stack size. What do
Oh
you
my
want?
gosh.
Did he? Is this a straight versus straight situation?
It is indeed. Let me bring us up to speed. As Socia open to 65,000, Kjot defends lack of a spade and the fact that he's got the bad straight. Some potential concerns, especially here on the bubble, but he's got Socia covered. She's got the nuts with the king of spades redraw. Bets just 50K into 175, and it does feel like she could potentially chart a course with a cooperative board
You have like 5 black.
for a full double.
I wouldn't surprise me if Kjot Lee just check raves this, realizing how many terrible turn cards there are out there. Charge the spade. Charge to, yeah, this is no surprise. He is drawing dead on the flop with the straight.
Obviously, some small concerns from time to time, maybe by Jang, that there's a flush involved in this line, but it would seem gratuitously aggressive.
And I was like,
And she She's so relieved to realize there is no sweat whatsoever for her. And she will take a big bite out of Kiat Lee.
I said Socia 675.
Daniela like whips out the flop, and I was like, wait.
She can hardly believe her luck.
It's a good flop.
Yes, it is. Never better.
Big smile on her face.
Thank you.
And why wouldn't there be?
I mean, I love how people say nice hand when like, what else are you supposed to do?
20K, 40K.
Well, no sooner
24
does Jang double than the depth of her newly doubled stack is hacked away at by these 50-minute levels. She's now above average, which is 34 bigs, 1.4 million at present. 11th of 26.
You have more than me, right, Paul? Yeah. Yeah, we have around the same. Thank you.
1.9 behind.
Yeah.
In bad shape with 6-5 offsuit. But we've seen these big stacks willing to still fight each other.
Interesting amount of willingness to engage at this phase. Certainly can't fault Paul Foy with the 2 7s and a big enough stack with which to make these sorts of maneuvers. For getting after it, looking up at the 2 overcards, decides to check back. Now all of a sudden on the turn, Mokri binks a 6 to maybe get him in a little bit of trouble and fishing for the 7 that Boss has. 5 would of course be no good for him. Checking it.
Wouldn't mind if Paul just keeps checking this down.
That's exactly what he does.
Yeah, with this queen, not so good for both players. A little bit of showdown value, 3 overs.
6. Oh, sorry, I meant an 8.
Check it.
7 very bad for you. 7 very bad for you.
Maybe I should value bet.
That would be thin to value bet
Give
those
some
2 7s.
I'll tell you what.
I only play good cards. Tight player.
I block 5-7 basket.
I've seen Boss make a thin value bet like that correctly in the past, but I want to say I've seen it more so in the cash game streets than I've seen here in the tournament streets, in particular in this phase, where
Yes.
it would seem kind of higher risk than reward.
Yeah, so at this phase of the tournament, you will see even the greatest players just err on the side of caution.
Sean Winter ran so deep last time, and then like
Yeah, I thought
Moneymaker, he's not shy either. 8-7 offsuit.
Dominated by Seidel, the upfront opener. Jack 10 giving the gutter to Chris.
He walked in, they 50K with it. So crazy.
Seidel checking back, now hitting the ace of clubs.
Really not much Moneymaker could do. That ace heavily hits that +1, but does pair to 7. Can Seidel extract value from, say, 10x?
Backdoor clubs have shown up. Seidel does block the 8-9.
I like that he is trying to extract value.
I also like that Moneymaker recognizing that a good percentage of the time this 7 isn't going to be performing well against that 100K river bet. In spite of the 2 checks that preceded it, so he puts it into the bin. And let's talk a little bit, Randy, about Chris Moneymaker, because here's a guy who nobody can argue changed the face of poker back in 03 when he won the main. I believe it was a $40 satellite
Something
on
like
Stars,
that, yeah.
and he parlayed that into a massive David versus Goliath sort of affair as he just melted faces all the way through to the victory and left amateur players all over the place thinking, I can do that. And you saw the influx of players into the online community 20 years removed from that moment.
You guys celebrate Thanksgiving or not?
It really warrants a tremendous amount of respect that Chris is still out there doing his thing, always gracious whenever people see him, because to this day, obviously, he is poker royalty and very much a celebrity in the space. And here in a 250K buy-in, 25x what that main event was, I, for one, am quite impressed.
I am as well, and I am one of those amateurs that was inspired to play because of those ESPN videos of Chris Moneymaker winning it. So thank you, Chris. And I'm so happy to see him play this 250K.
Not so happy is Keon Mokri to see Chris Moneymaker 3-betting the 250K as he puts the Dusty King high.
Seems like nothing's changed for him. He's still rather aggressive 20 years later.
Yeah, he really...
I knew when I did it, I was like, yeah, he's going to hate me now.
hasn't really changed in terms of
keep you out of trouble.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, I don't want you to
personality,
lose a big hand, so I just
as far as the type of player that he is. But the game has evolved a tremendous amount over those 2 decades, nowhere near the knowledge base we have now back then. And his kind of story, a far more difficult one to pull off, I think, in today's game.
I agree. And, you know, I think it's safe to say that Chris Moneymaker's game has also evolved as well. You know?
Yes, of course. It goes without saying.
You know, he's improved tremendously. I'm not too up to date with how he plays lately, but just seeing him compete with the best here in this VIP format is just an absolute delight, and I wish him the best in this tournament.
Sosia Jang limping the small with 2 10s, allowing Seidel to take a free peek at ace-7 deuce. Perhaps less bothered by the ace on the flop, given the check back from Seidel. Nevertheless, Sosia does check.
I actually really like the limp with the 2 10s in this spot, just given they're both very comfy. You're not really looking to get in pre-flop. Maybe you induce from some polarized ranges. Regardless, perhaps it's time to extract value from everything lower than an ace. I wonder if Seidel looks this one up. There we go.
So 1 street of value so far for the 2 10s.
You know, the jack it appears to be troublesome just because it's an overcard to your 2 10s, but I strongly feel that she could value bet this.
I mean, it would be so random for the jack to have hit.
It would need to be 2 pair.
Correct. And obviously, you know, there are some jack X combos that could have turned into 2 pair here for Seidel.
Yeah, but it's that bubble thing where you're like, I know I should value bet this, but just in case.
Well, also, remember, when you do value bet that hand, you are opening the action against somebody like Seidel.
Right, so you might pay more than 110K to see a showdown. I understand. Regardless.
Might not be allowed to see that showdown.
Right. Yeah, I don't think she's putting in a bet call on the river with 2 overs.
Agreed. But Jang continues her ascent up the leaderboard. Flip-flopping with Seidel now. terms of the running order.
Patrick's been pretty quiet, but still able to maintain that 1.7 million chip stack. A grinder.
You know, it's funny. While he may have been grinding en route to here, grinder is not
the right word.
You know what I'm saying? For
Yeah.
Patrick in particular, he made one of the most spectacular calls I think I've ever seen on the Triton Super High Roller Series with that pair of deuces. Was it in the Luxon Pay Invitational, by the way?
It was not. It was
Okay.
one of the side events. It was Final 3. And the chip leader put them all in, and there was like an ace on. It was just ridiculous.
There was like 4 overcards.
Well, yeah,
he
his pair
took
of
so
deuces.
many time banks and found that call. As call is not going to be on the mind of Boss here with ace king, big blind. Sosia, understandable open on the button, ace 4 suited. Let's see what Paul wants to do.
We'll put in a sizable 3-bet. Actually, just going to rip it all in. Trying to deny the playback. Certainly, he doesn't want to lose 1.5 million chips.
I mean, we block aces and kings. Maybe if
Little peek.
somebody wakes up with queens, we still draw live. Keeping things simple there.
Yeah, I think more so he doesn't want, like, I don't know, pocket 7s to take a flop in position or pocket 8s, and or like a queen jack suited.
Yeah, like I said, just keep things very clear in a spot like that.
I feel, though, once we slide into the money, he definitely wouldn't be taking that line. He would probably start 3-betting on more normal size, so like
Yeah.
360 or so.
Don't quite have the same amount of leverage, but nevertheless.
No shame.
90K is 90K. Plus the small blind, that the profit for the 3rd biggest stack in the field at present.
Moneymaker. Ace 8 of clubs. Kicks out the king 10 of Sosia Jang, understandable.
Jang lets it go.
I don't know why I keep picking on Patrick Antonius. Doesn't seem like the smartest play, but
Mucking as well.
they just keep giving me hands when it's your big blind.
Nobody
Boy,
wants to talk to you anymore.
I know. No, I mean, literally.
You made enemies out of everyone at the table. Some of them.
Apparently, Chris has been picking on too many people's blinds. No one wants to talk to him. Mokri, one of the people he's been picking on. Yeah, as we pick a pot up with Tan Xuan. Under the gun, king 8 suited, boss stack kind of stuff.
This is what we expected from the big stacks.
Now, ace 10 suited on the button. Robert Flink not going to put that into the muck.
No, he knows that Tan Xuan is going to just raise relentlessly as they are down to the final 26.
Shakurchi.
That was like a flying saucer. Do you see
Yeah.
how huge that plate was?
Parks his UFO behind the rail and then returns to look up at a gut shot straight draw on the queen 6-3 board. Ace 10 of hearts is in front.
Absolutely nothing for Tan Xuan, but still firing. In character.
How uncomfortable is Talal still sitting behind Flink's button here in terms of a decision to flat?
I would say it's rather uncomfortable because Talal definitely still will continue with some pairs and stuff. I believe Robert Flink threw in a check raise, not sorry, check raise, but a raise in position. These players truly something.
I mean, 240K, and let's not forget where we're at right now. A 250K event where 23 are paid, 26 remain, and all he's got is ace 10 suited
Oh, wait. No. What's going on, Ollie? He's got king 8 suited.
Well, in terms of the board at the book on the flop, this specific parlay of events was a very long shot. As Tan led out, Flink raised, Xuan hanging in there on a spadeless texture, by the way. And this is the kind of street poker that Tan finds himself involved in a lot. And you can see Flink look very uncomfortable.
Oh my God, do you see what just dropped?
Yeah, the gutter, which gives Tan top pair. This is danger.
Man, Tan Xuan was going to win that pot most certainly if Robert Flink did not hit the king or ace.
Yeah, he's not going to go to showdown with king high. He's going to turn it into a bluff after the check back. Now all of a sudden he's got maybe a hand he thinks he can value bet, and black chips are going to be a part of the equation. And Flink can't believe himself. He's got a double check. Is it the nuts? Yes, sir, it is. And 250K is on fire in front of Tan Xuan.
The line Robert Flink takes will look really odd. Like, okay, if you raise a set in position, do you really just check back the turn on Jack of Clubs? You think
No shot.
Would you ever expect Ace 10 to raise a flop? Probably not. Tan is not expecting a raise that is coming shortly.
All in.
Okay, so there's the jam. An acid reflux for Tan. He's asking for a count. He's got Flink covered. But this is a lot on ask. Over 800,000 more. Call it 915 to be exact, Randy. The thing is, what makes sense? The only thing that comes to my mind to be played in this manner, and even then, infrequently so, would be a king-queen.
Yes, some kind of thin king-queen, but the truth is, when you have a less stack of your opponent this close to the money, king-queen almost never raises the flop because they don't want to risk all their chips
And even
in a
if they do,
spot.
imagine here on the river, wouldn't you put in maybe, I don't know, size-wise, I guess all in is the right raise, but it's just so dangerous.
It might make Tan Xuan hero call because of how improbable this line has taken. Heard him say king queen.
Fucking crazy hand going down right now.
Blender moments here as time banks, understandably, being utilized. Tan Xuan's got BCE, Randy, big call energy.
Yes, he does.
But finds the fold correctly, and I'm absolutely certain that is the first hand that once the delay catches up on the stream, Tan's going to want to get some info on.
Street poker.
Street poker, and not the kind of pot that you expect at this point. Robert Flink putting himself in front at this semi-feature table by a nose ahead of Shakurchi. It's Tan Xuan slipping off the top of the leaderboard, plunging all the way down to 8th overall, and Paul Thua inherits the chip lead after that altercation.
think you had a better hand, but Patrick did.
On the schedule is
Ollie, this has been like
They're gonna play two
the loosest, most aggressive
Oh yeah. Get to do the money.
bubble looming situation I've ever seen amongst all the players. It's not just two guys doing it, it's every single table. And this is our biggest buy-in of the series.
Nothing loose about this open.
It's okay. He's too rich.
Too rich.
Seidel, 85,000, and Boss wants a look at how deep the stack he's up against is exactly.
It's okay.
Now remember, he piled it in over the top of Jang's button open with ace-king. Different situation here with Seidel under the gun. But nevertheless, a 3-bet to 300,000. And that is just fine by Seidel. And once it gets back to Eric, Randy, is he going to be cool just trying to take this 300 right here and now with a jam?
I think so, because it is undergun versus undergun +1. Also, Paul has decided to use rather large sizing in position. It seems rather committing more than normal.
5 seconds.
And it's a different situation now, but before he did like 4-bet jam like 50 blinds from under the gun with ace-king.
Oh, count.
Paul is sick here. A million more chips, 25 big blinds more. Asking for a count.
I mean, here's the thing. Jacks is a lot of hand. But exactly what would Seidel ever be willing to do this with?
Okay, cool.
There we go.
Oh, he finds the call, and the bad news is going to be given. I got the feeling, Randy, that bottom of range at a minimum was going to be the 2 overs, such as ace-king, and then a healthier kind of part of the range was going to include the bigger pairs.
I think the problem here is that he made it a little bit too big pre-flop, while he felt more committing if he was giving up against an ace-king.
So that 300,000 he didn't want to step away from, and now finds himself in a bad way on a 10-high board. Heart works.
Ooh.
Uh-oh.
Call for heart.
You can't. This would be dirty.
Some kind of deal here.
Eric pleading for no heart. A little insurance, maybe. Oh, no.
It just went lights out for a second. You can't do that to Eric Seidel.
Sorry, is there a redraw now? I'm gonna go to the bathroom. Is that fine? Yeah.
No time to even process the astounding development there as Seidel showered in 26, because we flip it back over to the Robert Flink show. Played that dynamite pot moments ago against Tan Xuan. Now here he is, putting the new chips to work against Wiktor Malinowski. As Xuan flatted Robert Flink's pre-flop raise to 90,000. Wiktor jammed it with the ace-3 suited. Pair of threes on the flop. Now the nut flush draw on the turn. Needs the ace-3 or spade. And it isn't there. As now Malinowski showered on the heels of Seidel. 26 become 25, 25 become 24, and Stone Money Bubble is upon us just like that, Randy.
6-5. Queen. 6. Oh, gee. What fuck?
A surging Robert Flink.
I said 7-6.
Simply incredible.
6-5. GTO.
Hang on.
GTO.
Producer James stepping in to advise that Roble, who we didn't see, busted in 26th off stream. So Seidel's elimination was actually 25th. Victor's was the stone bubble in 24th. We're in the money. I mean, not me and you, but no. Here in the 250K Luxon Pay Invitational, 324,000 is locked up by all remaining combatants. How about it? We got there in swift form and in really explosive form as well.
That was one of the fastest bubbles I've ever witnessed.
I'm dizzy. Jacks taking down aces. Ace 10 turning into the nuts. Flink versus Schwen. That wasn't an elimination hand, but then you saw the 2 9s against the ace 3 suited. My goodness. Taking a quick peek inside the Triton Poker Plus app, by the way. Randy in search, hopefully, of some sort of info on exactly how Roble met his demise. Not able to see it. Cards back in the air, by the way.
Okay, so it's on me.
Okay, so being told that the soft hand for hand left this table one behind the others in the room. So they're going to get this one dealt out, and then it'll be time for the redraw. Maybe some relief to be found for players who don't love their setup. Petrangelo. 85,000. Shakurchi, finger wagging the cutoff with ace-jack.
Looks like he will pick this one up.
All right, with that, officially redraw time here. And there's going to be so much to talk about during this redraw break in terms of all that transpired. A dizzying array of action came your way there over the last 5, maybe 10 minutes, let's call it. Action that leaves Robert Flink with 3.3 million in chips. Clear leader at his table. And certainly one of the biggest stacks in the building, if not the biggest stack. Efforting as we come back to the desk. Want to take a quick look at what we didn't see on stream. In the Triton Poker Plus app, you do see the fate of Andrew Roble and how it shook out. Alex Panakovs had King-Jack offsuit. You see it was a blind versus blind. Panakovs raised it up to 140,000. The jam from Roble. Panakovs would make the call and then bink the king on the turn, and that was the hand that we missed, which is why it was that we didn't expect that we had already burst the bubble. And now, taking a look at the top of the leaderboard, Robert Flink, hot on Paul Voi's heels. Paul, 2 jacks, Randy, against the 2 aces. You talked about maybe the sizing there after the open from Seidel to, I believe, 80 or 85,000, up to 300, being what ultimately led to him feeling as though he couldn't let it go. Had he sized smaller and Seidel came in with the jam, if he would have even come in with the jam against a smaller sizing, is there a world in which the 2 jacks looks up and goes, hey, hang on, this has got to be a really good hand. Maybe I don't need to play this huge pot.
I think that's certainly what crossed his mind as, you know, when you make it 300, which is so many blinds, and your opponent jams, if you give it up and you know the ace-kings are jamming at a very high frequency, you're kind of giving up too much equity in that pot. But if he made it like, say, a normal smaller size, and say 260 or 250 or so, it doesn't seem like a lot, but you don't feel as attached to the hand. And perhaps I would say that Seidel probably wasn't bluffing in that spot ever.
Yeah.
I would have loved to see him take more time, but did happen to make the call, and just a disgusting run out with that running heart.
No doubt about it. Let's turn our attention then to the Swede, Robert Flink, really front and center during the tail end of that frame, waiting on the app to populate his results, because I hadn't seen him ever at a Triton. He predated my participation on the tour in terms of covering the desk and the commentary, but he's been around back in the day, somebody who maybe you've had a chance to observe street poker there against Tan Xuan.
Yeah, Robert Flink is one of those guys who has been in the high-stakes scene for a very long time. Cash game player, doesn't play tournaments too much, but he showed up to our Triton stops a long time ago. And actually known to be a really strong short deck player. So he came out there, played short deck, and then has been absent for a bit. Now he's back in London, as a lot of players have come to this stop, and goes to show nothing has changed. He's one of the most aggressive players in the game as he played that pot with Tan Xuan.
Let's get a peek at his resume, if you will. Jeju 2019, the first time he paid us a visit, took him until the very last event that he played at that stop to take down a second place in what else, Randy? But short deck, as you mentioned, prolific player. Went over, though, in Montenegro in 2019, played all of the short deck and the PLO, and then moving along to London 2019, last time we paid a visit here in England, he did pick up a 6th place in a 50K 8 max, and as you can see, yet to cash here in London. 1.7 million plus in career Triton earnings for Flink. As we flip back over, let's get a look at the payouts again. $324,000 has been secured by the entire field, courtesy of that money bubble bursting so much faster than we ever would have expected. It took the right recipe of hands colliding. We'll bring you those payouts in just a moment. There they are, and it's going to be flat from 23rd all the way through to 21st. And then you see these brackets of 3 payouts, 20th through 18th as well, paired off from 17th in slots of 2 all the way until we get to 9th. That will be our final table, and that's where we get a pay jump every single bust out. $29.5 million going to get distributed, and a whopping $6.86 million going to be going someone's way. Might that person be Paul Phua, current overall chip leader right now? Flink on his heels. Didn't get a chance to talk about Bryn Kenny. He is 3rd in chips right now and knows what it takes to find himself heads up. There he is, $2.35 million in front of him. On the VIP side, Shakurchi back there as well. And of course, Panakov's, having showered Roble, works his way into the top 5. So then, let us step aside briefly. When we return, we will have the redraw complete, and we will pick up coverage here of the $250,000 Luxon Pay Invitational. Don't go anywhere.
GG Poker. Why so many players? This is a crazy. It's a dude.
GG Poker
broke the Guinness World Record.
Welcome to the World Series of Poker,
the biggest poker site.
larger than all of GG Poker's traffic reaches all-time high.
Jump. No way.
Elevate your poker skills to a whole new level with GTO Wizard's free study plans. These step-by-step guides are designed to help you master MTTs and the fundamentals of game theory optimal poker. Each step includes assignments, resources, and videos to help you master MTTs, implement ICM into your strategy, and help you utilize our software. From engaging drills to insightful articles, each step is a journey towards mastery. So what are you waiting for? Try it today. GTO Wizard, the #1 app for poker players.
Introducing the all-new BetACR.eu, the premier destination for sports enthusiasts. What sets BetACR.eu apart is our exclusive offering of live-action prediction options on the Triton Series. Experience the excitement as you predict the action while watching your favorite players live. But that's not all. By opening your account now, you can take advantage of our incredible offer. Receive a generous 15% free play on your first top-up, up to $250. Become a part of BetACR.eu and elevate your live sports engagement experience.
All right, back at the desk here in the $250,000 Luxon Pay Invitational, Ali Nejad, Randy Liu. Not often that while the commercials are running, we are engrossed in the conversation that we normally like to save when we get you back with us here at the desk. But that's just how exciting and how absurd what we observed going into that break was. Want to focus on Jason Koon. Take a look at his chip trajectory in the Triton Poker Plus app. He... right here is where he had 575,000, and then he ripped with pocket nines. This is a three-hand stretch, mind you. He rips with pocket nines under the gun. Santosh Suvarna, who he has covered, wakes up with ace-king. He loses that pot as the king flops, trip kings on the turn, fails to hit the nine. Now finds himself down to 230,000. Move forward. Very next hand, he raises, Bryn Kenny, raises to 100,000. Jason defends his big blind. Comes king 10-3, he check folds to the 75K. Now is left with 90K after that pot. Imagine, two people away from the money bubble at that point in time, Randy. He has to be thinking dread, doom. It's going to be me. I know it. Not going to make this money. 342,000, nope, minus 250. Then all of a sudden, here he is. Just a simple raise all in from Garignani, and that's the end. He looks up, he hears bust out, he thinks maybe we're on the stone bubble. Luca Vivaldi comes out there, according to producer James, and is prepared to tell everyone we're on hand for hand. And all of a sudden, you saw it went Seidel, Malinowski. All of a sudden, we're in the money. Of course, Jason has his work cut out for him, but how about that? Forgive me, I know it was a bit of a diatribe. I'm just so like, wow. You know?
Me too.
It's incredible to be able to find your way into the money in a spot like that. Okay, forgive me. I know you share the sentiments. We did most of our work while we were there during commercial, Randy, but we are ready to get back to the arena on the back end of the redraw, and we'll get our first look at how that deck got shuffled. Boss will find himself with the likes of Shakurchi, Ponikovs, Petrangelo Davies, Catley, Kerry Katz, and Steve O'Dwyer, all of whom can breathe a sigh of relief. Shaman O'Dwyer, of course, with the most relief in terms of having had that lean stack.
So we're in the money. We can bluff again.
Yeah, you can bluff. You know, you
Always bluff. What are you talking?
It's never stopped you. Psycho money.
Instantly, you can feel the lightened mood in the room, Randy.
Get some beers?
Ponikoff suggesting
Okay, so
that
let's get some beers.
bluffing is allowed again.
Would be strange. Been skipping alcohol for 4 months. Just started drinking
Yeah,
beer.
I'll
Just start getting hammered right
If
now.
everyone had to start getting hammered right now, I'm the fucking biggest favorite you've ever seen.
Sure.
I don't know how to break it to the guys, but this is far from beer level. This is the 250K, and we're playing down to the FT, ideally, here tonight.
After I chop. Stay tuned. Yeah, after we
At
chop,
the
we're gonna
pace
stay tuned.
it's going, I believe we're going to make the final table.
You have like 3 million, yeah?
You never know, though, when stacks get consolidated and all of a sudden everybody's a bit deeper.
You have 3 million, right? I mean, look.
It's the player types, I'm thinking, but regardless, it is the Trip Kings for Alex Ponikoff, the defender.
Not just the player types, but the hand types, as you see these interactions. Ponikoff's, the trips, as you mentioned, boss, the ace-8 open. Looks like attractive texture.
Blankenstein?
Yeah, it's a spot where Paul can easily lose at least 2 streets. It is a chip leader opening early position. You're going to expect him to c-bet pretty much his whole range on this texture. Does Ponikoff want to leave his opponent some rope to barrel the turn as well? But it looks like he will come in with a check raise. As played, I don't really see how Paul can really just lay this down now. Still ahead of the flush draws. Some stabs. Well, just in case you're up against ace, king, king, queen, no worries now.
7 of spades on the turn as boss invested the additional 150,000 requested by Ponikoff's. Now draws absolutely dead, and that doesn't look like a troublesome card. Every now and again we expect some heart draws to come at us in this fashion.
480.
But once the turn barrel comes in, the plot thickens.
It's a sizable bet here, and it's concerning for Paul as if he's up against a king already drawing dead, if he's up against a heart draw, he might face a third barrel. Plus his hand is rather vulnerable, right? Some of these heart draws actually have pair draws as well against this 8x. For example, Jack 10, Queen Jack of Hearts. I think he's just going to think, look, I might be ahead, but it's not comfortable.
It's kind of like...
See whether it's a king or not.
See if it's a king or not.
4 spades.
Big 4.
We got to flip it up, everyone, so we can make sure.
Finally convinced by the turn barrel. Boss puts the ace-8 in the muck. He is the overall chip leader. Every time the dramatic music comes in, I expect something to happen, and then we just abandon the table and come over here where we find Lord Vogelsang and Patrick Antonius hooded up.
I don't see how he can be disappointed right now. Everything is just so exciting.
Man, Steph cashes every fucking 200K plus. Always in the money.
Jason Kuhn.
Good skill to have.
Observing.
Yeah, it is.
Seth Davies. Consistency in the 200K and up events. Finding the money in those ones is very much a good skill to have, says Chidwick. Pocket fours now. for Suvarna. Santosh makes it 80.
700 total.
Vogelsang picks up pocket nines.
730 I start.
Leaning over for a peek at what he's up against in terms of stack depth. Has Santosh decently covered here?
I believe he'll put in a smaller 3-bet, maybe 240. Looking to commit against Suvarna, fold against the rest. 230. Close enough. Not a great spot here of 2 4s. Did slide into the money though, so tension's not as high.
Seconds.
Santosh likes to go set mining. I've seen him do it on many occasions.
It is quite hard to set mine of this type of stack. So you're more playing the pair value of the hand. I think this is just the right fold of 2 4s. A little bit too weak.
Showing discipline.
It's important when you get an OS upgrade.
Big.
Good enough to stack off.
Small pair.
Not that small.
9-9.
Very small.
Nice enough.
Hello again.
Oh. Hello.
So with a brief pause in the action, we introduce you to the Flop app. Patrick Antonius' brainchild. The new functions of Flop aim to transform the live poker experience. The app looks to connect poker players globally, locating venues with games running and allowing players to reserve seats at such games. Flop PM benefits poker room operations for poker room managers, increasing player traffic and profitability through AI solutions. If you're interested, check them out at firstlandofpoker.com.
Was it? Oh, it's 30,000, but it's 40 for you.
You know, as much time as you think Patrick must be spending on his poker, running spots. We know that he loves to train, big fan of physical fitness. He also
Never safe.
dedicates a lot of time to Flop with his business partners. Giving back to the game in a way. So we see Jason Kuhn with the 10-6. All in the big.
Never brought this up. I'm just asking because I heard Rob Young say that, so I was like,
All right, let's get a at least let me have a sweat, even though I'm all in here. That's a good one.
Chen's ace king.
Slightly below average. Good luck.
Going to dance.
live.
Okay, only 30.
Only 30.
2 live cards. Will suit Jason Kuhn just fine on the right side of this bubble. And is that a baby Triton
put
card?
on, yep, right there. There it is.
Where did he get that?
He is. He is. The flop's not going to be neutral, though. 7, 8, 9.
Does that work?
I don't know. The triple wink.
It felt good for me, but it kind of wasn't.
7-5 deuce, heart coverage for
4
Chen.
diamonds.
Looking for straight sweats on
Ah.
the turn is Jason,
That-
and instead
that's
the
not
king
the one we wanted. Hey
showers.
guys, best of luck.
The
I hope you all get
8-time
first place. See you.
Triton winner. I'll tell you what, there are times where you're going to be really disappointed getting showered in this one. The specific spot Jason Kuhn found himself in, I think he's going to be okay with it.
Yeah, this is actually one of those
GG, man.
spots where you're like, you know, it's okay. I had 2 blinds. I made it to the money when I probably shouldn't have. GG. On to the next one, my friend.
23rd place money, 342,000. I'd never seen that micro Triton trophy card protector thing that he had. I want one now. I don't know why.
Shall we go now? Leave the booth empty?
No.
Okay.
Can't do that.
After?
Indeed.
Let's get 2 so I can have 1 too.
All right.
Fair?
Yeah.
And then we get the Triton Forks next.
That's going to be my brainchild, Randy. Allow me to introduce the cutlery collection. Path a little more clear for the remaining 22, given the absence of Jason Kuhn as an obstacle toward victory. King Jack offsuit for Patrick, makes it 80,000. And has run into an ace king for Suvarna in the big. We saw the raise fold with pocket fours. Entirely different proposition right here.
Yeah, this is the proposition where he can get those chips back that he did give away at those 2 4s.
Yeah, jams. That 16-ish bigs to start. Stack.
Never fun to lay down a hand like this to a short stack. Just a bit too much. Unless you just know Santosh is just way out of line, which he is not in this spot. Always thinking about it. Does he feel that there's a lot of other Broadways in there? He saw him just grab that chip before it goes in the middle.
Want to make sure that doesn't get deemed a call just yet.
Steve, is this yours? I think it's mine then.
Let it go, my friend.
Good fold.
Never beat you.
Good fold.
Take it.
Patrick and Santosh are actually quite close. I know Antonius is years ago gone out to India with Santosh to taste what's on offer there in terms of the poker.
Sounds like King Queen.
Still a largely untapped market. Santosh calls Dubai home now. So many private games, cash games taking place out that way. Still have yet to go. Have you been?
To Dubai?
Yeah.
No, but definitely one of the places that I will go soon, I believe.
Yeah. And who knows? Maybe even the Triton Super High Roller Series would find its way
That
out
would
there
be
at some point.
Great. It's a
playground.
Yeah, it's just really the luxury place to go.
King Jack getting tried on for size once more, this time in the stewardship of Lord Vogel.
Ten-8 offsuit, looking to defend here from James Chen against Lord Vogel.
Sitting similar in depth.
That drawstring's been pulled, by the way.
Yeah, I noticed. And that flop has been pulled for Vogel. His top pair. And nothing of interest for James Chen. Checking it over, 220 in the middle. Feels like a C-bet and take it kind of affair.
Yeah, just taking his time. A little smile about the little hoodie, I think, going up and down.
Uneventful post flop. Christoph hauling one in. At one point was the biggest stack in terms of pros left in the field. Of course, at present, that honor belongs to Robert Flink.
I'm big one, right? Yeah.
I mean, if you look at the 22 remaining players, pick any 9. It would be a phenomenal final table.
You're not wrong, Randy. It is a really delightful contrast in styles. Plenty of VIPs to choose from.
Plenty of pros.
Yeah. That, of course, to be expected.
But just a lot of guys who've shown up to this specific Triton London stop that haven't shown to the previous one. Just making deep runs.
Yeah, and maybe kind of getting back in to the Triton streets after some absences.
Mm-hmm. You know, Robert Flink, Bryn Kenny, James Chen, all players who've played prior Triton stops. Newcomers like Chris Moneymaker. It's just phenomenal.
I feel like I've been guilty of calling some of these guys newcomers under the presumption, forgetting that obviously a tremendous amount of Triton took place before I came on board. What does that say about me? If I wasn't here, it didn't exist. I guess egocentric. Guilty is charged. 5, 6, 7 here, 2 diamonds, and there's top pair up against the open ender in a 220K chip pot.
Yeah, you said it. Anyways, a lead from Robert Flink.
Yeah, breaking with protocol a little bit, range advantage.
And Christoph Vogelsang is aware of this range advantage, but still has the top pair. Back to hearts.
But the nice thing about these lines is you obviously can just take it with the fold equity created, but your opponent, even with top of range, is just cuffed a little bit given the board texture.
Yeah, with the 3-line straight kind of boards, you're right, handcuff is the perfect word to use, as you know, big pairs can't really raise either. You can just fold out broadways, ace highs. Once he sees his opponent calls, though, Robert Flink is got to be concerned that his opponent is holding a reasonable holding in 2 7s with the 5s, of course. Kind of a tricky spot for Vogelsang, given he doesn't really want to see a bad river card, but doesn't really want to inflate the pot as well. So a bit of a decision here.
It's not a given that Flink's check is with a hand that doesn't have King 7 beat.
Got there.
While it didn't on the turn, the check back from Vogel allows the 4 clubs to roll off, and now very much Flink has King 7 beat. Half pot sizing, and it came in quickly. Randy, do you feel like we're obligated to make calls in spots like these, given the way in which we approach things, opening up the door so often for a wide variety of holdings to just stab at this river and try to take it busted diamonds?
Yeah, I do feel like we might have to just pay this one off. It is a rather tough board, but you know Robert Flink is so, yeah, you can see him paying off here.
We're 7X, we're 6X.
This is just a board that's supposed to favor the big blind, and he's just going to have to fire when he doesn't have it as well.
So, Vogelbucks. Passed along to Robert Flink, who is going to be our new chip leader after that one.
You lied about the hand against Tan.
I told him.
Huh?
I told him.
Oh.
Allegations of Flink.
Bad habits.
No. I mean, I told him when we split tables.
Telling tall tales. He says, no, I cleared the air. Tan Chuen, the recipient of some misinformation for a brief time, apparently. Is there anybody who stands out to you as perpetually guilty of lying about their hand, even though the stream delay is going to put everything face up shortly thereafter? I can't think of anyone that does it like chronically.
Yeah, occasionally. I feel like a Nacho would occasionally.
Yeah, but I feel like maybe in the middle of the next hand
But
or in between the next
he
couple
lies
hands.
at first, and he just reveals it
Yeah.
like, 30 seconds later. Can't help himself. No, most players are not really lying. They'd rather just keep quiet about it if they don't want to tell them the answer. 2 kings now for Santos's Varna. Queen Jack offsuit for James Chen on the dealer button. Going to try to defend in position. He might feel that Santos has to play rather straightforward off of this 710k stack, so maybe he gets a little bit more free turns for him to defend here in position. Queen or Jack high board would be disastrous. Safe one though.
9-6 deuce. As the button flat from James Chen mercifully fails to produce one pair, which would have been in trouble here. Suvarna goes to work, firing 90.
James Chen is floating Queen Jack high.
This is very troublesome. The lack of a club in particular leaves me a bit surprised. 9 pairs on the turn.
Yeah, Santos just trying to figure out what is this flatting range in position, floating the flop. Does he value bet when the 9 exists? Yeah, he's just going to push more chips in there. I can't really imagine James continuing now. I think the idea of James's flat in position is if my opponent's holding 2 Broadways, he can never really multi-barrel the turn off of that stack. Therefore, I just bet and win. But when he sees the multi-barrel, just gets away. Nice pickup, 980.
Also just nice for James to have a little bit of fight and then recognize that that second barrel means the opportunity he sought being denied. You know how sometimes all of a sudden you can kind of see that glimmer in someone's eye when they reach for the cape and they feel like it's time to do something heroic and it all goes wrong?
Well, you got to know when to step away when it's feeling like,
yeah.
you know, a grim fate.
Yeah.
Patrick, ace-10 suited. Of course, going to raise this one up. UTG. Pocket jacks for James Chen, and he's been rather active. He might get some action.
1.7 and 1.2 million respectively.
What's happening out here, Ali?
What would I think you
Outer table action, hands on their backs.
9?
Looks like Sosia Jang jamming pre-flop for 1.3 million. Is it aces against queens and a wrap of the table? Indeed it is, and it would appear Bryn Kenny woke up with the queens as aces getting showered once more. Seidel, aces versus jacks, and now Sosia Jang on the right side of the bubble, aces versus queens. Just an absolute cold deck, and one that will pass along a very healthy chip infusion to Bryn Kenny, the guy who is very much a threat. But that'll be it.
It's rough out there.
It very much is. We are down to 21 players. Jason Kuhn eliminated in 23rd, and there you saw Sosia Jang in 22nd. Back at the hand that we left off on, where James Chen, with those two jacks, 3-bet to 225,000. Patrick hung in there on the 8-7 deuce board, has checked it over to James.
Yeah, you can see that Patrick is defending this even out of position, knowing his opponent is just relentless, just pre-flop and post. So does have 2 overs, backdoor spades out of position against James Chen's 2 jacks.
200K, the sizing.
Looks like he's out now. But, I mean, yeah, that's just brutal for Sosia Jang. Clearly has done really well, but unable to kind of just hold at the key moment at the end of these big Triton tournaments. GG for her. Over back to the other feature table. A 3-way pot. Ponokovs hits the straight against the 2 9s and ace jack.
Big blind defense. Flops the open ender. Hits the 7. Boss with the pocket 9s. Pre-flop, it was Petrangelo who raised up front, the flat from Paul. Ponokovs took the price, a round of checks on the King 6-4 board, and then of course, you can see what has happened here on the turn.
225.
Using all of his time before firing 225. A quick fold from Petrangelo. Pocket 9s, though, a decent amount of hand.
It is a sizable bet. A little bit bad with the 2 9s that you blocked 8-9 a bit, which is a hand you try to pick off. Will still call, knowing that his opponent is one of those players willing to attack quite a lot. Brings another overcard to the board.
That it does.
Decent card here, actually, for Ponokovs, as his opponent could easily be holding a king-queen from time to time.
So that extra 450 on the turn, courtesy of the bet call, has brought this pot to 750,000.
5, 4,
425.
425,000.
Now another barrel.
425.
425,000. Second overcard to the 9s, as mentioned.
The Ponokovs doesn't want to let some King X's get away if he fires too big. Occasionally, a Queen X's spades will pay this one off. For now, though, Paul, the main hand he is trying to pick off is the busted spades. No spade in hand is good. 2 9s blocking 8-9, 10-9. Can pick off some 5X on occasion.
What's got Paul so interested here?
The opponent.
makes the call and gets shown the second nuts.
425.
And that is most certainly not the note upon which Paul wanted to end that frame. Choice expletives being delivered at International Edition, but in a cheeky manner, of course. As Alex Ponikov's reputation perhaps playing a role in him getting paid off and nipping on the heels of Nick Petrangelo as they sit with $2.8 million roughly apiece, both in front of Paul Poignot, who has slipped down the leaderboard here in the 250K Luxon Pay Invitational. Those 2040K blinds will be going up, and we'll be bringing you to the desk as you see those chip counts brought to you by PokerStake up at the top of the overall leaderboard right now. Rin Kenny, an astounding 3.8 million in front of him, and you saw how he did it, Randy. Just a stone cold deck. Sosia Zhang on the wrong end with the aces.
Yeah, 2 aces have been just going down in flames for massive pots. It's not like, oh, they're getting a micro stack. Even although Makita down with 2 aces against ace-4 suited Talal, that was pretty brutal too.
Patience was not rewarded.
That's a bad day
occasion.
for a 2 aces today.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Steve O'Dwyer, not a bad day for him, given that he is nursing a shorty. 10 big blinds right now, $395,000 for him, and he does have some spins that he needs in his future if he wants to be a part of that final table, which we hope to play down to here today. We are going to step aside, in fact, all the way aside, as Henry Kilbane and Maria Ho are going to take you through the rest of the night here in the 250K Luxon Pay Invitational. Certainly appreciate you guys joining us and hope you'll stick around as we're going to play down to 9 here tonight. Fingers crossed. Don't go anywhere. Action continues after this.
Why so many players? This is a crazy.
It's a dude.
GG Poker.
Broke the Guinness World Record.
Welcome to the World Series
the
of
best
Poker,
poker song,
main
the biggest
event.
poker site.
Larger than all other GG Poker's casting traffic reaches all-time high.
Jump, 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 jump. No way.
What's the best way to master GTO poker? At GTO Wizard, we have blogs that will teach you the art of learning poker, starting from the big picture and working your way down to the finer details. Then we teach you how to implement these new skills at the table step by step. At GTO Wizard, we have all the resources you need to learn how to crush the competition for free. GTO Wizard, the #1 app for poker players.
Introducing the all-new BetACR.eu, the premier destination for sports enthusiasts. What sets BetACR.eu apart is our exclusive offering of live-action prediction options on the Triton Series. Experience the excitement as you predict the action while watching your favorite players live. But that's not all. By opening your account now, you can take advantage of our incredible offer. Receive a generous 15% free play on your first top-up, up to $250. Become a part of BetACR.eu and elevate your live sports engagement experience.
mean, I don't.
deception.
After 3 minutes. You get
I was going to say, I don't know whether or not Robert Flink
the third one, but
is going to be interested. I think he's just
it's Hollywooding after it.
I was preparing
counting down
myself
his chips.
emotionally.
Thought maybe he was going to cut out a quick bet
The last 3.
for a second there. That would have been ill-served.
Doesn't
Nice
take the
check
bait.
Yeah, of course.
River 4.
That's a new shot.
Yeah, I was just going to say. Anti-gravity.
Did he wave at us? I don't think so.
He can't see us.
We can see him.
Man not to be missed.
Even if he could, I don't think he would wave to us, would he?
He would wave to me, Randy.
No. You guys are brothers.
Much as I love you, there are other people that I am in relationships with. Nick is one of them.
Okay, so check raise to 110. Sneaky check on the turn. Maybe James thinks that he has to value bet this, as he might think the draws might bet when they get checked to. It looks like he will fire a massive bet. Slight overbet. Just his hand is just so weak with ace 10. Definitely wondering why his opponent isn't firing the turn if he had value. He's going to be laying that one down.
Things would have gotten extra awkward if Flink had reached for chips on the turn. I don't think he would have been able to call the second check raise. But James Chen showing some gears there. Now, of course, the reason that you knew this was because, indeed, there was a men's fragrance by the name Sauvage, S-A-U-V-A-G-E, a juicy and spicy freshness exuding sensual and enveloping facets of vanilla absolute.
60.
It comes from the house of Dior. That's why you knew.
The description, though, that you use.
That's the one I read on Google.
Sensual. What did you say, citrus as well?
Yes, juicy freshness. As Robert Flink sinks his teeth into a juicy pair of 9s.
I'm bothered. All right, here we go.
No, you're not as bothered as Mikita Badziakuski. You can see it on his face there. Hates being in this spot. Dead shortest stack in the field. 6 bigs, even shorter than Orpin.
Shulman, he's got a hand that might actually drive action in there if he wants to take it. It is a +1 open. Queen Jack suited is a viable hand to 3-bet jam, but perhaps against the earlier position, you might just call. Let's just call. We must tread water as much as we can with 23 paying out the remaining 29.
9-8 tray, top set for Flink. Fortunately for Shulman, nothing to speak of.
I mean, he does have the 2 overs in the gutty. I don't think he would ever fold to a flop check, flop C-bet.
Yeah, that's fair. Overlooked the gutty briefly. Just the
draw to a straight, 2 overs. It's really just a mandatory continue here. Of course, it's crossing his mind if he can ever check jam this. Does he have fold equity? Probably does. But maybe you err on the side of caution given where we're at in the tournament. So he's got 10 blinds remaining. That is so bad for Nick Shulman.
binks the pair of queens.
Check.
Still has the gutty and still checking after Flink Threw a third pot C-bet out there on the flop, which got called. And now a 265 in the middle. The 3-liner on board, not lost on Flink. Do we still keep it milky in that third to half pot size?
I mean, he doesn't want to lose a customer against someone who's drawing so slim.
Little does he know that, though.
Yeah, of course, he doesn't want to see a jack or a 10 specifically. Clubs wouldn't be nice either. Maybe he goes like half pot, realizing there are those draws that exist.
120,000.
How disgusting is this for Nick Schulman? Hits one of the best cards for him and still facing action.
And 120 sub half pot. He's only got 305K back, representing about 10 bigs.
A very warm welcome back to the break desk here at the JW Marriott Grosvenor House. Maria Ho, alongside myself, Henry Kilbane, stepping in for Randy Liu and Arlene Najad. And whilst we were shuffling around in the booth, the boys just wanted to let us know how crazy it has been up until now. Apparently, they didn't even realize that the bubble had burst. That's how quick 250K gone just like that. And now we've got our eyes on the final table, Maria.
Yeah, very exciting bubble, and you never know how long it will take. Sometimes it can be very drawn out, but apparently here, quick and easy, and now people are obviously trying to shift their focus to the other phase of this tournament, which, as you mentioned, eye on the final table, all of that big money up top, and just trying to maintain, you know, their stack preservation important, but also for the big stacks, definitely going to be leaning on the short stacks. A lot of ICM in play.
Do you think, and not to take anything away from the VIPs, but if this was, say, just a regular 250K without the pro VVIP kind of dynamic, that the bubble would drag out a little bit longer, whereas here you have these players that have just shown a willingness to play big pots regardless of the fact this is a $250,000 buy-in?
I think there's definitely an element of the fact that sometimes when pros play, they play in a way where making the money, of course, is important, and that's a part of the game. But for some of these VIPs, they want either a huge stack, they're going to be playing to win, and unfortunately for the pros, that adds a different dynamic that they're going to have to adjust to, and sometimes that results in the bubble going like that.
A little bit of variance in a 250K never hurt anybody. 342,000 guaranteed for these final 21 players. Going to be jumping down to table 3. We've got Patrick Antonius, Chidwick, Vogelsang, just to name a few of the pros in the mix here in the Triton Luxon Invitational. $250,000 buy-in this one with a casual $6,860,000 going to the eventual champion. The plan today is to play down to the FT. Victor Malinowski, aka Limitless, was the bubble boy alongside Eric Seidel and Andrew Roble on the soft bubble. Jason Kuhn and Cecilia Jiang both sneaking into the money. Short stack duties belong to Steve O'Dwyer and Kerry Katz. But out in front is Bryn Kenny, Robert Flink, and Nick Petrangelo. As Pedro fresh off that title in the 30K. With the open jam, nothing to write home about here as the proud owner of the flop app, Patrick Antonius, is going to look down at
No way.
the nutlow. 7 deuce to kick things off. A warm welcome back. Man, I'm excited for this. There are some names standing out. We've got Savannah in the mix. I just saw him. 15th, 20 bigs. Chidwick. Vogelsang, who I know, Maria, you weren't here for the last 4 events, but Vogelsang was just always running deep, but then coming up short. And it was like a 24 tournament dry spell. Managed to get the monkey off his back finally in Cyprus, came 11th in the 75K for 140K. But here, London seems to be a different story. 3 cashes in the 6 events that he's played, and now adding another cash in this 250K. And you would know better than most, Vogelsang with a stack is a very tough player.
I think that it's fair to say that throughout Vogelsang's career, people have put him usually head and shoulders above the rest of the competition in terms of the work he puts into the game, the mental focus that he approaches every single hand, fitness, absolutely. So certainly one of the favorites still left. I think a great story is Chris Moneymaker.
Oh, yeah.
Still in the mix here. Granted, with 18 big blinds, has some work to do, but you love to see it.
Love to see it indeed. I think the APT co-founder Michael Soiser getting trolled by YouTube chat that always say happy birthday to me, just texted me saying, hey mate, is it your birthday? It's not my birthday, Soiser. I hope you're enjoying the coverage of the 250K. Came up short. Soiser part of the Malaysian contingent that just show up in force to support the bosses, Paul Pua, Richard Yong. Vogelsang with the same hand, 1 seat over against the very aggressive Pedro Garagnani. I never really know personally how to approach these spots. I feel like the flat call opens the door for a squeeze behind with a hand like A7 suited. I know we want to be seeing flops, but we just get put in really weird sandwiches.
I do feel like a function of Vogelsang taking the call versus the 3-bet is because of Pedro's effective stack here. You know, certainly going to have some raise folds, of course, but also A7 suited can play pretty nicely against some of those raise folding range.
Well, as strange as it may sound, I always love it when they're guaranteed to chop at Showdown, but we still have 2 cards to come, because I want to see someone fight for it. Get your man off the chop. Garagnani checking on over to Vogel, Ace-King tray. Surprised by the check with top pair, or is this just some pot control with ICM considerations?
I definitely think that it's the latter. And also, you know, just being out of position, it's just nicer, I think, to approach this with a little bit of caution. See how your opponent wants to play this hand, and facing a bet here out of Vogelsang. Couple of draws possible. Certainly Vogelsang's calling range pre-flop can contain some suited combos that play pretty well in position.
It gets very awkward for both on a lot of turns, including that one. Jack of Hearts, Queen 10 getting there. Hands like Ace-Jack-O that Vogelsang could potentially flat, even Ace-Jack suited. King-Jack. This 7 kicker likely a problem for both. See how Vogelsang proceeds now after Pedro check called flop. Can't be thrilled at the idea of stacking off for 690K.
Yeah, certainly not going to be a 3-street hand after this turn card. You see the check back. And maybe just going to be a 1-street hand with that river card.
Pedro Garagnani, first Brazilian to win a Triton title. He's been crushing the live scene for a few years now. Another one of the Brazilian names that always gets mentioned when we talk about some of the best from the West. Top pair. Single raise pot. Check back, call flop, check, check, turn. Now four liner on board.
How old are you?
I'm 28,
42.
thanks for asking.
It is your birthday then. You were 27 yesterday.
You live in.
Looks like Pedro is
Yeah, 42,
reaching.
right?
Wow.
Live in Monaco?
And for this
Where you live?
Taiwan.
sizing,
Taiwan?
350K.
Taipei.
A pretty curious
I've never been.
development.
It's nice, nice,
And
right?
he decided not to check on this run out.
That would be nice to go to a
What
new
was
place.
that you said earlier about you like that there's two cards to come when they're supposed to chop it
Yeah.
because you
The
want to
world
see
while
who
play poker.
wants it more? Well,
He's going to earn it.
I think that we might have our answer.
Not often you hear Vogelsang just asking the table to give him a second. Pained by this decision.
Wondering if perhaps Pedro has some pairs, some smaller middling pairs that is forced to turn it into a bluff here on this particular run out. You know, of course, he can have Broadway combos and show up to the river with a straight here. Can have a hand like King Queen that he might play this way with the check on the flop and the call. And then, of course, checking it on the turn and now leading river. So it looks like Christoph cards in the fold position for a hot second. Oh, back it goes and into the muck.
Pedro stealing that one away from his man.
I just thought the table was too quiet, so I was like, okay, let's start a conversation.
You know, we were saying at the start of the series that we were going to be keeping an eye on the Brazilian flags around the room. Not surprised to see Brazil take down a title already here, and Pedro certainly has the caliber and the kit to close this one out, even against this lineup. Those of you just joining us, give you an idea of some of the names in the mix. Chris Moneymaker, currently sat in 8th. Nick Petrangelo in 3rd. Alex Ponakov's fresh off the FT of that 200K. Talal Shakirchi, the fan club has been created. We even let him know. Maria's the CFO.
I think the next move is obviously to make shirts. There's got to be a 24-hour t-shirt press here. It's all about the merch these days.
It really is. It's one of the biggest assets of any brand. I've even been to parts of the world, seen Triton hoodies, and walked up to people and be like, oh, hey, like, you play at Triton? They're like, no, just wanted a piece of Triton swag. It's James Chen, the ISO from the big. Cat Lee, by the way, also in currently one of the shortest stacks, but we've been calling him Mr. Consistent since the back end of last year.
Music do you listen
He had
to?
a second and a
You
third
look
in
like an
Cyprus in
electronic music guy.
September 2022.
Yeah?
House music.
Then had
Yeah,
four
I like. Who
top
doesn't like
four
house
place
music?
finishes in Vietnam with
got so
another
much
crossbar
better.
in the
House music
30K.
got so much better in the last 10 years, I
Yeah,
think.
yeah.
you know.
Any recommendations? Like your top
Fourth in the 25K GG
Yeah,
million, still
I can
without a
recommend
title.
Okay. No, tell me. I'll Spotify and like save it like right now.
Honey Dijon.
Huh?
Honey Dijon.
Eh?
Palms tracks.
Honey Dijon. Okay. Followed. What's the?
I like actually
Some
kind
people
of like
wondering if there are still any pairs
tribal
left in the
Afro
mix. Well,
house, which is a little
I
bit
can
dark.
confirm that
Dirty dark.
we do have Robert Flink and
Unfortunately, we don't have many.
Not
good
so
house
much.
parties in Brazil.
Kahan Mockery.
Yeah, we do.
This kind of
Both
music
still
is
in
not-
there.
I don't find it so much. A lot of
Let's
DJ play
see.
too
Scanning
soft
the
for me.
list. Wait, no, you
I
have
like
this
kind of
memorized,
like
right,
that.
Henry?
I was
Why
about
don't you
no,
tell
I
us?
was about to say
I
you're
like
doing
to
a
listen like
fantastic
Bedouin
job.
also, but
As you're
I would-
looking at the list.
Bedouin, but I would.
But the SS
I would
Savannah,
not go for
the Indian
club or for
superstar,
Bedouin, but I
invited
like to
Seth
listen.
Davies, both of them in but short. Work to do.
That's different.
As James Chen flops bottom set, blind v blind in a limped pot.
Other than that, I don't immediately see anybody else, but
Neither do I.
I could be wrong. Don't quote me on it.
Wouldn't
I'll
be the
keep
first time.
scanning.
Okay.
It'll be the first time today.
Oh, Tan Xuan, Patrick Antonius.
Ah,
So we've got three teams that we've found so far.
Very nice.
Five of diamonds on the turn. This one should be over and done with now. Flink with just 10 high and a gut shot.
Chen taking it down
There's
there.
few
with
DJs in Vegas that
Queen.
live that I really like.
So
like Fergie and this guy Max Tyler.
On Spotify? Will it be on Spotify?
No, you won't find.
Yeah.
You won't find. They play quite underground
just
stuff
gigs,
when
yeah.
they play.
Okay.
And but they get to play like. There's sometimes this. What is that event in Vegas? Art of Wilds. A few times a year, and Fergie plays always.
Did not have Antonius as a house music fan, especially the underground scene, but now that you said it, I could see him doing the old one-step, two-step at 6 in the morning. Sun's coming up. Why not?
I'm a big Radiohead fan.
Radiohead.
Yeah. And
Okay.
I like Tom York's solo work as well. Like not just his Radiohead stuff, but his solo albums.
Pedro gonna defend with the King AO does.
They made some
Have
nice
Chidwick
songs.
dominated as well as covered.
More music taste we didn't see coming, though, by the way. James Chen, Radiohead.
Yeah, music's one of
I'm
those that you
always
just
looking for new music.
can't really
Yeah,
make
I
any
like to ask because sometimes
assumptions.
you give you answers that surprise you, and then
I've been figuring out like how people get excited after they heard the same song for 1,000 times, and it still gets them going.
No,
I like new music.
I still have albums that when I listen to them like for
Yeah, yeah.
I don't know like
Yeah. I listen some music I listened when I was a kid. Still.
there's some albums I've listened to
some
a lot of
rock.
times and I still feel moved by the music or like whatever.
Some rock is
Chidwick
so
with
good
the
too.
70K
I like
at
all-
C-bet here.
I like all kind of music.
Two overs, gut shot, straight draw, backdoor
Like going
flush
out clubbing, I don't want to
possibilities.
hear rap
That's gonna
or
be good
I
enough.
don't want to hear hip hop or. unless they mix it nicely with house.
You don't want to
Some,
hear
but
hip hop.
I like
need
a lot
electronic.
of. I like a lot
All
of
right,
the.
well, we can't be friends, Patrick.
You know, I like a lot of the beats and some of. I think a lot of times the wordplay is pretty clever in rock. Sorry, in rap, but I can't like resonate with the lyrics at all very often. You know, because.
How about
Driving through the hood,
hip-hop?
Chen.
I think the new school, there's more lyrics that are interesting, but a lot of the stuff before that was like, it's always just kind of like corny lyrics.
I used to listen to Eminem, 50 Cent, all these guys.
At least he's not like just rapping about like, how many cars he has, all the time. Still
Antonius, a Fofty fan.
Yes. Yes, there's music for all type of people.
People who get the Fofty reference will enjoy that, I hope.
I enjoyed it.
Thank you.
And how many cars is, like, putting it mildly, you know the type of lyrics I'm talking about. There's a lot of, it's just like,
Yeah. Who wants my big blind?
Really never
We
know.
gotta start busting some players. I wanna sleep tonight. Let's play.
Conversations will be overhearing. I feel like I'm intruding at times, not gonna lie. Feels a bit weird just listening in on people's conversations, but here we are. I could see Patrick Antonius being a
hope tomorrow I complain about
head bobber in the
late
club to 50 Cent.
Yeah,
it took.
I love that kind of compliment.
I really love it. Like, Jesus, most exhausting tournament ever.
6:30.
You
Then
play.
we have to play at 1.
You play mainly online MTTs or something, or do you
Pedro, just happy to be
play
here.
online MTTs, but now I'm like
both? But do you play cash or just an MTT?
I just play
MTTs.
Just play tournaments.
So the longest you've played is like would be like a live tournament, like start to end, like a day.
I've played some very long online sessions.
Okay. So that was probably cash then, not tournaments, or you just keep regging new tournaments.
There was a Sunday that I started playing at I think 10 a.m. or something. And because of some ACR tournament, I played until like 6:30 a.m. or something the other day. Which was
We've all fallen asleep playing
That's
online
pretty bad.
before. Woken up, was blinded out.
So what time do you play?
I have no one to blame but myself.
How long
till 6:30.
In the morning?
Yeah, the other day.
5 minutes break.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's that? That's a 21-hour session that Pedro's had.
You know what I did last trip in Macau?
I feel like any mixed game player
I got a seat
or any
I got a
big
seat
bet
at
player
like 6 a.m. in the 1-2K game.
in the west
I
coast of
played
Vegas is
until
just
it
laughing
broke.
at Pedro right now.
And then the Brits wanted to go drinking. Actually,
What time did it break?
I don't. It's not gonna matter later.
Okay.
But
In the
actually,
evening.
I had some drinks with Hecklin and
Of course,
Oystein
yeah.
first.
Of course.
And then I went out with the UK boys. And then we did like darts and then like beer pong and whatever until the morning. And then I just passed by.
Yeah.
At 6 a.m. and got a good seat and just played.
No way.
Played till Played till the game broke again. And then like.
They went sleep?
No, so when there was 5 left, like.
Shook.
They didn't want to.
Then you can draw.
Actually, Hecklin wasn't. He didn't play the second session, but like he was saying like, boys, you gotta let him in the draw, like just for pulling off, the legendary double after a night out drinking. But then some of the new guys like were like, oh, you can't let him in the draw when he played.
Oh, no way.
Yeah.
That's rude.
Well, whatever. It sort of makes sense, but I was like, you know what? I'm gonna play.
Yeah.
Until like if you don't let me in the draw, I'm gonna play until the game fills up, and then I'm gonna go sleep.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah.
That's a nice move.
Yeah, and then they got scared, and then they let me draw.
No way.
Yeah. I won the draw, but then I gave it to I decided to give it to like Tom Mack, and I went to sleep. It was more about the
I mean, that's
principle.
high morale.
It was more about the principle.
That's very nice.
Yeah.
It's like already a 40-hour session with the drinks in between.
Yeah.
40 hours.
That's not even my record.
5 seconds.
I did 56 hours twice in Macau, and 38 once.
150.
Like 38 as in like playing continuously. This one was like 2 sessions, but like
I've done something
night out
like
in between.
insane with a power nap. Let's say it.
I hate to break it to you, James, but you don't
think I
have
played at the
anything
Win,
on 10-day
like
TED
from
from
the-
the Commerce.
Whatever.
I was
11
gonna
in the
say,
morning or
like, I bet you know
something.
West Coast. I mean,
7,
come
8
on,
o'clock. It starts at the other casino, HUI.
72-hour sessions.
The HUI game, you
Yeah.
don't play it.
Okay.
We play that like 7-8 hours. Then I go back to Win, play like a few hours. And then there's a game in Manila. I sleep on the plane to Manila.
Old
Then I
Vogel
play like 2 days there.
taking it
So it's
down.
like 3 hours sleep in.
Seth Davies, all in for his
can beat
tournament
that.
life. Button
Especially if it was short deck.
v Big Blind
It'd be a good
on the
short
red
deck.
feature
When's the
table.
last time you played short deck?
against
I played the
Boss.
World Series, and I think I lost about like 9 out of 10 all-ins, and was one of the first people out.
What would be
Sounds about
accuracy
right.
in short deck?
60-40?
King in the window.
Nice.
Beautiful flop
Ace queen 60. Right?
for Seth. Kerry Cascada celebrating prematurely for Davies. Hitting him with the nice. That is a nice turn.
I need a paid job, bro. I'm sorry.
Fade the 3 out at once.
Straight.
Just
How about a
fade
check?
it.
Come on.
Step up to 20 bigs.
495, yep. Wow.
Told you.
I'm sorry.
I thought you were going to win. Just the fact that you had live cards.
Doesn't bother me.
Just the fact that you had live cards, you must have.
Oh yeah.
Let's go.
Let's go!
Awesome.
It's a shark. Up to
What do I
20
got now?
bigs.
You saw
Over a million.
You saw?
1,065,000, right?
You're bloated now. You're almost average.
Yeah. I got what?
Bigs.
Heads up stack?
Yeah.
There we go. Already thinking of the heads up and what a heads up is going to be. If you fancy taking the hot seat yourself at one of these Triton Super High Roller Series, how about heading over to GG Poker so you can qualify into future events, exclusive Triton satellites only on GG. Of course, the Premier High Rollers Tournament, we're taking GG Millions to even greater heights in 2023 with all new features and benefits, as well as the WSOP Online, the most prestigious online poker series at the world's biggest poker room. Chance to win WSOP bracelets and become the next WSOP Online champion for as little as $1,
This is the same, no?
which West Coast can get you
Right?
But the
sweet
rest is the same.
FA.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what I said. That's the stupidest add-on ever heard.
Yes.
Unless we're missing something, I'm tired.
Remember driving through Malibu down the PCH about a year ago.
Hold them with an
to
extra
pay
street.
$7 or so for gas.
That game already exists. That's not like a new game. Oh,
Sounds about
Pineapple is a
right.
pretty good game. 3 cards. This
That's
Listen,
a beautiful drive,
so
though,
this is a
right?
game that I want
One of my
to
favorites.
like fine tune and then.
Especially at 5
on me,
p.m.
right?
That traffic.
Rob's heard of this game before. I told you and Louis before, and you both said you liked it.
What game?
Golden
So
hour,
I
though.
invented this rule, or like this
Prime
new
for
version
some
of
social
poker,
media.
where deuce beats ace, but it only beats ace. Remember that? So the deck is a little bit wrapped, and now like even if you have aces pre, you don't have like
Okay, that's sick.
you know? Yeah. Punish like people who really, yeah.
All right, I like that game.
That sounds like a crazy game.
So deuce plays well against an ace always, and
Yeah. So if someone's
early
only
open,
yeah.
just peel with.
Yeah, but then it only beats, you know. Yeah. How much?
I have 1 million and
Chen just going to defend. This table mate has been engaging in conversation with. Jack 4 Trey, so we're going to miss for both. James Chen with that ace of diamonds.
It has a much stronger hand than what Pedro would give him credit for, defending from the big blind. I wonder if Pedro feels like this is just the right texture for him to see bet.
85,000.
Definitely under-repped. Out of the big. 2 overs. Backdoor nut flush draw. Gonna come with a check call. Pedro started the hand with around 20 bigs.
Check.
Both players with that additional wheel equity on the turn. Pedro, of course, knows that Chen could have a lot of Jack X here, perhaps some pair and straight draws. Not going to have too many 2-pair combos, though. Not going to have Jack 4, Jack 3 offsuit in this spot. Can have 4s and 3s, though. But Pedro
just
not afraid.
I'm telling you, the Brazilian Armada, so tough to play against. Every opportunity they've had whilst being on air throughout this series to roll an aggressive number, because I'll pretend like they're RNGing these spots. They seem to be rolling very close to 100.
And if we're talking about value range, whoa,
Hello.
James coming with the call.
Okay.
Why the 5?
What, the what?
The 5 in the bet size, the 305 instead of 300 straight.
Okay.
Do you think that table talk might just dissuade Garignani now? Just might give up with about half pot back? Just be like, I don't know, James seems so comfortable asking about why I put the additional 5K sweetener on top of my bet on the turn. If he goes for it here, really just representing over pairs and maybe ace-jack in this spot, you know, for somebody to go triple here. I mean, of course, he can maybe have some 4s and 3s, but he might, you know, fold the bottom part of the small pairs from early position.
It's an honest question. They bet 305. Why the extra 5?
Wow.
Gonna give up, and James is gonna love what he sees there.
I missed the question. What extra what?
When they bet 305, like I asked like why the 5? You know, why the
Mr.
extra
305, obviously.
Maybe he's like
Shout out
Pitbull.
I bet. I bet.
No, he bet. Yeah.
Wake up. They're talking about
You were
this hand.
Isn't Pitbull from Brazil? Or is that me just stereotyping?
I don't bet goofy amounts.
I thought maybe he was
I'm not a goofy
from
player.
Puerto Rico.
Serious player.
Okay.
I remember.
look this up.
I don't
know
feel
about
too bad. That
nowadays, but, like,
seems
on
close.
high stakes poker.
It was just one, right?
High stakes poker back in the day, like Ivy only bet like
Even numbers.
very even, like
Yeah.
25k,
Online as well,
30k.
right? That's what we did.
But
no
it's
reason
nice.
to make it complicated. And then
But
comes
then- but then
comes Tom and
yeah.
bets
Yeah.
31,600 and whatever.
Yeah.
50. For what?
But
It's just annoying.
but only the only like round numbers sometimes is you can't do the exact thing you want, and also like you can have some mind games with the numbers too.
Looks like Pitbull is Cuban but born in Miami. Mr. Worldwide though, so really could have been from anywhere.
Mr.
When you're called
305.
Mr. Worldwide. Oh, that's true.
Petro down to just 11 bigs after an unsuccessful double barrel bluff against Chen. Chidwick in the cutoff. Thinking this one through. Saw the ace-5 of diamonds folded.
Fold. Fold.
Pitches it.
Fold.
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 That was a struggle to get through, but it got through. Two better hands fold, maybe.
That was a strong read there from Antonius. Two better hands folding, indeed. Tell you what, there aren't many people in this world that have as much live poker experience as Patrick Antonius does. No bust outs since Maria and I have taken control of the ship. Bryn Kenny still leading the pack. Bless you to producer Martins, if any of you heard that sneeze in the background.
Fold.
Some hay fever, you know. Sun's out. Not in London, but somewhere in the world, one would hope.
Pass. Go.
Only 2 eliminations in the money so far to Cecilia Jiang and Jason Kuhn. Teammates both sneaking in. Victor Malanovsky, aka Limitless.
5 seconds.
Stone bubble for him. Soft bubble for Eric Seidel and Andrew Roble. Nikita Baziakuski. Some big names left in this star-studded field. Nikki P. One of those names that often get put forward as
I'm not James.
best without a Triton trophy. Just 5 cashes and $1 million in Triton earnings, but still widely regarded as one of the greatest high-stakes players in the world. Joined us way back in 2019. Jeju. It's been rough. Triton hasn't treated him kindly, at least at the tables. But guaranteed 300 and change here.
Making a deep run so far. See if he can convert it into a big score.
Fold. Fold.
Raise.
Raise 100,000. Fold.
Well, Garagnani lost a chunk of his chips to Chen, but this is his chance to get it back, although I don't think he will get a customer out of the ace-9 offsuit.
Count, please.
15 big blind.
I mean, Chen might just hit him with the, okay, you've got king queen suited.
He might be like, why the 5? Why not 720? Leave 5 back. I call.
725.
I love this guy. I've never commentated on him before. Just a lone Triton cash from Macau 2017. Just giving me real live grinder vibes as he makes the call, and all of a sudden 1.5 in the middle. Pedro to get back up to 30 bigs.
Well, we're going to find out if Chen is Garignani's kryptonite.
I feel like James Chen belongs in a Bond movie, and with the 9 in the window, really playing the role of villain to the Brazilian fans out there. As Pedro is 1 foot out the door. It's to find a 3 outer. Stay alive. Doesn't find it.
Good game.
Instead it's the needle.
GG, Pedro.
In the deck. Someone say good hand.
Ace king, ace knight.
Was that some shade being thrown there? I mean, I feel like everything's happened so far here during the series. GG's, Pedro.
I feel like they would let him take the drink with him if he wanted to, but I guess he felt he had to finish it before he left the table.
He was small blind.
He was small.
Yeah, got it. How much you have,
But
James?
we've
Like
both played
2.7?
poker enough, Henry, to know that sometimes that's what
let's find
happens.
out.
You lose a big pot
No rush.
to a player, and then he ends up, he or she ends up eliminating you.
I suppose, right?
This little heater against the Brazilian. Chen now up to 4th in chips,
Just under 3.4.
7.7 million in total live earnings. Number 1 on Taiwan's all-time money list. Best live cash, north of 3 million. This man has played these stakes before.
It's 100,000.
That's 2 7-figure scores. His biggest one coming in a 250k buy-in during the WSOP Europe as well, so perhaps the sweet spot for James Chen is this 250k buy-in point.
Five seconds.
Patrick gonna defend. As the heater for Chen continues on the Queen Jack 5.
Good time to start sun running.
These are the players that I fear the most. The likes of James Chen, that has like just shy of 8 million in live earnings, but also has an equal amount of experience playing nosebleed cash games in Macau. It's just
Missed
like,
again. Missed again.
Well, you did say you wanted to go sleep.
Nice, you all received 2 10-second time cuts.
I want to go sleep as a chip leader.
From
Very high standards.
What is this? Fast again?
Yeah, from 20 to 60. When we do the redraw, we take them back. But 2, 3,
From 20 to 16. Oh.
there will be a final 2-table redraw.
Where's the button for like fast? River?
Yeah.
Why? Oh, if you press it first.
Turn and river's the same, so we just set river to 10.
Oh,
Like they both set 30
oh yeah, so they changed the river. Okay, I got it. Yeah, makes sense.
It's a
Fold. What's up? Fold.
Seeing over on the Triton Poker Series Instagram page. Boss Paul Pua. Only 8th in chips. Ton of behind-the-scenes content. Have they pulled you to the side for an interview yet, Maria? They snagged you away?
Not yet. You know, I've been trying to catch up on my sleep when I'm not here in the booth, but
One of first
I'm actually
EPTs
turning a
I
corner,
played.
though. I felt
was the
so
big
good
chip there
today.
The first day.
6
Like
hours
very
of
high
sleep.
confidence. And I had
A
like
little
12x my
cardio.
stack. In the second, maybe I had 6-7x stack. So I'm like super cocky in some interview, and then I'm out on first level day 2.
Oh, you said you?
Yeah, I didn't catch. But I mean, I had aces against kings actually. Bad beat. But still, blew up my
Hang on.
stack.
No bad beat stories at the table. That is the
15?
one rule.
How many?
20. I mean,
including online or including?
No, I mean live.
You played 20 over the year. That's I thought you played less.
No, I mean over all years.
Huh?
All years. Like once a year.
Yeah. That makes more sense because.
I mean, a bit more with the short deck tournaments.
Huh?
More with the short deck tournaments.
Short deck? Oh yeah. They should
How
make
many
it
tournaments
pot
do you
limit
play
pre
a
and no
year?
limit post flop though. Pot limit pre flop, no limit post.
Short deck.
Yeah. Tournaments.
20?
Tournaments.
No, more than that. I mean, I play most of my volume during
For
the
sure.
series. I definitely
Okay.
play a
The
lot
bubble
less
is
in the
so
last few years
stupid.
than I did before. So I would say maybe
It's insane, right?
50 or so.
50 live.
It's kind of a broken
But about
game,
30 to
like in a
40 of it
tournament format.
comes during the WSOP alone.
Wow. Yeah, that's a grind.
But I think, you know, what I suggested would fix it.
Yeah.
It'd be a pretty nice format.
Chidwick putting Santosh to the test. Santosh has ace-3, which rates to be better than a lot of Chidwick's shoving range here. Are on the verge of a pay jump. Do you want to find the call off here, or do you want to wait for a better spot? And looks like Santosh is going to wait for a better spot, and good timing to do so because Chidwick actually did have him dominated, but certainly going to be a lot of other hands Chidwick will be able to apply pressure with.
Savannah 3.0.
Official?
I think so.
It's official.
It's about time.
Get the upgrade. New iOS download.
What a price. I think I might have priced him in if I wanted. So I didn't have an up there.
That looks more scary than my race.
Switching back over.
One time up, please. Yeah.
Yeah. The red feature table. Ponakovs finds himself chip leader. This feature, 3.4 million.
He's wasted too much time.
I play quick.
You're gonna get 5.
I think slow and play quick.
That sounds like me. Jesus.
How is that gonna work? Like raise to 100 cards, but you think slow.
How does that work? That's a great question.
Yeah, I don't think that's going to work out.
So it's like, so you don't
You
think?
play and then you think about it afterwards.
Yeah.
Maybe sometimes you don't think.
You think about it after you make the play. You're like, oh,
Carry cats.
all right, that was dumb. I'll think slowly about it.
On a short stack, shortest of all, 9 bigs in the entire tournament, 20 of 20. El Jefe wants to see a flop with the suited connector.
It secured the ladder with the departure of Pedro. 3-7-1 guaranteed. Also a little bit of, you know, an overlay with Davies in the big. There's always a chance that he folds.
You need a count?
350
Think slow.
In the middle, think slow announced. And how about that 7 of
Oh,
diamonds in the window?
And
For Kerry.
Very
this
excited about this flop.
will not even get looked up, which is really nice to just be able to win this pot, I believe, uncontested. What did he say?
I can't call.
All right.
Oh, that is
What
fun.
did he say?
He's like, I'm really excited about this
Look at that
flop.
flop.
Can't wait to see the turn. Come on.
It's nice.
Didn't have a 5 there.
I bet you.
Yeah,
What?
Only
the
next week.
chuckle.
Why are you telling him not
Oliver
to
Dwyer
play?
Shikachi.
All? He's
That was some world-class speech play right there. That was some world-class speech play. That was fucking great.
I never play hand. I got plenty of times to think of things.
Don't you dare fold.
Gary's an expert on,
That was
on
great.
speech plays. Some really good, well-developed
When
stuff.
when you're on food stamps over here, you got to.
Gary Kassouf. Well, yeah, Gary Kassouf over here.
Very much figuratively
What do you
speaking
say?
Gary Kassouf.
on the food stamps.
Yeah.
That was a double.
That was impressive.
But
Talked him right out
he
of
was
it.
talking
I
about
bet
his
he
shit
folded
stack,
jack.
which has no real
This
dollar
is
value
how he wins
until
tournaments.
now.
All-round game.
It's number 8 on the all-time money list right there.
No.
You can assess a value to that
Speech
stack.
play
It's
gotcha.
not
I think
bad.
actually, after I win this, I'll probably be 8. So
You're not 8th? Where are you at? 9th?
I'm not even in the top 10.
No, come on.
I haven't been playing the Dragons. You fall behind pretty quick.
Yeah.
I'm thinking now.
You're thinking?
Maybe I played too quick.
Huh?
Maybe I just played too
Kia
quick and
Lee
I'm thinking
all
now.
in here in the cutoff with pocket sixes.
That's the best strategy.
That's going to get through.
Kerry Katz.
And you still haven't
12th
eaten
on the
anything?
all-time money list.
No. I gotta stay angry.
Okay.
Keeps me calm. And I need
The anger
and,
keeps
and,
you
and,
calm.
in the unlikely event I do bust, at least I get a comfort meal. If not, I'm gonna wait to go through tomorrow.
I'm going to send you to the buffet.
Yeah, I made a deal with myself. I said I'm not eating anything.
I know, you told me.
Or until I'm holding the trophy. One of the two. Those are my plan. That's my plan. I'm gonna stay hungry.
Stay hungry.
Stay hungry.
Even
I've had Diet Cokes.
Even you make day 2, like
Yeah.
tomorrow wake up.
Day 3? I'm not eating them. I'm not eating. Keeps you clear, pig. Desperate times. I had to shake things up.
That's like super extreme.
You're on the Diet Coke diet. The Diet Coke juice.
0
club.
calories. Always do appreciate the lightheartedness at the tables, which always seems to be the case at the Triton Super High Roller Series.
Raise.
Lines will be going up after this hand. Davies opting to go with the perhaps min call off. We might find out. Opening off of 16.
Start with 760.
Ponokov's with the old think slow, act
235.
slow.
Wow. And the bit of clickiness to the 3-bet here with Jack Deuce offsuit, really trying to test whether Davies has a hand to go with or not, and Paul's got to get out of the way.
Just really leaning into this perceived wide button opening range. Strange hand choice,
For sure.
I guess, with Ponokov's.
Call.
It's more of just pouncing on this button open. 570 in the middle. Less than pot behind for Seth. As it comes ace king train. I mean, what do we do now? We're kind of up Schitt's Creek without a paddle.
For both players.
Yeah.
Especially after Davies did call pre. You know, Ponokov's might wonder if there are some traps. There are, but there are so few because obviously Ace King is just gonna want to shove pre and a lot of those strong unmade holdings. But aces and kings could be in there as traps. Gonna go for the min bet, test it out. He's gonna find out that Davies has enough to call with, but when you bet so small, that certainly opens up the range of hands that can continue on that flop. So still a bit of discomfort for Ponikoff's turning a pair here.
Double, or you just won a bunch of all-in? Oh, no. No, you won.
A really fun turn card.
Pick up a couple blinds.
Ponikoff's picking up equity. Now has my favorite draw in No Limit Hold'em. The bottom pair trip draw.
Oh, it's so hidden.
It's the best. You just always get them. They never see it coming. Checking it on over to Shark. Also known as Seth Davies. Bottom pair trip draw not materializing this time round for Ponikoff's. Guess beating some hands. Queen Jack, Queen 10, Jack 10 low. Have the Jack of clubs in hand.
Ponikoff's seemingly ready to give up now, and Davies happy to show down, but definitely wants to see both cards, wants to know what Ponikoff's is 3-betting him with.
That's not the hand I was expecting to see.
Paul.
You have a new deal at the liquor room.
Thank you. That blind's going up. Cantley's just like, okay. Jack deuce. I see you. I see you, Ponikoff's. Trying to get after Seth Davies, button open. Chip counts brought to you by Poker Stake. Ponikoff's is still leading the pack, but giving Davies a bit of breathing room now, up to 19 bigs. Steve O'Dwyer on short stack duties, along with Kerry Katz, both playing around 10 bigs. Poker Series London, $250,000 Luxon Invitational. 3 eliminations so far in the money. It's Jason Kuhn that bowed out first, followed by Cecilia Jiang. And Pedro Garagnani getting 3 outed. And it's James Chen for his tournament life. I want to look at the all-time money list, Maria, because I heard Kerry Katz bring it up, of course. Justin Bonomo not playing this one, but the current chip leader is Bryn Kenny. And Bryn is 5 million behind Justin Bonomo on the #1 all-time money list. So a win here would help him take pole position at the top of that list once more.
For a long time, Daniel Negreanu held that position, and then, you know, in the last couple of years, some new people emerged, overtaking
You got like 1 million
him.
behind, right?
I feel like D-Negs in, I want to say, 10K buy-ins and below is still ranked #1 in the world by quite some margin. It's only really been in recent years. D-Negs doesn't travel that much anymore outside of the US. Just living a very happy life at home with the missus in Vegas.
100.
Yeah, DNeg's third on that list, 51 million.
And certainly a lot of people, you know, in the community and in the industry in general have wondered perhaps with some of these inflated numbers, you know, should the ranking system include a lot of these high rollers where, you know, there is a little bit of an exclusive invitational aspect to this one in particular. How should that be reflected and adjusted for in the all-time money list?
Yeah, I think we need some separate lists. Definitely in that camp. That's why we have the Triton Poker Plus app to keep an eye on Triton earnings and players' track records. Yeah, what I want to know is, you know, who's number one on the all-time money list in the $110 nightly in Montana? You know, those are the stats that I need to hear. The $60 dailies.
I'm sure that Hendon Mob and GPI will get right on that for you.
You're going to put in a good word. Thanks. Vogel, bottom pair, picking up the nut flush draw on the turn. Check this one back. Flink is out in front of that pair of eights and will win at showdown.
Do wonder if Vogelsang thinks he has enough showdown here. And he does.
It's always you hit the 8. You're like, did I, you know, was I up against Ace Jack, perhaps? Vogel with a little bit of a hand funeral there, perhaps. Some frustration, unlikely from what we've seen of him in the past, but so that felt like one of those annoying hands that just kind of bother you for a hot minute and then move on to the next one. Always out-pipped by one.
Fold.
Action folded to Vogelsang in the cutoff with King 5 of clubs. $16 big blinds for Vogelsang. Certainly this rates to be good enough to put in the raise fold category.
Yes, another one of those hand selections that I feel like in the modern game, let's say, you know, the last 5-6 years, players just really figuring out the value of these suited King X from late position, often RFIing. But back in, you know, Kerry Katz's first recorded cash in 2004, King 5 perhaps hitting them up pre-flop.
Yeah, I remember the first time I was chatting with Dominic Niche, and, you know, this was a long time ago, certainly right at the start of, you know, people experimenting more with solvers, and Dom was like, yeah, you know, King 7 suited is an open from the low jack or
It's
whatever,
on me, right?
and I was like, okay.
Why does it not surprise me that that's the conversation you had with Dominic? I mean, I love him. He just lives and breathes poker.
Yeah, and I was like, okay, cool, cool, cool. So then the very next tournament I played after this revelation, you know, like 6, 7 years ago from Dom, who definitely was at the forefront of, you know, doing a lot of studying, I was like, all right, I'll try it. So I did every time, and I just happened to get uncannily so many King 7 suited. And guess what? I lost every single time. And I remember texting Dom, I'm like, thanks, Dom, for putting this into my brain now.
How do you guys know?
Look at where it got me. But, you know, to this
Like
day,
how do you know the tournament
still
players
open.
if you don't play, you never
What
played
tournament players?
Like just so you seem to know some of them. I don't know, like or just you just met them.
I mean, not really.
So
I
he
only know
taught
the
you that
guys
it was
that
an open,
play
but he didn't teach you how to play a post flop.
I don't know any exceptions.
Yeah, clearly,
Almost no exceptions.
Sorry?
Almost
it's a
no
little hard
exceptions
when
to that.
people are not quite that far ahead of the meta and their calling range is so tight still that, you know what, the King 7 of clubs doesn't really play well against some of the old school calling ranges.
Yeah. Go play a 1K at the Win against Bob from Oklahoma, who's down for the weekend, you know. Good luck putting him on a range.
Cool.
This is the driving range. Flint gonna defend. Vogel hasn't dominated. Two tangoing once more as Christoph flops him dead, unfortunately for the German pro. The Swede with just queen high, no pair. Have ourselves a new chip leader, by the way. None other than Nicky P. Petrangelo.
Wow. Do you have a faster app than I do? Because that's not showing up for me. Should I be concerned that mine still says Bryn? Maybe I'll close it out, open it. You know, that's always the two things without fail usually is refresh or power off and then back on. And then look at that, I'm a tech genius. Ask me anything.
The IT crowd. Have you tried switching it off and on again?
I can troubleshoot anything. Mine says Nicky P is 2 bigs behind Bryn. You're not seeing that?
Clearly yours is faster than mine then. Sounds like I'm the one that's lagging.
120.
It's getting shallower out there though. Chip leader just with 69 bigs. Nice. Average stack of 30. Wouldn't be surprised if in the next frame we have a flurry of bust outs as the blind levels increase slowly but surely. We work our way down to the FT.
Pretty nice to defend the big blinds and actually have 2 overs against the under the gun open.
Hands could collide on certain ball textures. That's potentially one of them, the 9-5 deuce. Middle set for Patrick. Vogel.
I just asked because it seemed like you knew some of them and they knew you or stuff.
No, I mean, I can't think of anyone I know. I've never met the Brazilian guys. And, I mean, maybe I saw a few of the Triton guys, earlier stops, but not really.
Going a little shy of quarter pot on the C-bet here. A sizing that Vogel saying is more than happy to continue with.
480 in the middle. This hand, one would assume, is over and done with. Don't see Vogelsang chasing down gut shots to the river. See, mine showing that Nick Petrangelo's chip leader.
Okay, I see it now. We're finally on the same page. Finally.
It's only taken us, what, 9 days? 10 days?
Yeah. And a little bit of therapy, but we're good now. You'd imagine that Antonius is going to size up here. Just the presence of a lot of draws. Not going quite as big as I think he maybe could have. Still, you know, setting it up where the SPR is going to be quite favorable for an all-in if Vogelsang called and they saw a river. But here, of course, just too little equity for Vogelsang to proceed against the second barrel.
Yeah.
Pretty cagey on the flip side of the break since Maria and I have jumped in.
I think for Savarna, this has to be a shove, and looks like he agrees. 9 big blinds. Second from the bottom in the chip counts. No pay jump for a few spots, so
Chen picking up the ace-jack of clubs as the SS Savannah dominated. He's going to find a life jacket to stay afloat in this one. Things looking pretty bleak for the Indian Triton champion.
They're on the Titanic. The orchestra is playing as the Titanic is starting to sink.
Oh, hello. Life vest emerging out of nowhere in the form of diamonds. Six of spades. Completes the run out. The SS Savannah has finally sunk, but another deep run for Santosh 3.0 as he continues to climb atop of the Indian #1 spot.
Looks like I'm doing all the work of trying to get us some sleep.
Yeah, we appreciate it.
James taking credit for the heavy lifting so far.
And we gotta lose 10 more.
players.
10 more.
Just nine is unofficial final table, or 9 is final table.
That's what I thought.
This tournament was 8-handed the whole way, though, right?
Yeah, but I think final table they make 9
Yeah.
for some reason.
Then there were 19. Now Ponokov's in pole position. He won a monster pot against Paul Pua. It's a bit of run good for Vogelsang now. Flopping that queen high flush, now flopping top pair. The gut shot against the middle pair of Chidwick, 330 in the middle. I don't think Chidwick's defended big blind to just fold to a single c-bet. Should Vogelsang opt to.
That's 85,000.
Naturally, I think Chidwick will expect the pre-flop aggressor to be betting this type of flop at very high frequency. Gonna come for one and see what develops.
It's really dicey for Chidwick on brick turns. See if the run out can save him.
Hey.
Right over here.
It's kind of bricky. I know the 7-6 barrels now improved to second pair. 500k in the middle against a very capable Vogelsang.
Hands like 7-6 though will likely find the check back here. But what about a hand with top pair, open ender, flush possibility out there? Not gonna let a free one come off.
It's a sizable barrel as well. North of 60%. Leave a very shallow SPR and a bit of a guessing game for Chidwick. Going to the river.
Chidwick giving this hand the consideration that he feels like it deserves.
Excuse me. Is there a way I can borrow like a charge? Yeah.
But I do feel like he's gonna have to let this go. As you mentioned, just a bit of no man's land and heading into the river. How comfortable can you really be? And not enough to put more chips in the pot.
Yeah, these guys really do make you earn it. Even with the tank fold, I mean, not easy to play against. I'm sure there are worlds in which Chidwick just calls down there.
Almost 007.
19 left, but a few short stacks out there now. Boss Paul down to 3 big, Steve O'Dwyer on 6, Gary Katz on 10, Catley on 11.
Fold.
Fold. Fold. Fold.
I would like to have water. Do you have any glass bottle, water? Yeah, still in a glass bottle? Yeah, if you have a glass bottle, if not that they...
You see how Patrick Antonius changed his accent there? To just really, you know, communicate it.
You also noticed how Antonius very aware of microplastics and, you know, can't have that swimming in his bloodstream.
True, but he does eat a large amount of salmon. Not looking to get into the details too much, but
whoops.
A lot of mercury in salmon.
It's coming here. Like a magnet.
There we go. Magnets. Bring Kenny.
I'm all
joining the feature.
I'm all for saving the planet, but like the water in
Water.
the water
Water. We're in London.
in paper bottles just is not doing it for me.
Wait, is that actually a thing? That sounds like an LA thing. That sounds like the most LA thing I've ever heard.
Like they're in those cartons that,
That
are
is
made
such
of.
an LA thing.
It's not an LA thing.
100%.
It's
With
really,
your Choca Mocha Loca lattes and your paper
it's
water
really,
bottles.
it's not. I mean, it's made out of. It's like a carton of water.
Right. That's different. That's not paper.
Yeah, I mean,
I
but
thought you- I thought
but
you were-
effectively, it's as weak as paper when you put
375?
liquid in it.
Paper mache. Bring Kenny getting busy straight away. That monster stack. 3-betting Antonius. Chen giving him a bit of a stare down in the process as he folds an ace. Back to Patrick. Has Kenny dominated?
Call.
Makes the call. Heads up to this inflated pot. Steve O'Dwyer has doubled up on the other table. 870 in the middle here. As the 9 high flop gives Bring Kenny top pair. The old domination rotation. Complete whiff for Patrick Antonius.
Some blacks in your hand? $275.
Antonius can turn some decent equity, but decides not to continue. The chip's just too precious to get speculative right now.
It's like 90% to hit a 5.
Boss, who was left crippled after playing a massive pot against Ponakovs. That's the best of it. 51% chance to tie, though. That's a 3 or a deuce rolls off. 7 of spades.
Barely,
On the river
barely
means
snuck in there.
chop it up as two of the shorties go to war. 19 left out of this 118 runner, $250,000.
6-5 combined.
Lux on the Invitational and a lot of short stacks over here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Merci beaucoup.
You would have busted 2 if you had anything.
Huh?
You would have busted 2 if you had anything.
Had 10-7 off.
5, 7.
Quick dealer change. 2 tables of 6, 1 table of 7. Current chip leader, Alex Ponakovs, Latvian superstar. Joined at this red feature table with a bunch of short stacks. So Dwyer on 14, Poor on 4, Davies on 13, Katz on 7, Lee on 10. Really would not surprise me if we get from 19 to 14, 15 in just a couple of orbits time, as the average stack has dipped to 31.
There's always the inevitable part of the night where, because of certain stack and chip distribution, you will see the short stacks become absorbed into the big stacks. Can never quite predict the pacing, but in every tournament,
120.
there is that turning point.
Davies coming with the button in juice after seeing Poneglyph get after him before.
Oh, sorry.
And well, ace 10 in the big for
You have
Boss.
aces? Oh.
Happy to spin the wheel for his final 3.5 bigs.
That's right. Like you must have got a pretty bad hand if you had 3-bet jack deuce. Like, what did you have this time?
Father had jack.
Running into top of range, but still has 30% equity.
Thank you for clarifying.
Finds the queen 10-6 board. 5 outs twice for Boss.
10%.
Catley calling for it. And in it comes.
Wow.
10 of spades, corner pockets, Tan Xuan.
What do we got?
More interested in sweating.
Chop it up.
Boss's run out in that one.
Before 60.
His own stack.
450. Oh.
You're spot on there. 195, you said, right?
Oh, you
Paul
chopped
still
last
with
time. I thought he won.
a lot of work to do, but
如果 turn 就要打個就 all in 咗啦，因為你已經
spinning it
已經
back
鋪好
up.
大咗喎。鋪好大。
Sounds like a post-mortem
或者
between
flop 我唔會打咁大，
Catley
我
and
會再打
Paul.
細啲。如果要
That
打，
big hand played against Poneglyph.
我會打得再細啲咯，可能20萬或者係10幾萬咁。因為你哋 pot 已經 3 bet 咗好大啦，你哋 effective 冇咁多 ，SPR 好細。
Nice.
Nice hand, Paul. Come back.
Play like a donkey.
Yeah, it could have been aces. What'd you have? It's gonna be on the stream anyways. Tell them. What'd you have on that hand?
I guess it's the
Could be aces. Ace 10. Suited?
small blind.
Is it on me?
Catley,
All in?
pretty looking hand.
Yep.
Gonna move it in the middle.
Yeah.
6.1 million.
Better than suited.
Huh?
Better than suited.
Did what?
Double suited.
Nuts. In background.
Whoa.
That's your all in?
Yeah. He never gets called.
Holy shit. We have to pay?
Just you don't have to. Everyone have to.
Just
You can get my time back.
You need those time back, bro.
Got all the chips over on the blue feature table. Some of the chips on the gold feature table.
You had ace?
And then all the short
Had
stacks
ace?
No, king
over
queen.
here at the red
Ooh.
feature table.
I thought you have a. Maybe you have a king.
The post-mortem now.
That was
Yeah,
my
quads.
reaction as well.
Quads.
I had the same reaction.
Play like a donkey.
All in?
So
look.
you're one with the worst hand.
600.
As you can see, just with how many short stacks there are at this table, there seems to be an all-in almost every hand. This time, Shakurchi.
600 even.
600 I can call.
Good
You got a
luck,
pair?
gentlemen.
Yeah, ace jack.
Cards
All right, I can
on
beat
their
that.
backs. You can see
10
the
again?
equities.
No, you got a pair.
Just how close this one is.
He didn't want you to have a pair. We need 3 of spades.
Gary with the very vocal anti-sweat just because he is on the shortest stack and wouldn't mind seeing a couple players bust before him.
Or perhaps the Talal Shakurchi fan club is going to have one less member. And Seth Davies is now 2 cards away from elimination. Make that 1. Case tray needed.
150萬你都可以打，好似打15。
Out the door in 19th
Nice playing with
is
yourself.
Seth Davies.
Good
And with that,
Good luck in the main.
that's the final 18 to Lao Shikurchi climbing up atop of the chip count. So once more, moving up to 5th in chips.
LaoShikurchiFanClub.com merch coming soon.
Davies.
你用咗3個 timing 嚟 check 喎。
271,000. Here the post-mortem between everyone on the table about that big hand.
Well, I want to see it now. I don't want to just hear about it.
Ponokov's claiming that he had ace-10. Boss Paul saying he had king-queen. Hence the self-deprecation in the form of I play like a donkey. We've all been there, boss. Easy to kick oneself. On the back end of losing a big pot.
All in.
Kerry Katz. All in announced.
It's a 395.
Snowman.
That's certainly more than enough. Hand. Still does have fold equity off of his stack, but not going to get through this ace-10 on the button, I don't think.
So 6.5 bigs. Kerry would have to put in a third of his stack in the next hand in the blind. So Dwyer gonna look to do what Talal just did, and Talal's woken up with the hand as well, Maria.
Oh, wow.
No, Talal. No. No, again. Eights. Oh, what a cooler.
Wow.
What a dream for you.
Yes. Well, I know.
All right, 8 of spades. At least you'll have some spade draws.
You got to call your shot. Should be in a 250k buy-in.
Your overall equity ahead?
Kerry employing the opposite strategy. Most players start walking away to hit their gin card carry, sitting back down. Very confident.
I'm not ahead, no. Okay.
8 of spades.
7-4-3 boards. Not even a single Broadway throw. Dwyer.
5, 6, or 8. All right.
How about the 5 of clubs? A Dwyer. Now adding a deuce.
6 or 8.
Kerry looking for an 8 or a 6. Talal just looking to hold.
That's
a deuce rolls off on the river, giving a Dwyer
Well, I didn't realize he was.
the will.
This is
I played with you so many times. This is the first time I see
the
you
way
celebrate.
everybody was talking, no one even noticed.
I was
that
actually
have
thinking of this.
The backdoor, you know.
The backdoor Bangkok,
end.
Dwyer, you're right. We've all seen it. Kerry Katz out in 18th, and we find ourselves on the final 2-table redraw bubble.
What counts as a
410k
head?
count guaranteed.
Feeling the deuce so hard. Like,
What counts as a head?
everybody talking about everybody else's.
Equity or actual head? Like.
No, like based on what the board is. Like.
Ah, okay.
I guess I should be watching the payout here.
He's paying attention.
Okay. Thank you.
So that hand that everyone's been talking about, we're going to get to see. 3-bet pot. Ponokov's open on the button. Paul 3-bet out the small. Ponokov's called. King 10-9. Top pair in a gut shot. For boss with 980 in the middle. One of the biggest pots of the tournament.
335.
Boss fired out a C-bet of around 3rd pot. I'm glad both players were honest, though, Maria, in the post-mortem. There's always a chance for Ponokovs to be like, no, you know, I just had...
Yeah, well, listen, when Ponokov showed up with Jack Deuce earlier, you might want to keep it honest this hand. Get yourself a little credit for having a real hand.
Perhaps that hand history being a byproduct of boss attacking this button open in the first place with the king-queen. 10 of spades, giving Ponokov's trips on the turn. 1.6 in the middle.
Paul blocking straights, but certainly does have to have some concern over that 10 pairing. Ponikoffs will have some 10x broadways when he calls a 3-bet pre.
Just the gin card for the Latvian. Once again, just to reiterate, this is a replay from a hand that happened about 20 minutes ago or so. As it piqued the interest of the production crew because everyone was talking about it after the fact. We'll make sure that you all get to see some of the biggest hands from the outer tables. Awkward spot for Paul, as he was discussing in the post-mortem with Kiat Lee. One of the biggest takeaways being the SPR that he found himself in, 0.75 on the turn, and as Maria already pointed out, has to be somewhat concerned. 3-bet pot. The range is obviously a bit more condensed.
Ponikoffs loving this 10 on the turn, but of course, still hands that he would want to protect from.
Setting the trap and boating up on the river.
Wow.
And this is where Boss opted to turn his hand into a bluff, as we already know. Eventually going for the non-all-in. Perhaps trying to fold Ponikoffs off of a chop. Perhaps trying to get a hand like Ace-Jack, Ace-Queen to fold. He slid 2 white towers forward. Left himself 195 back. And this is one of those ones where, you know, Ponikoffs has a full house but doesn't have the nuts, losing to aces and kings. And sometimes you see players just call this million chip bet on the river. But Ponikoffs ultimately deciding that, you know, if you've got aces or kings, nice hand, pal. There's still value to be had. Came back over the top. And this time, Boss Paul on the reverse end of a hand against Brian Kim that we saw earlier today, where he came back over the top.
Yeah, with the force full against the nut flush earlier, but obviously this is just not a decision that Paul wants to be put to, but has so many chips in the middle, but certainly can't think his hand's good here.
Yeah, even though he's getting, what, 20 to 1 or so with the 195 back. It's one of those ones where you have the Queen of Spades, you're blocking, I mean, what, a hand like Queen 9, King Jack, King Queen. We heard him say to Talal that perhaps Ponikoffs is capable of finding a bluff there with the same hand.
5 seconds.
Ultimately, King Queen hitting the mark, and with that, Ponikoffs, the tournament chip leader. 82 bigs now, 17 players left. No showdown. Note how quiet the table was, by the way, Maria, during that one. All the other players just picking up on the importance of that one.
我感覺啊，佢偷人計。嚇？我有感覺佢偷人計。可能累狗。
Post-mortem with his fellow countryman, Kiat Lee, as we bring it back to real-time action. Boss has doubled, cracking the kings of Davies. 17 left. 410,000 guaranteed. Kerry Katz, most recent elimination, running his 8s into the ace-10 of O'Dwyer and the 9s of Talal Shakurchi.
That was a very fair portrait.
Boss Paul, perhaps gonna get one through here.
260?
I don't know.
Can you count it?
1, 2.
Fuck me.
10 high or jack high?
Worse.
Oh, yeah, happy.
Is this a 250? It's giving me some real home game vibes.
I don't know. I would think
see it.
20 seconds.
Boss
Yeah,
immediately.
it's
Jack high, 10 high?
It's just that bad, Steve O'Dwyer's hand here.
Close.
Just might be bad
Yeah,
enough.
it's very close, I think.
It was offseat.
Ah, not that close then.
Still close.
But still, yeah.
30 bigs.
Dwyer really unsure.
Slightly more.
4.5 bigs.
Against pro, I probably fold.
Yeah. Or maybe I fall.
Yeah.
Pre-flop my pre-jam combo. My pre-flop jam combo.
A little bit of agony here.
Really? Against pro.
Ultimately.
It's even worse than he thought.
Yeah.
Covered on the 4.
1.9.
Claws of eagle.
Deciding that he has to make the call, the 7-4, the blind invested. Music to the ears of Paul Pua fans, as he has O'Dwyer dominated and continues to lead on the ace-9 deuce. Note the 2 hearts, however. Running cards an option. Steve is now, it gets sweaty.
GG.
That was the way that we'd forgotten about. Everyone was looking for a heart. Steve O'Dwyer is also keeping an eye out for the 7s left in the deck. 7 of spades means that Boss Paul is going to go home in 17th. Back end of running that massive bluff against Alex Ponikoffs. And with that, perfect timing for the production crew and us here in the booth, because with that elimination, it means we are down to the final 16, which means final 2-table redraw with the Latvian Alex Ponikoffs leading the pack in pole position with 80 bigs. As we welcome you back to the break desk, Maria Ho, alongside myself, Henry Kilbane. Maria, a lot slower than perhaps we expected, given just how explosive it was with Ali and Randy in the booth, but also to be expected given the insane ICM that these players are under.
Definitely, and I feel like throughout it really was a tale of the haves and the have-nots in terms of the chip counts, but the have-nots managed to really stick around. But in the last 30 minutes or so, we see a lot of the eliminations happening with the shorter stacks being consolidated, and now we're really getting into the meaty part of the night as these players are playing down to the final table.
Yeah, heading into that final frame, Ponikoffs leading the field. Average stack of 37 bigs, so a lot of playability. And as Maria alluded to, perhaps the players going to play snugger now due to the payouts and the fact that we're playing down to the FT tonight. Don't go too far. 250k Luxon Pay Invitational returning very shortly.
GG Poker. Wow, so many players. This is a crazy thing to do. GG Poker broke the Guinness World Record.
Welcome to the World Series of Poker main
the biggest
event.
poker site.
Larger than all of GG Poker's traffic reaches all-time high. Jump, 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 jump. No way!
Are you a PKO player? Do you want to learn how to play the optimal strategy in progressive bounty tournaments? GTO Wizard has you covered. Dive into our high-level theory articles and get the optimal solutions you need. Learn to balance the lure of bounties with ICM pressure. Practice PKO spots at every phase throughout the tournaments. Master the game and take home the gold with GTO Wizard. At GTO Wizard, we have all the resources you need to learn how to crush the competition for free. GTO Wizard, the #1 app for poker players.
Introducing the all-new BetACR.eu, the premier destination for sports enthusiasts. What sets BetACR.eu apart is our exclusive offering of live-action prediction options on the Triton Series. Experience the excitement as you predict the action while watching your favorite players live. But that's not all. By opening your account now, you can take advantage of our incredible offer. Receive a generous 15% free play on your first top-up, up to $250. Become a part of BetACR.eu and elevate your live sports engagement experience.
A $250K event where 23 are paid, 26 remain, and all he's got is ace 10 suited.
Oh, wait. No. What's going on? Ollie, he's got king 8 suited.
Well, in terms of the board at the book on the flop, this specific parlay of events was a very long shot. As Tan led out, Flink raised, Xuan hanging in there on a spadeless texture, by the way. And this is the kind of street poker that Tan finds himself involved in a lot. And you can see Flink look very uncomfortable.
Oh my God, do you see what just dropped?
Yeah, the gutter, which gives Tan top pair. This is danger.
Man, Tan Xuan was going to win that pot most certainly if Robert Flink did not hit the king or ace.
Yeah, he's not going to go to showdown with king high. He's going to turn it into a bluff after the check back. Now all of a sudden he's got maybe a hand he thinks he can value bet, and black chips are going to be a part of the equation. And Flink can't believe himself. He's got a double check. Is it the nuts? Yes, sir, it is. And 250K is on fire in front of Tan Xuan.
The line Robert Flink takes will look really odd. Like, okay, if you raise a set in position, do you really just check back the turn on Jack of Clubs? You think
no shot.
Would you ever expect Ace 10 to raise a flop? Probably not. Tan is not expecting a raise that is coming shortly.
All in.
Okay, so there's the jam. And acid reflux for Tan. He's asking for a count. He's got Flink covered. But this is a lot on ask. Over 800,000 more. Call it 915 to be exact, Randy. The thing is, what makes sense? The only thing that comes to my mind to be played in this manner, and even then infrequently so, would be a king-queen.
Yes, some kind of thin king-queen, but the truth is, when you have a less stack of your opponent this close to the money, king-queen almost never raises the flop because they don't want to risk all their chips
And even
in a
if they do,
spot.
imagine here on the river, wouldn't you put in maybe, I don't know, size-wise, I guess all in is the right raise, but it's just so dangerous.
It might make Tan Xuan hero call because of how improbable this line has taken. Heard him say king queen.
Fucking crazy hand going down right now.
Blender moments here as time banks, understandably, being utilized. Tan Xuan's got BCE, Randy. Big call energy.
Yes, he does.
But finds the fold correctly, and I'm absolutely certain that is the first hand that once the delay catches up on the stream, Tan's going to want to get some info on.
Michael Soiser getting trolled by YouTube chat that always say happy birthday to me, just texted me saying, hey mate, is it your birthday? It's not my birthday, Soiser. I hope you're enjoying the coverage of the 250K. Came up short. Soiser part of the Malaysian contingent that just show up in force to support the bosses, Paul Pua, Richard Yong. Vogelsang with the same hand, one seat over against the very aggressive Pedro Garagnani.
5 seconds.
I never really know personally how to approach these spots. I feel like the flat call opens the door for a squeeze behind with a hand like A7 suited. I know we want to be seeing flops, but we just get put in really weird sandwiches.
I do feel like a function of Vogelsang taking the call versus the 3-bet is because of Pedro's effective stack here. You know, certainly going to have some raise folds, of course, but also A7 suited can play pretty nicely against some of those raise folding range.
Well, as strange as it may sound, I always love it when they're guaranteed to chop at Showdown, but we still have 2 cards to come because I want to see someone fight for it. Get your man off the chop. Garagnani checking on over to Vogel, Ace-King tray. Surprised by the check with top pair, or is this just some pot control with ICM considerations?
I definitely think that it's the latter, and also, you know, just being out of position, it's just nicer, I think, to approach this with a little bit of caution. See how your opponent wants to play this hand, and facing a bet here out of Vogelsang. Couple of draws possible. Certainly Vogelsang's calling range pre-flop can contain some suited combos that play pretty well in position.
It gets very awkward for both on a lot of turns. including that one. Jack of Hearts. Queen 10 getting there. Hands like Ace Jack O that Vogelsang could potentially flat, even Ace Jack suited. King Jack. This 7 kicker likely a problem for both. See how Vogelsang proceeds now after Pedro check called flop. Can't be thrilled at the idea of stacking off for 690k.
Yeah, certainly not going to be a 3 street hand after this turn card. You see the check back. And maybe just going to be a 1 street hand with that river card.
Pedro Garagnani, first Brazilian to win a Triton title. He's been crushing the live scene for a few years now. Another one of the Brazilian names that always gets mentioned when we talk about some of the best from the West. Top pair. Single raise pot. Check back, call flop, check, check, turn. Now 4-liner on board.
How old are you?
I'm 28,
42.
thanks for asking.
It is your birthday then. You were 27 yesterday.
You live in...
Looks like Pedro is
Yeah, 42,
reaching.
right?
Wow.
Live in Monaco?
And for this
Where you live? Taiwan.
sizing,
Taiwan?
350K.
Taipei.
A pretty curious
I've never been.
development.
It's nice, nice,
that
right?
He decided not to check on this run out.
That would be nice to go to a
What
new
was
place.
that you said earlier about you like that there's 2 cards to come when they're supposed to chop it
Yeah.
because you want to see who wants it more? Well,
He's going to earn it.
I think that we might have our answer.
Not often you hear Vogelsang just asking the table to give him a second. Pained by this decision.
Wondering if perhaps Pedro has some pairs, some smaller middling pairs that is forced to turn it into a bluff here on this particular run out. You know, of course, he can have Broadway combos and show up to the river with a straight here. Can have a hand like King Queen that he might play this way with the check on the flop and the call. And then, of course, checking it on the turn and now leading river. So it looks like Christoph cards in the fold position for a hot second. Oh, back it goes and into the muck.
Pedro stealing that one away from his man.
I just thought the table was too quiet, so I was like, okay, let's start a conversation.
Drive
so
though,
this is a
right?
game that I want
One of my
to
favorites.
like fine tune and then.
Especially at 5
Sunday,
p.m.
right?
That traffic.
Rob's heard of this game before. I told you and Louis before, and you both said you liked it.
What game?
Golden
so
hour though.
I invented this rule, or like this
Prime
new version
for some
of
social
poker,
media.
where deuce beats ace, but it only beats ace. Remember that? So the deck is a little bit wrapped, and now like even if you have aces pre, you don't have like
Okay, that's sick.
you
Yeah.
know? Yeah. Punish like people who
Yeah.
really, yeah.
All right, I like that game.
That sounds like a crazy game.
So deuce plays well against an ace always, and
Yeah. So if someone's
early
only
open,
yeah.
just peel with.
Yeah, but then it only beats, you know. Yeah. How much?
I have 1 million and.
Chen just going to defend this table mate he's been engaging in conversation with. Jack 4 tray, so we're going to miss for both. James Chen with that ace of diamonds.
and has a much stronger hand than what Pedro would give him credit for, defending from the big blind. I wonder if Pedro feels like this is just the right texture for him to see bet.
85,000.
Definitely under-repped out of the big. 2 overs. Backdoor nut flush draw. Gonna come with a check call. Pedro started the hand with around 20 bigs.
Check.
Both players with that additional wheel equity on the turn. Pedro, of course, knows that Chen could have a lot of Jack X here, perhaps some pair and straight draws. Not going to have too many 2-pair combos, though. Not going to have Jack 4, Jack 3 offsuit in this spot. Can have 4s and 3s, though. But Pedro
just
not afraid.
I'm telling you, the Brazilian Armada, so tough to play against. Every opportunity they've had whilst being on air throughout this series to roll an aggressive number. A very warm welcome back for the final frame of the 250k Luxon Invitational here at the JW Marriott Grosvenor House. Maria Ho alongside myself, Henry Kilbane. We are down to the final 2 tables, would you believe, as we've worked our way here over the past 2 days, and it is Alex Ponnikov's leading the field. But I want to touch on quickly just how short some of the stacks are out there, Maria, because this could really get nitty-gritty with those middling stacks under the ICM pressure that they are, given the presence of Chidwick on 7 bigs, Kiatley on 8, Tan Xuan on 8, Patrick Antonius on 12. Those middling stacks like handcuffed more than they normally would be, given how hefty the ICM pressure is.
Definitely. I feel like they've already sensed that it is coming to this point where, again, there's the players with the really big stacks, and then there's the people barely hanging on. And so for those middling stacks, so important to wait them out and in the process, perhaps blind down a little bit themselves.
Well, as I look at the Triton Poker Plus app, Table 1 and Table 2, it's looking like the majority of the short stacks are over on the blue feature table. Lee, Chidwick, and Antonius. The only short stack on Table 2 belonging to Tan Xuan. So perhaps a little bit more play to be expected over on Table 2, more post-flop, whereas with the presence of the 3 short stacks on the blue table, perhaps not opening as lightly due to them just being able to rejam behind.
And certainly this deep in the tournament, your table draw at this stage is so important. And then, of course, the final table draw also more important, but something that I think is a part of that run good and that, you know, variance that happens later on that people don't always talk about.
There's so much variance that we seem to just sleep on as poker players, and you think of, you know, winning flips and what it takes to win tournaments. How about getting a good seat draw and having more VIPs on your table than pros? Currently looking like an all-pro affair, which wasn't the case for most of the day today. In fact, out of the final 16, there are 12 pros.
How much is it? So squeezy for Stevie.
I know, but I did not did this. Someone did it.
It's very bad.
12 pros, 4 VIPs. Chidwick, one of those pros, but on the short side. The VIP side, Talal Shikirchi in 6th.
I did not.
Kyan Mokri in 11th. Leonardo Drago in 12th.
I did not.
And Tan Xuan in 14th as we head into the final frame of play today. 28 big blind average. Everyone guaranteed $410,000 for their efforts. We are on a $45,000 ladder. So the entire poker world will be watching tomorrow. The eventual champion will be going home with $6.8 million for their efforts.
Fold.
Call.
Fold. Fold.
Drago with a nice hand to defend with here in the big blind.
1.4 or something.
Dominated pre-flop though.
And talking of Drago, as I refrain from continuing on the ace-high board, so you see him look over to Ponokov's in admiration as to just how many chips the Latvian has, and Drago opting to lead into him a bit of a curveball. I mean, the speech play against the +1 open, now opting to lead for half pot.
Ponokov's definitely wondering, you know, perhaps this will contain some ace X's, but definitely feels like it's going to be more weak often than not.
First ever time joining us. Apologies, Maria, for cutting you off there.
No, please share your tidbit with us. Now we're all waiting.
Well, it's his Triton debut. 250K invitational, in the money. The Italian that calls Singapore home. Facing the 500K raise. Can he get away from top pair? Never an easy feat, especially when you're up against the likes of Ponokov's.
But with the understanding that, of course, as wild and crazy as Ponokov's might be, his under-the-gun +1 opening range will contain a lot of better hands and just gets away. Look at that. Props to you, Mr. Drago. Lost the minimum. Ponokov's is not going to like that when he sees it.
Bravo. Perhaps that lead saving the Italian businessman more chips than he actually lost had he opted to check call and then have to decide on turns. Had the pleasure of speaking with his other half. They've now retired, if I'm not mistaken, enjoying retirement by bonding over golf and poker, which, if you had to ask me when it comes to marriages and keeping it fun, that seems like a good sporting way to keep the marriage going.
Yeah, I mean, poker and golf already go hand in hand for so many players. Just traveling the world, enjoying themselves. Antonia. Very kind lady.
I mean, feels like a way where one could end up sleeping on the couch. However, running a big bluff against one's spouse, not advised.
Well, maybe just no last longer bets
Sure.
on the regular.
Guess it'd be the same on the golf course as well. You golf?
I do, actually. I can't say that I'm
Is this
I'm
that
not
modesty coming out
No,
again?
no. I'm definitely not good. I'm competent. I think that for me,
355.
it's more about
Hustling everyone.
No, but that would play into why I'm saying I'm not that good.
I see it.
The long con, obviously. I would say that I'm not really a distance gal. I can't really hit it very far, but my aim really down the fairway, straight, pops onto the green from time to time on a par 3.
Oh, down the fairway is Kiat Lee with top pair on the Jack 6 tray to get back up to 15 bigs. He can just hold here up against the 2 overs. Big slick with spades. That's the ace of diamonds, immediate delivery on the turn for Flink. And these big spots for Kiat Lee just always seems to be getting it in good. The poker gods just seem to be merciless when it comes to Kiat Lee. Busting that 200 Luxon Invitational in Cyprus. Aces against King 5 suited for a chip lead pot on the final table. Again, in top pair against 2 overs. Always stings in the big ones, but hopefully the 400k and change added to his resume will help, you know, lessen the amount of salt in the wound. 455,000 guaranteed now for the final 15.
Day 2 of 3 days of coverage of this 250k Luxon Invitational. Plan is to play down to the final table today.
That's the plan.
That is, when do things go according to plan? You tell me, Henry.
Trying to think.
You'll get back to me on that?
Yeah, I think I'll have to get back to you on that one. We were meant to go for dinner today. Didn't happen. Got kicked to the curb.
Come on now. You know, every girl needs a little girl chat.
I respect it. I mean, it is definitely necessary. You're surrounded by us lot 12 hours a day. Little girl date. Ponakov's Jack 8 suited. Chidwick has effectively jammed to pick up the blinds in the big blind ante. Chidwick just so consistent. Currently 4th on the all-time money list. If he can cash for more than 3 million here, he will move up to 3rd, overtaking Daniel Negreanu. He currently trails D-Negs by 1.5 million. Perhaps some major changes on that all-time money list. Jason Kuhn as well, by the way, closing in on D-Negs. Chidwick needs 6th or better to move up into 3rd. 6.86 million going to the eventual champion as Kajak v Cutoff, Patrick Antonius jamming the 10s and running into the kings just 1 seat over. So we see one of the 10s for Antonius folded in Chidwick's hand, and
against kings.
Cold deck in the early hours of the morning. Day 2. Patrick with back-to-back cashes in these Luxon Invitationals. Came 3rd last time round. Gonna need the case 10 on turn or river if he's gonna go back-to-back in final tables.
Oh, 10 of hearts now.
One out.
One lone out
One out.
for Antonius's tournament life here.
No black 10
Who's Patrick?
Good game.
for Patrick.
Good game.
Luck in the money.
Another deep run in the highest buy-in tournament of the series.
Have a bit more, I don't know.
Cashing both
No, I think, yeah.
200 Luxon Invitational in Cyprus now.
We're the same
8
on the
weeks
back.
later, cashing his 250k.
Right, tap it?
455,000, and just as we
Good luck.
predicted,
Good luck, everyone.
Thank you.
we're dropping like flies on the flip side of breakers. Now it's Dan Schwan's turn to spin the wheel against none other than Mr. Moneymaker himself.
Oh.
As it comes ace 3-8.
This.
Moneymaker looking to cook these ducks once and for all.
Oh.
As the 5 of spades does. Give Tan an additional 4 outs. Never easy, even when your name's Chris Moneymaker.
Oh no.
9 of hearts on the river, however, going to complete the run out, and with that, Moneymaker, who we haven't seen much of at the feature tables leading up to the money bubble, the final 3, now finds himself very comfortably in the middle of the pack.
For
I gotta
Chris.
say, it's hard to not root
we're
for
friends.
Chris.
I think that's why he did it.
I do too. You're gonna start.
He didn't want
He's
to knock
the
you
man
out.
What a
responsible
story.
Oh, I
for
gotta
so many of
avoid
us being
confessions.
here, right?
Yeah, and what a story it would be for him in the biggest buy-in tournament he has ever played, coming in on the VIP side.
Hell, we lost 3 people.
Oh, Luca, 1 level for sure.
What the hell happened over there? What the hell?
I guess Patrick and Kiat probably busted, right? Luca, how much you hoping to get to tonight? 12? 12 people you're hoping to get to tonight, right? Yeah, so... So that means when we get to 12, days over?
Did you say yes?
It doesn't seem like it. It seems like there is no track. It's just like everyone here's track and then there's your track.
Bryn, if you really want to sleep instead of play, you can go right ahead.
You have enough chips, you can go play, so go sleep.
Seems pretty unlikely. I'm not actually tired right now. I would just prefer to have more sleep tonight.
Yeah, me too. I'm not tired either.
Too early for sleep. Come on.
I'm happy to play the tournament straight through too. I'll play it straight through.
I mean, I didn't know this was an
Iron Man this shit. Let's
Ironman format.
Moneymaker said, let's
that'll
go. I mean, let's go.
Stop whining about playing till 2 a.m.
There we go, Chen. You let him
I
know.
don't think I whined yet.
It seems like I'm drawing dead to anything, so.
Let him know, Chen. 2 a.m. Rookie hours. Can't call yourself a poker player unless you've had that sunrise hit your face, blinding you as you exit the casino after a 3-day bender. Catch a glimpse of yourself in a car window. It's often the part in time where you ask yourself how you ended up here, the life choices leading up to that point, why you hadn't wrapped up the session 2 days earlier. Oh, that spot arrived. That's why I stayed.
Right, when you just
realize-
completely ignored the stop loss that you had set for yourself after
Stop
being
loss?
up heaps
What?
in the first 10 hours of
Yeah,
the
but,
session.
you know, you got to win it back. You can't just leave down after being up heaps. Everyone knows this. I'm just shocked that you have a stop loss. I've never heard of those. Or at least never had one myself. Perhaps that's why I'm in here and not out there.
I mean, having a stop loss is easy. Sticking to it is the hard part. And hence, that is why casinos make so much money, right? Because plenty of pit players in there firing hard, running it up on top of the world, collecting all the comps. And then it starts with one hand, and then it's like, no, I'm going to leave after one more hand, just one more hand. Very similar to just one drink. Never ends well.
Yeah, had to ban myself from TCH. No, TCH? TCH? Ultimate Texas Hold'em.
No, TCH.
Well, let that one slide.
I think.
But both. I had to ban myself from both.
It's UTH, but also it's THC, which are very different things.
It's 2 o'clock in the morning. I'll allow it. Yeah, Henrik Hecklin and I at the win. Not to put Hecklin on blast, but sold me some of his action and then I was hooked. 2 weeks later, the VIP managers are offering me rooms at the win. I kind of had to ask myself
Those are all
why
airbrush pics.
I hope they
I was
take
being
one of
offered
mine's good too.
comp
I
rooms.
really, you know,
That's like
Something
Photoshop
you're
for
probably
you.
familiar with, Maria.
They can take away my eyes.
Yeah, but
That Baccarat plate.
How everyone like just looks their best picture ever.
Yeah, but it's not overdone.
Vogel saying Rivering 2 pair here with Jackson 7s.
Because it's holographic, you
Dwyer
don't really
with
see it.
a pair of 5s and the blocker to the 8,
They definitely do a
6.
good job of this thing though, for sure.
Nuts on this board. But too many hands that beat him that can still go for value. Doesn't have to be the straight here, so gonna give it up.
10-second time balance for the pre-flop reaction.
Dwyer is just dialed in.
Until when?
Very rarely do we see him leap
Really?
out of his seat to celebrate, but we did
At 10 as
see
well?
precisely
or is it
that.
hand for hand?
He won that
Okay,
three-way
so
all-in.
Until 10, right?
13 players remain. Let us know who you're rooting for. Some massive names left in the field.
I like that.
Nick Petrangelo and Christoph Vogelsang, two of the players that went on the longest dry spells. Not to put them on blast at the Triton series, but
Considering I started with 20 big blinds.
a win
and
here
it's
for
not
both would
10 in there.
put them in the green.
Yeah, chat, tell us who you're rooting for and why is it Talal Shakurchi?
160.
Raise 160. I can't see your big chips at all. Yeah. And there's another stack, right?
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
How's that?
Moneymaker, oldest trick in the book, hiding the big chips. You know,
Chen actually intimidates me, and I'm in the booth.
might it be the like hoodie and leathery looking combo he's rocking? Like maybe possibly a part of a biker gang of some sort?
Yeah, like I wouldn't want him showing up on my doorstep as a debt collector. Let's put it that way. Give me some John Wick vibes. But also just some of the, you know,
The Taiwanese Keanu Reeves, people call him.
is that what we're going for? I mean, maybe. But also some of the mannerisms, you know, when he hit Pedro earlier on with the why the 5, and now saying to Moneymaker, hey, can't see your big chips.
I mean, definitely the tone of somebody who's shaken a few people down before, right?
Punsri being laid a delightful price to defend the big, and we're going to have ourselves a 4-way square off with 13 left in a $250,000 buy-in. Some potential collisions with these hands. As it comes Jack 8-7, and it's Moneymaker flopping best, top pair, top kicker, James Chen inside straight draw. Backdoor diamonds, Punsri with middle pair, and an incredibly awkward spot multi-way for Moneymaker.
Check. Check.
It's so grim. Would love to see him find a bet here. Chen is in position. His second in chips.
Coming with 300,000.
Call. Cool.
Moneymaker getting a lot of love on socials and in the chat. Let's see. Still has the best of it.
Yeah, but that's a lot of love for Chen's hand on the turn.
It's such a grim spot. 1.3 in the middle. So much equity to deny. Say, half pot. What does James Chen do now? Given the price is being laid, certainly getting the right odds. Does he ever think Moneymaker would fold to a jam? Or does he just try and get there with the very disguised backdoor diamonds?
Yeah, seeing what Moneymaker has back, Chen could go for effectively the 3x jam, but does decide that calling is going to be the better option here. Doesn't feel like Moneymaker would be willing to bet into 3 people on that flop and continue with the barrel on the turn with a hand that will fold to the jam on the turn. And that is a brick river in the sense that Chen does not improve.
Moneymaker.
But Moneymaker not even afraid of some 9x potentials hiding in there. Some
finding the value jam on the river, chipping up to 3.6 million as he moves up to 5th in chips overall. Stand corrected, I believe, moving up to 4th now, overtaking James Chen. Courtesy of that collision.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Moneymaker boom 2.0, 20 years after the fact. Could happen. And if you want to put your money where your mouth is on that man, check out betacr.eu, your exclusive hub to predict your favorite players' live action outcome in Triton events. Receive a 15% bonus up to $250 on your first top up. Join now and start engaging the sporting world today. You can bet on your favorite players.
Ready for 160,000.
I can't see the stacks in the back. Are they?
There's like 2.4 here in white.
Oh, there's like some shallow stacks. Yeah, okay.
It's just all the blues.
There's like
but there's a white stack and I couldn't see as well in the back.
75 short. That's why I said 2.4 in white.
I'm rooting for it. It's 2 o'clock in the morning. You know, I want the verbal jousting to start. Players are tired. There's 6 million up top. Let them know, Chen, that you can't see his stack. Where are the big chips?
it's nice to see that somebody is up for the psychological warfare, right?
100%. We're playing for 7 figures. You know, you could buy a shed in London
They look cool, those
with first prize money.
look like Jason
A shed, but with a
Statham,
doorman.
German Culver.
With a doorman,
Thank
you know,
you very
perhaps a bicycle or 2.
You never tell me how good mine was.
Nah, no.
Tall
You look,
with hair.
You look very bad. You look horrible.
Kenny with the king high float
You're a good man.
That 6 of spades wrapping around the 3-4-4,
Before you
but
leave, if I never need a daily ribbing, you're not there to give a call to. If I ever feel too good about myself, my wife's not around, I'll call you.
Mockery. That's how I feel about our relationship, Maria.
Oh, yeah?
Is, you know, when I leave, if I'm feeling too good about myself,
Right. I'll
needs-
take you down a peg.
yeah, it needs someone that
Yeah,
just
yeah.
needs to bring me back down to earth.
You know what are friends for?
So who needs enemies? Chen chipping up nicely with the double barrel. Things getting really cagey at the top.
14
Short stack 34 bigs.
Funny.
Stephen Chidwick still on short stack duties.
had that.
You know, you played it correctly. We're going to get the final table together.
You think so?
Yeah.
Oh, nice. Can I have the bigger stack?
No. Don't start negotiating different terms.
Okay, okay, I'll take it.
I'm gonna start using the app. It's like,
Yeah, it's
I mean, if you can't see my chips, I can move whatever you need.
yeah, it's just that the short ones. Like,
Here.
Yeah.
You got no short ones now.
Yeah.
raise. 160.
Raise for 160,000.
In all seriousness, though, do you sense just by the tone that Moneymaker said that he's like a little perturbed? Is that fair to say, you think?
He's a little what, sorry?
Perturbed.
1,000,005 behind.
Siri. Tell me the definition of perturbed.
It's just like slightly bothered, like a little annoyed.
I wasn't, I don't know, it
It's
felt like
a mild inconvenience.
yeah. Kind of like the weather.
No, that is nothing mild about the weather.
Kind of like those
here.
oysters, you know, mildly inconvenient. Moneymaker suited queen against his.
The one person it did work out for, though, is Espen. You know, you ask him and he will tell you that oyster food poisoning
Oyster Gate.
really changed the game for him with the results he put up after the very first tournament he played after praying to the porcelain gods.
We're going to continue small and wide with
I got
range.
queen jack of clubs, but you know, I like you, so we're just going to go ahead and do that.
I knew you were my friend.
I know.
I'm liking this dynamic. Why? You know, we're playing for 6 million. Some friendly banter. 2 o'clock in the morning. Kyan Mockery from Norway. 14th on Norway's all-time money list. A win in this would move him up to 2nd behind his good friend Espen Jorstad. Talk of the devil.
So late the clock broke. They broke on every one.
Oh, Dwyer. Been pretty quiet after that near triple up when he busted Carry Cats and double through Talal with the rivered wheel.
You covered me by a little bit, right? Yeah.
I think so.
Play more now.
Would love to see an O'Dwyer FT. Been a fan since I was a young lad to watch him back in the day. Back in the day being 4 years ago. But back in the day.
Yeah, we get it. You're young. You're thriving. You've got your whole life ahead of you.
Those crusty old 360p YouTube videos. Where you'd like 6-bet click someone. You know how it was. O'Dwyer just doing O'Dwyer things. Fast forward to 2023. Finds himself 14th on the all-time money list with 38 million